In the first 5 months, countless demonic beasts descended upon Earth, turning our world into a battlefield for the myriad races. In the early days, humanity had its own awakeners with special abilities, but their numbers were too few. Humanity's strength was scattered to the winds. Relying on conventional and nuclear weapons, humanity barely managed to build 10 defensive lines, struggling to resist the onslaught of the myriad races. In just 10 short years, 2 of humanity's defensive lines have already fallen. Mankind is facing an increasingly dire situation. In this desperate plight, humanity had no choice but to fight back against the myriad races' invasion. According to statistics, since the war between humanity and the myriad races began, the Eastern Human Alliance alone has lost over 1 million soldiers. Today, with the depletion of conventional weapons and the increasing number of ability users, nations have begun to deploy legions of awakeners to support the war effort. To reclaim our homeland and for the survival of humanity, we must continue to expand our legions and join the war. And so, within 15 years, the largest military draft in China's history began. In the Eastern Alliance, at the border city of Ngipthan, the cold, desolate space was filled only with the cries of farewell. Behind me is the list of deaths sent back from the front line last month. They were our friends and family, our brothers and sisters. The man speaking with teary eyes is the former mayor. His words resonated with every soldier, igniting their emotions, making them more spirited than ever. Their morale soared as they roared in unison. Protect our country. Protect our homeland. Enlist, enlist, enlist. The soldiers rushed towards the registration table, eager to join the army and head to the front lines to destroy the enemy. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, cries of hatred for the other races grew louder. Kill all the other races. Tear them to shreds. Chop them up. Hundreds of enlistment forms were held high as the soldiers declared their desire to go to the front. The recruiter's voice continuously called out their names. Amidst this excitement, a young man with a face as grim as someone who'd just lost a fortune approached the registration table with his head bowed. That young man is Nam Tu Thang, our protagonist. Though he was a strapping 20-year-old, when the recruiter asked if he wanted to join the army, he chose to stay home and support the rear. Nam Tu Thang's answer left the recruiter and everyone around him stunned, shocked, and bewildered. Because those who stayed behind to support the home front were all women, children, and the elderly. Therefore, Tu Thang's choice, while the country was in turmoil, was no different from that of a coward who feared death. Have you forgotten the humiliation of our friends and compatriots being massacred by the myriad races? I have never forgotten, but this is my choice. Tu Thang's cold reply and somewhat infuriating expression only made his classmates' blood boil even more. Just as one young man was about to rush forward and punch him in his insolent mouth, the mayor's voice rang out. Silence. He walked over to the recruitment table and could only sigh. Joining the army was voluntary, based on personal will and responsibility. It was just a pity that Tu Thang's academic results were so good. The army had lost a promising talent. Nam Tu Thang's face was dark, his hands clenched into fists. He walked away coldly, ignoring the scornful words that called him worse than a dog. The next day, the sound of 2 helicopters flying overhead couldn't drown out the roaring chants from below. We share our armor with our brothers in arms. Victory, victory, victory. The morale and spirit of the soldiers were sky high. Those who stayed behind also shouted in unison. Protecting the nation is the highest honor. From a distance, Nam Tu Thang, his face hidden by a cap, watched the scene. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up and read the latest news. The first headline read, "The Myriad Races Battlefield. How fares the Eastern Alliance's largest offensive?" The second, Ngipthan University student refuses to enlist. Who could it be? The third, the United States' 10th defensive line has collapsed twice. Guangzhou retaken with heavy casualties. Nam Tu Thang clicked on the news about himself, and a barrage of articles cursing and shaming him appeared. I don't know why that guy from Ngipthan chose to stay. I only know he made the wrong choice. Once the defensive line is breached, Ngipthan will bear the full consequences. No one, not even those inland, can escape. You coward. The heroes on the front lines are carrying the weight for you. Nam Tu Thang emotionlessly read the comments on his phone screen, then muttered to himself like a recluse. It turns out the reason Tu Thang didn't enlist was because he had already lived one life. In his previous life, he was just like them, eagerly enlisting early to fight on the front lines, eventually becoming a strategic commander with some notable achievements. As humanity was gradually pushed back, he spent his entire life researching the 5 great talents, and finally implanted 5 talent seeds into his body. He just needed to max them out, and he could turn the tide of the war. Unexpectedly, before he could complete his plan, humanity was annihilated, and Tu Thang was killed by the supreme leader of the myriad races. Nam Tu Thang walked over and sat on a snow-covered bench by the roadside. clasping his hands and thinking about the future, his new life, and the path he had chosen. Perhaps due to trauma or fate, I was reborn, and the talent tree I had planted in my body was actually brought back with me to the present. The beast taming talent enhances mutated beasts and strengthens their bloodline. The elemental talent gathers water, fire, wind, and lightning for various elemental spells. The more elemental points consumed, the more forbidden spells are available. The Asura talent. The more you kill, the stronger your body becomes. With ultimate killing intent, you can transform into an Asura and slaughter your enemies. The formation talent allows for the continuous stacking of various formations, creating immense power. The necromancy talent awakens underground spirits for the host. The higher the cost, the stronger the summoned being. These 5 talents require a lot of origin stones and time, but if I can max them all out, I can become incredibly powerful. Even if all 10 defensive lines fall, even if I'm alone, I can still fight the myriad races and protect humanity. But right now, even if I went to the battlefield, I couldn't even catch a few of the other races, let alone get enough origin stones to level up my talents. The talents would quickly be destroyed. Nam Tu Thang came up with a way to get the most origin stones in the shortest time possible. The best way was to go to the training ground. There, countless mutated beasts resided, and after passing the trials, they could continuously supply the city with upgrade stones. Nam Tu Thang stood up, walking and thinking. After a while, he arrived at the training ground of the rear support, the Ngeep branch. At the entrance of the Ngeep branch, a group of people was processing and sorting the corpses of the other races. They knew the training ground, prepared in the early years of the myriad race's invasion to train soldiers, could still be useful now. But since the soldiers had gone to the front lines to fight the monstrous aliens, the training ground was now mostly staffed by women and the elderly. While arranging the alien corpses, one of them wished that these corpses could be turned into food for the soldiers on the front lines. It would be a way to contribute to the country. A young woman, Tu Lu, slowly approached on crutches, reminding her, "Auntie Vuong, take it easy. Don't get hurt." Auntie Vuong continued working as she replied, her face showing a hint of fatigue and worry about not finishing the day's quota. The woman next to her sighed and agreed, "That's right. It's a shame we're all old. We can't even lift much together. Those mutated beasts are so fierce we can only handle them one by one." Tu Lu looked down sadly, feeling a bit ashamed, and sighed. "If only I could help." As the three were talking, Nam Tu Thang suddenly appeared before them and spoke up. He scratched his head shyly, expressing his desire to help them process the mutated beasts. Hearing this, Tu Lu's face lit up. She happily approached Nam Tu Thang and led him towards the warehouse to get a uniform. Having solved the personnel shortage made her much more cheerful. Nam Tu Thang politely thanked her and followed her to the warehouse. Behind them, the two women continued to work while wondering why a tall, strong, and handsome young man like him was at the training ground. Suddenly, the woman named Vuong realized that Nam Tu Thang was the one who had refused to go to the front line. The woman next to her, bewildered, asked why someone who refused to join the front line would show up at this training ground. Auntie Vuong frowned, holding up her phone and stating with certainty, "Perhaps he wants to atone for the sin of hiding in the rear and living a cowardly life." With a contemptuous tone, Auntie Vuong continued to mock Tu Thang, not believing for a second that he could help them eliminate those mutated beasts. Inside the warehouse, Tu Lu, leaning on her crutch, dragged a large blade over and handed it to Nam Tu Thang. Nam Tu Thang, now in an outfit that made him look more captivating than an A-list star, took the blade in his hand. Nam Tu Thang walked towards the gate, while behind him, Tu Lu was silently rejoicing. "Great. At this rate, we can finish much faster." Looking at Nam Tu Thang's back as he walked towards the gate, Tu Lu's eyes revealed her infatuation. Her cheeks flushed red as she shyly praised how incredibly handsome he was. As if sensing Tu Lu's thoughts, Auntie Vuong beside her interrupted her daydream, saying that he was the coward who refused to join the front line. Hearing the whisper, Tu Lu, still mesmerized, asked Auntie Vuong to repeat herself. Auntie Vuong seemed to have a strong aversion to Nam Tu Thang, insisting he was a coward and didn't believe he could handle the job of processing mutated beasts. Nam Tu Thang paid no mind to her words and coldly stepped inside. The system announced, "You have selected the A-rank trial. No previous trial records found. Please confirm if you wish to open the A-rank trial." Nam Tu Thang replied, "Confirm to open the trial." The gate slowly opened with an alarm siren as the system announced. Inside, a horde of starving monsters with gaping mouths rushed out. "The long night is coming. Humanity has no escape." For the future of humanity, Nam Tu Thang was willing to cloak himself in darkness, to become a shadow, unafraid of enduring disgrace after the myriad race's invasion. Many animals mutated and evolved due to the influx of spiritual energy. In his previous life, Nam Tu Thang not only had to fight the myriad races on the front line, but also had to deal with mutated beasts. With his combat experience from his past life, facing this species called Tandia was as easy as flipping his hand. He aimed right for the beast's weak spot, which was the back of its head. Nam Tu Thang seized the opportunity, gathering his strength and leaping high into the air. In a flash, he was behind the Tandiao, swinging his blade and sending the creature to the afterlife in an instant. As the Tandiao's corpse fell, Nam Tu Thang landed gracefully in an impossibly cool pose, then extracted the origin stone from the beast he had just slain. The system panel then displayed a notification. Talent tree, tameable beasts. 1. Tameable beast level. 0. Beast tamer level. 0. Progress. 1/800. This talent upgrade mechanism was likely the same as in his previous life. For every Tandiao he killed, he could obtain 1 origin stone, and his talent would allow him to tame 1 more mutated beast. A while later, Nam Tu Thang seemed exhausted, his shirt torn to shreds, revealing his body. Scratches appeared on his face, but to him, these injuries were still within a manageable range. Before he could even rest and recover, Nam Tu Thang had to face the pursuit of another pack of Tandiaos alone. They charged towards Tu Thang as if racing for the spotlight, roaring fiercely as they ran. To ensure he could dispatch all the Tandiaos in a short amount of time without expending too much energy, Nam Tu Thang avoided their vital points in each attack, aiming straight for their weaknesses and finishing them with a single, decisive slash. A large, ferocious Tandiao roared and charged towards Nam Tu Thang. Sensing danger, he spun around, planted a hand on the ground, and executed a reverse kick straight into the Tandiao's neck, leaving it powerless to do anything but stand still and take the full force of the blow. Tu Thang chose to deal with the Tandiaos on the upper level first. Wave after wave of Tandiaos relentlessly swarmed Nam Tu Thang. Seizing every opportunity, he circled behind each one to take them down. After eliminating the stubborn Tandiaos, Nam Tu Thang, panting with exhaustion, looked at the system notification that had just appeared. The number of tameable beasts had now increased to 5. The level of tameable beasts was still 0, as was his mutated beast tamer level. Progress, 5/800. Just as he had predicted, the efficiency had increased compared to last time. Suddenly, Tu Thang heard a noise from behind. As he turned his head, an incredibly ferocious Tandiao was charging at him. This one was many times larger than the previous ones. He immediately recognized it as the leader of the pack, an alpha Tandiao. Without a second thought, Nam Tu Thang instantly got into a combat stance, gripping his blade tightly, ready to receive the alpha Tandiao's attack. The ferocious alpha Tandiao gathered momentum, leaped up, and flew towards Nam Tu Thang, launching its assault. Nam Tu Thang used all his strength to block the Tandiao's attack. Having just fought a whole pack of them, his current stamina was very limited. With his remaining strength, dealing with this alpha Tandiao would be a bit difficult. With no intention of stopping, the alpha Tandiao unleashed its second move right at Tu Thang's face. To conserve energy, Nam Tu Thang aimed for its weak spot. While parrying the attack, he looked for an opportunity to get behind the alpha Tandiao's head. Before the alpha Tandiao could recover from its last attack, Nam Tu Thang had already circled behind it. He used all his strength to swing his blade, delivering a fatal blow to its neck. But the toughness of the alpha Tandiao in this life was different from the last. This time, when the blade struck its neck, it only made a dry, metallic clang. Unwilling to give up, Tu Thang decided to strike again. He gathered his strength and leaped high, his eyes flashing with power, preparing to attack the Tandiao once more. At that moment, outside the trial room, an announcement rang out. It was time for the lunch break. The two busybodies, Auntie Vuong and Auntie Lai, were still standing outside, eager to see what was happening with Nam Tu Thang inside. Tio Lu saw them and approached, asking, "Auntie Vuong, Auntie Li, aren't you going to the cafeteria for lunch?" Auntie Vuong, with a contemplative look, told Tio Lu not to worry about her, as she wanted to see how long Tu Thang could last in the trial room. Auntie Lai beside her waved her hand and added, certain that Tu Thang would quietly leave soon enough. Auntie Vuong and Auntie Li, playing off each other, didn't believe in Nam Tu Thang's abilities, determined not to let him stay here and show off. Tio Lu, helpless, reminded them that the A-rank trial was probably not much simpler than the front line. Hearing this, the two aunties fell silent. While the two aunties and Tio Lu were still talking, the trial announcement suddenly rang out. Announcement. Trial taker, Nam Tu Thang, A-rank trial, first floor, completed. Hearing this, Auntie Vuong turned to the two behind her with a triumphant look, her belief about Nam Tu Thang now even more certain. As Auntie Vuong rambled on while walking, she suddenly bumped into something. She glanced up and abruptly sat down on the ground, her face stunned as she looked up. Both Auntie Vuong and Auntie Lai now had expressions of shock mixed with panic at the sight before them. Nam Tu Thang, looking nonchalant, strode out imposingly with a lot of blood on his face. His body was covered in scratches, his shirt was in tatters, but the one thing that hadn't changed was that cold, punchable look he gave them. On the system's notification board, it displayed, Trial Taker, Nam Tu Thang. Kill count, 2,000. New record for the first floor of the trial tower. Auntie Vuong, horrified, couldn't believe her eyes. She shrieked in disbelief that Nam Tu Thang had passed the A-rank trial. With eyes that looked sleep-deprived from deadlines, and a face continuously bleeding, Nam Tu Thang calmly confirmed to Auntie Vuong that he had passed the A-rank trial. Auntie Lai helped Auntie Vuong up. Beside them, Tu Lu still wore a look of disbelief at what was happening before her. Nam Tu Thang turned his head and coldly walked past the three of them, who could only stare blankly at his retreating back as he headed for the door. Tu Lu turned her head back, still stunned as she looked at the pile of monster corpses stacked high. Auntie Vuong, meanwhile, couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the mountain of monster carcasses before her. Nam Tu Thang went to the shower room to wash the blood off his body. His chiseled six-pack was on full display. As he showered and thought, the system panel appeared again. Today's summary. Tameable beasts, 2000. Tameable beast level has increased to level 1, while the mutated beast tamer level has jumped to level 2. Progress, 2000 over 2000. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared. Battle report now commencing. Our new offensive is about to begin. Nam Tu Thang heard the announcement and realized. The level 7 Son of Thunder's punishment ability user and the level 6 Flame Grandmaster ability user had arrived at the front lines. In his previous life, the Son of Thunder's punishment and the Flame Grandmaster were defeated not long after entering the battlefield. The situation on the front lines grew more intense, and the casualties became even more tragic. Nam Tu Thang thought to himself, the fall of the 8th defensive line is not far off. To speed up my plans, I have to race against time. No time to rest. I must go to the second floor of the trial tower now. Inside the trial room, Auntie Vuong and Auntie Lai were pushing aside the beast corpses. Auntie Vuong still couldn't help but judge Nam Tu Thang. Auntie Lai's expression softened slightly, acknowledging his combat skills. However, they were both certain he wouldn't be coming back here. Just as they said that, Nam Tu Thang appeared before them, his face dark. Seeing him, Auntie Lai nudged Auntie Vuong. Auntie Vuong, still maintaining her contemptuous and arrogant attitude, her face scrunched up, asked Tu Thang what else he wanted. Nam Tu Thang ignored her provocative attitude and coldly said he wanted to go to the second floor of the trial room, then walked past a stunned Auntie Vuong. Enraged, Auntie Vuong turned around, pointed her finger, and accused Nam Tu Thang of just pretending to show off for them. Seeing this, Tu Lu approached Nam Tu Thang with a hint of worry and reminded him, Mr. Nam, the second floor is filled with large mutated beasts. Wait until your injuries have healed. We can find some people to help you. A man nearby chimed in, agreeing with Tu Lu. But Tu Thang paid no mind to their words. He coldly strode forward, grabbed his sword, and walked straight towards the trial room door. Auntie Vuong, furious at Nam Tu Thang's attitude, immediately raised her voice, provoking and mocking him for not going to the front lines. Tu Lu looked at Nam Tu Thang's back and had a different thought. Strange. Someone like Mr. Nam doesn't seem like the type to fear death and hide in the rear. Because time was running out, Nam Tu Thang quickly entered the second floor trial. The system displayed, You have initiated the A-rank trial, second floor. The moment he opened the door and stepped in, a pack of new beasts charged towards Nam Tu Thang. He quickly formulated an attack plan. Feeling the pressure that the second floor exuded, Nam Tu Thang charged towards the pack of new beasts, slashing his sword at the large-headed ones that were barreling towards him. While he was distracted, a three-eyed new beast appeared from behind and rushed towards him. In a split second, it rammed its head hard into Nam Tu Thang's back, catching him off guard. He could only let out a grunt. Nam Tu Thang was sent tumbling from the impact. After the powerful blow from the three-eyed new beast, he retreated, using his agility to try and regain his balance. The pack of new beasts in front of Nam Tu Thang roared continuously, their blood-red eyes fixed on him as they prepared to charge. Nam Tu Thang stood up, his own eyes glowing red as he stared ahead, provoked by the new beasts. As the new beasts furiously charged to attack Nam Tu Thang, he entered a stance to channel his energy. His eyes glowed red, and with all his might, he leaped up, plunging his blade straight into the head of a new beast. The large-headed beast immediately fell, dying instantly and startling its many companions. After finishing off the new beast, Nam Tu Thang coldly advanced. And they call this a level 2 mutated beast in the beast taming class? In that case, I'll just tame them and then deal with them. Nam Tu Thang activated his talent skill, Beast Taming Oppression. His skill activated over a wide area around the second floor of the trial tower. the pressure directly invading the minds and bodies of all the new beasts in the area. In an instant, all the new beasts in the skill's effective area collapsed before Nam Tu Thang. Nam Tu Thang approached each of the trembling, terrified new beasts and gently reminded them, "From now on, you'd better behave." He held his red sword, channeled his energy to continue leveling up, and with a flash, he reached level 3. 3 days later, in the trial room on the second floor of the Nabthon branch's rear training ground, the voices of those cleaning up the mutated beast corpses echoed. Though sweat poured down their faces, they worked efficiently. One of them gave an order, "Move this meat as soon as possible, we can't leave it here." While everyone was busy clearing the pile of mutated beast corpses, Nam Tu Thang sat in a corner, resting and recovering his strength after the battle. He quietly observed the notification displayed on the system panel. Number of tameable animals, 12,000. Tameable animal level, 6. Mutated beast tamer level, 6. Progress, 12, 0 over 12, 0, 0, 0. Unlike before, this time it only took him 3 days to defeat over 10,000 mutated beasts, far more efficient than his previous battles. Nam Tu Thang's beast taming talent had reached level 6, so tonight, he could go to the wasteland. The wasteland of Ngeepthon was fraught with danger. Even a level 5 ability user who entered would find it difficult to return. Escaping was no easy feat. To the other races, Ngeepthon projected a strong sense of threat because it housed powerful ability users and advanced weaponry. Therefore, the alien races in the wasteland rarely initiated attacks on the city. But in Nam Tu Thang's plan, taming them was an essential and indispensable part. An older man saw Nam Tu Thang sitting in the corner and approached him, asking if he needed to work overtime for another shift. Nam Tu Thang stood up, preparing to leave, and replied, "No need, I have to leave a little early today." Hearing this, Auntie Vuong looked at Nam Tu Thang with a displeased expression, continuing to find ways to mock him, sneering that he wanted to give up after just a few days. The moment Auntie Vuong spoke, she received unfriendly glares from those nearby. A man, annoyed, cut her off, defending Nam Tu Thang because, since he had arrived at the trial tower, their work progress had far exceeded their original plans. Seeing she couldn't win the argument but still unwilling to admit defeat, Auntie Vuong retorted irritably, "I wasn't talking to you. Why are you butting in? You psycho." While the two were bickering, Nam Tu Thang paid them no mind and coldly walked away. Tiu Lu, seeing his back pass by, stammered out that the trial tower's progress was now caught up. Then, Tiu Lu approached Nam Tu Thang, looking at him with an adoring gaze. Her face flushed red, as she shyly encouraged him. "Mr. Nam, you should rest for a while. You've worked so hard recently, you did a great job." Nam Tu Thang turned his head and gave a gentle smile that would make any girl's heart melt. He politely thanked Tiu Lu. Hearing that, Tiu Lu didn't hold him back any longer and urged him to go home and rest. At that moment, outside the city gates, a convoy of vehicles was returning. A man stuck his head out of a car window, shouting for everyone to clear the way. This convoy was heading straight for the hospital, as all the vehicles were carrying wounded soldiers returning from the front lines. Nam Tu Thang stood to one side, observing the situation. Meanwhile, behind him, two women shouted excitedly as they saw missiles streaking into the sky. Everyone around them cheered, thinking they were gaining the upper hand in this brutal war. Another person overheard and explained to everyone that it wasn't a sign of them winning, but rather a signal from the front lines. The front lines were firing missiles to request reinforcements from the rear. Nam Tu Thang looked up at the sky, silently predicting the future. The day the defensive line collapses is not far off. Without wasting a single second, Nam Tu Thang geared up, changing his clothes and putting on a mask. He gripped his blade tightly and set off with the coolest, most determined steps. He walked through the cold, snowy weather, looking more dashing than ever. Meanwhile, outside the city, a convoy was moving when one of the vehicles suddenly broke down in a dangerous area. The young man driving the broken-down car got out to check it. Behind him, a kind-hearted blonde girl in the vehicle ahead leaned out and suggested he leave the broken car there and come back for it in the morning, as the area was dangerously infested with mutated wolves. Hearing this, the young man agreed. He was about to get his gear from the car when suddenly, a black shadow rushed towards them from the distance at lightning speed, leaving him stunned and confused. That black shadow was none other than Nam Tu Thang. He sprinted past the convoy at full speed, causing the blonde girl to ask out of curiosity, "Who was that? Why is he out of the city alone after dark?" She looked at Nam Tu Thang's back as he ran like he was fleeing a debt collector, and called out that the area ahead belonged to the dangerous mutated wolves. But paying no mind to her words, Nam Tu Thang continued to dash forward, his running form a perfect 10/10. Just then, a girl with a shoulder-length bob in the same car reminded her that the mayor had called them many times. The situation at the front lines was worsening, with more and more wounded soldiers being brought back, all waiting for their medicine. But the blonde girl still seemed worried for Nam Tu Thang, hesitating. But it's impossible to see ahead even with the car lights. If we just ignore him, he'll be in danger. Her teammate then explained the current situation to the blonde girl. This is the den of giant mutated wolves. If they suddenly attack, we won't be able to handle it. Her teammate said it casually, as if she was used to this. It's been 10 years of the myriad races. We've seen plenty of reckless fools. Sis, we can't get involved. The blonde girl, hearing this, immediately grabbed the steering wheel, ready to move. The car was about to start rolling when suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, startling them both. A cry for help echoed. The blonde girl looked through the car window and saw a blonde man with wide eyes, his face covered in blood, collapsing in the cold snow. She looked fearfully in the side mirror and saw a giant mutated wolf closing in on her teammate. Seeing the dangerous situation, the black-haired girl urged her friend to drive, as a giant steel wolf had appeared behind them. Just as she was about to step on the gas to escape, a giant wolf lunged at the front of the car, shattering the windshield and terrifying both girls. The black-haired girl quickly composed herself, grabbed her gun, aimed it at the wolf, and signaled her teammate to drive while she continuously fired at the beast. In the distance, Nam Tu Thang heard the gunshots and turned his head in surprise. Gunshots. They must be from the medical supply team over there. While he was observing the situation with the medical team, hundreds of glowing red eyes from a wolf pack were lurking behind him, watching him. He realized the pack wasn't just attacking the team over there, they were also stalking him here. Nam Tu Thang turned, his cold gaze fixed on the pack of wolves. Gradually, the wolves closed in, completely surrounding him. Nam Tu Thang could feel the spiritual energy and oppressive aura from the mutated wolves, and realized their energy concentration was increasing. Over at the medical convoy. Luckily, the vehicle carrying medical supplies was equipped with very strong reinforced glass. So despite the many cracks, the wolves couldn't break through yet. The black-haired girl reloaded her gun and turned to remind her teammate. Tu Nam, be careful. The moment any of these mutated wolves are killed or driven back, you have to seize the chance to drive. Tu Nam's face was tense, but her eyes were filled with determination as she agreed. Meanwhile, in the mountain range area, Nam Tu Thang was engaged in a fierce battle with the ferocious wolves. As he fought, he surveyed the situation and suddenly realized the pack leader was here. He rejoiced internally. It seems if I can just deal with this pack of wolves, the medical team will be safe. The Wolf King, with its enormous body and oppressive aura, charged towards Nam Tu Thang. Without a second thought, Tu Thang immediately got into a fighting stance. A bright light flashed above Nam Tu Thang's head. Without hesitation, he activated his beast-taming talent. Wave after wave, Nam Tu Thang activated and controlled his skill, directing it straight at the unfortunate wolves before him. One by one, the wolves were ensnared by Nam Tu Thang's power and mercilessly slammed into the ground. Seeing his pack being thrashed like this, the Wolf King's eyes widened in anger. It let out a massive roar, threatening Nam Tu Thang. After the Wolf King roared, the oppressive aura it generated grew even stronger, making the wolf pack fight even more ferociously. The oppressive aura helped the wolves dodge Tu Thang's attacks. Nam Tu Thang looked straight at the wolf pack and the Wolf King, his own anger flaring. To shoot the rider, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the king. As soon as the words left his lips, Nam Tu Thang unleashed his power, soaring into the sky and sending a chill of terror down the spines of the entire wolf pack. Nam Tu Thang's first attack tore up a large patch of ground, sending countless wolves flying into the air. Nam Tu Thang's main goal was to face the Wolf King directly, and his priority was to tame the leader of the mutated wolves. The Wolf King looked up and saw Nam Tu Thang heading straight for it, its eyes burning with rage. Before it could attack Nam Tu Thang, the Wolf King was targeted. He slammed a powerful attack straight onto its head and roared, "Steel Wolf King, be tamed!" Then, a red wave of energy erupted from Nam Tu Thang's hand. In an instant, the Wolf King was enveloped by Nam Tu Thang's red wave and tamed. The Wolf King's mutated, blood-red eyes gradually returned to the eyes of a normal beast. Immediately after the Wolf King was tamed, its pack of underlings began to bow their heads to Nam Tu Thang. Over at the medical team, the black-haired girl fired her gun while shouting for her teammate to drive. Tu Nam immediately hit the gas. Just as they thought the car would speed away from the wolves, it suddenly lurched to a halt, leaving them both stunned. Not only did their car fail to accelerate, but it stood completely still, sending a chill down their spines. The black-haired girl looked back nervously. The wolves were continuously ramming the car, causing it to shake violently. The glass on the blonde girl's side started to shatter, terrifying her. A wolf seized the opportunity, broke the glass at the front of the car, and bared its sharp teeth at the two girls. Just when she thought it was all over, that she was about to die. The black-haired girl opened her eyes, confused by the scene before her. Am I seeing things? Why do these mutated wolves suddenly look so cute? The mutated wolf's eyes abruptly changed from red to blue. The wolf in front of them opened its eyes wide, putting on an adorable face. The wolf immediately jumped off the supply vehicle, and then all the wolves there moved away from the vehicles. Nam and her teammate, still sweating, sat frozen in the car, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion at what had just happened. The wolves that had attacked the medical team just a few minutes ago had now returned and gathered in one place. Nam Tu Thang and the Wolf King stood majestically on a large rock, with the wolf pack below bowing their heads in submission to Tu Thang. Tu Nam and her teammate climbed onto the roof of their truck and looked towards Tu Thang, wondering aloud, That pack of giant mutated wolves has been tamed. Her teammate behind her was astonished. One person taming 10,000 wolves. What level of beast tamer is that? He's too powerful. Nam Tu Thang sat down on a rock to rest, opening the system notification panel. Tamed ironclad dire wolves. Over 1,000. Daily taming limit. 1,000 over 1,000. Trackable beast level. Level 7. Variant beast tamer rank. Level 7. 27. 0 over 27. 000. The system then asked Nam Tu Thang, to exceed the limit and continue taming, primeval stones are required. Please choose. Yes divided by no? Nam Tu Thang looked at the panel and thought, primeval stones are rare right now. No need to waste them on taming. As he sat there pondering, the Wolf King suddenly approached Nam Tu Thang, nuzzling its head against him, asking for a pat. Nam Tu Thang turned and reminded the Wolf King that it was not allowed to attack humans. Nam Tu Thang looked into the distance and realized there were still 3 uninhabited areas near Ngip Than, filled with mutated beasts. The farther, unpopulated areas had even more. He decided he would have to capture and tame all of those mutated beasts. Nam Tu Thang looked towards the logistics team. For the greater good, he was determined to assemble a mutant beast army of over 10 million. Just then, he received a message from Tu Lu. She was informing him of an urgent meeting and that he was needed there for a moment. Reading the message, Nam Tu Thang wondered what was happening at the workshop. A short while later, at the Ngip Than branch training grounds, furious shouts echoed as the workers endured a harsh scolding from a man in a gray coat. That man in gray was the chief officer, acting high and mighty with an air of arrogant superiority. Behind him, 2 large, muscular subordinates continued the tirade. Unbelievable. You can't even handle a few high-level mutated beasts? Seeing the situation, the former mayor, his face beaded with sweat, stepped forward anxiously to appease the foul-faced officer. The former mayor explained that this was Ngip Than's first time processing level 4 or higher mutated beasts. Furthermore, most of the workshop staff were elderly, making it quite difficult to handle high-level beasts. They needed more time to get used to the work. The chief officer, angered at being interrupted, gestured around and yelled even more harshly. His face grew even more punchable as he practically howled. The entire rear echelon doesn't have many mutated beasts. If you want to guarantee supplies for the front lines, you have to start with these stronger ones. The former mayor stepped back in fear, completely humbling himself. He promised the officer he would assign people to eliminate the mutated beasts as soon as possible to ensure the supply line to the front remained stable. Still not satisfied, the arrogant officer dismissed all of Ngip Than's past efforts, accusing them of wanting to delay military supplies for the front lines, wanting the entire city to suffer together. Tu Lu stood to the side, looking at the officer with a worried expression, and timidly tried to explain. Chief, these mutated beasts are close to level 4. They're already beyond our Ngip Than branch's capabilities. The officer completely ignored Tu Lu's words, continuing to criticize Ngip Than for slowing down progress and bringing up the fact that Nam Tu Thang had not enlisted. He feigned sorrow, every word a mockery of Ngip Than. Unable to bear the officer's arrogant face any longer, Auntie Vuong suddenly raised her voice, arguing back at him. My husband and my 3 sons all died on the front lines, protecting our country. Is that being irresponsible? Auntie Vuong's words stunned everyone around her, and they grew worried. Without stopping, Auntie Vuong's eyes turned bloodshot, tears welling as she pointed a finger at the enraged officer. We work 24/7 just to speed up food supplies. By what right do you say all our efforts are for nothing? The chief officer didn't hear a single word of Auntie Vuong's shouting, instead choosing to hurl a vile insult at her. You bitch! A subordinate standing nearby flew into a rage, rushing towards Auntie Vuong, threatening to teach her a lesson for her insolence towards the chief officer. His hand shot out like an unleashed dog, aiming to give Auntie Vuong a punch. Everyone present thought this might be Auntie Vuong's last day on Earth, but it wasn't. Nam Tu Thang suddenly appeared like a hero, swinging his arm and delivering a thunderous blow to the guard's jaw. The guard took the full force of Nam Tu Thang's gift, collapsing backward and instantly losing consciousness. The chief officer's face immediately turned pale. After delivering that loving punch to the guard, Nam Tu Thang stood protectively in front of everyone from the workshop, causing them all to break into relieved smiles. When Tu Lu saw him appear, she looked at him with eyes that said, "I could love no one but you." Nam Tu Thang then spoke up with a warning. "Chief, there's no need to get physical during an argument." The former mayor turned his head and guessed that the young man before him was Nam Tu Thang. The former mayor was shocked that he could defeat the power user behind the chief officer with a single punch. He silently wondered if Nam Tu Thang had awakened a special ability. The enraged chief officer glared at Nam Tu Thang and questioned him. "Who are you?" He then picked up a rifle, putting on a pathetic look as he aimed it threateningly at Nam Tu Thang. Nam Tu Thang looked at the chief officer, recognizing him from the memories of his past life. In his past life, this rotten officer had gotten rich off the war. He spent 12 years on the battlefield against the myriad races, became a traitor, and was hunted worldwide before finally being executed. This corrupt official's name was Lam Hu Tai, a name notorious for bleeding the supply lines dry. In the previous life, this corrupt official had resold various military supplies from the rear to the front lines. By the time he was discovered, the damage he had caused was immense. Nam Tu Thang deduced that the corrupt official was targeting Ingyapthan's processing speed for mutated beasts. He wanted to use Nipthan to slaughter more high-level mutated beasts and then sell the materials to enrich himself. Nam Tu Thang's expression was cold as he secretly formulated a way to deal with the official. But before dealing with him, he needed to exhaust his current resources. Nam Tu Thang spoke up. "Sir, there are no traitors here trying to cause trouble." Hearing Nam Tu Thang speak, the crowd behind him voiced their agreement in unison, indignantly questioning the corrupt official. Seeing the accusations directed at him, the official became wary, as this was all beyond his expectations. The chief officer looked closely at Nam Tu Thang, his mind racing until he finally recognized him as the deserter. He now had an excuse to counter him. Nam Tu Thang gave a cold smirk, seemingly unconcerned by his words, and said, "However, I've previously butchered and processed tens of thousands of mutated beasts in the training tower. If I were to die, the supply progress would only slow down." As soon as Nam Tu Thang spoke, both Lam Hu Tai and the former mayor were startled, surprised that he was also known as the Butcher. Nam Tu Thang continued, aiming straight for Lam Hu Tai's objective. He pointed out the characteristics of the mutated beasts. These high-level mutated beasts can already use their energy to interfere with the human mind. Nam Tu Thang also emphasized that no one in the training grounds of other regions could handle them. Lam Hu Tai's face was fraught with worry. Why would a deserter like Nam Tu Thang be so familiar with these mutated beasts? Moreover, his own guard had been taken out in one hit. He looked at the faces of the people around him and guessed Nam Tu Thang wasn't lying. For some reason, a calculating smile spread across his face. "If he's volunteering, that suits me just fine." Lam Hu Tai then approached Nam Tu Thang to confirm a military pledge with him. He laid out the conditions. If Nam Tu Thang could process the 5,000 mutated beasts he would send tomorrow within 1 week, his death sentence would be pardoned. And if he failed, he would settle both the old debt and the new one. The former mayor, worried, approached Nam Tu Thang and cautioned him. "Nam Tu Thang, that's a military pledge. Are you serious? If you don't complete it, you might be." Everyone around them was worried for Nam Tu Thang after that pledge. Tu Lu, standing nearby, spoke up, saying everyone could help him complete the task. Faced with everyone's concern, Nam Tu Thang reassured them and promised he would definitely complete the mission. He silently recalled that among the level 4 mutated beasts, they were a very powerful species. Not only did they have high defense, but they also possessed strong mental interference abilities. To Lam Hu Tai, those beasts weren't just supplies, they were extremely valuable, as they would earn him a considerable amount of money. But to Nam Tu Thang, those mutated beasts were the perfect materials for him to upgrade his own Asura talent. Nam Tu Thang laid out his plan. First, he would eliminate all the monsters in Lam Hu Tai's possession to level up his talent. Then, his next step would be to uproot Lam Hu Tai and his gang of scumbags completely. The next day, 5,000 level 4 mutated beasts were delivered by Lam Hu Tai. A fat officer demanded that Nipthan inspect and sign for them. Tu Lu approached him to sign the confirmation. The fat man raised his voice and read out the military pledge. Logistic soldier of the Nipthan branch, Nguyen Nam An, accepts the mission to process 5,000 level 4 mutated beasts. It must be completed within 1 week. Nam Tu Thang is a logistics personnel. According to wartime regulations, head of military supplies Lam Hu Tai has the authority to deal with this person. The suspect is accused of disobeying orders, inciting worker riots, and assaulting a superior officer. If there are any delays, he will be punished for multiple crimes. No report necessary. The fat officer wore a punchable expression as he looked at the Ngeep Thon group and Nam Tu Thang, then made a gun gesture with his hand, ending with a threat of execution. Hearing the subordinate officer read the military pledge, Tu Lu's face filled with horror when she heard the words execution by firing squad. The fat man sneered, assuming the people of Ngeep Thon were trembling like leaves, a stark contrast to their confidence yesterday when they agreed to the pledge. The fat man eagerly awaited the moment he could personally execute Nam Tu Thang. With a perverted and sinister look, he approached Nam Tu Thang, tapping the military pledge on his shoulder and sneering. "Believe me, I will enjoy that process immensely." Nam Tu Thang paid the pig no mind, reaching out to take the pledge. He then shot a terrifyingly cold glare at the fat man, warning him it was best not to say too many unnecessary words. Seeing Nam Tu Thang's provocative action, the guard's blood boiled, and he cursed under his breath. "Son of a bitch." The fat man in front just smiled and signaled that it was fine, turning to say that Nam Tu Thang was just a man about to meet his maker anyway. A while later, inside the Ngeep Thon training lab, Nam Tu Thang and the others were preparing to process the beasts. Tu Liu reminded him that these beasts were different from the previous ones. To counter these high-level beasts, they had to use anesthetic smoke bombs in large quantities to be effective. The uncle beside him agreed, explaining his concerns about the main ingredient of the anesthetic smoke. Since most of the main component had been sent to the field hospitals on the front lines, the reserves in the rear were low. The uncle was unsure if even the current dosage would be enough, and could only remind Nam Tu Thang to be careful. Nam Tu Thang, adjusting his gear, confirmed he understood. Behind the three of them, the guard standing next to the fat man seemed curious, wondering who gave Nam Tu Thang such immense confidence, since these beasts could all launch mental attacks, which even the training arena couldn't always defend against. With his pea-brain, he guessed that Nam Tu Thang's power was a mental type. The fat man standing beside him immediately refuted this, as he had used his own mental power to test Nam Tu Thang, and of course, he had shown no reaction to it. The fat man didn't forget to mock Nam Tu Thang, believing he couldn't possibly stand against those beasts, and all he had to do was wait to execute him. His face clearly spelled out the word pervert as he licked his disgusting lips, imagining the scene of Nam Tu Thang going mad and charging out to fight the beasts. He was certain that Nam Tu Thang couldn't possibly stay sane while fighting those level 4 beasts. In the end, he would feel nothing but fear until death finally came for him. The fat man clicked his tongue with a hint of regret, then a purple light flashed around his body. He smiled sinisterly, imagining that after dealing with Nam Tu Thang, everything he gained would belong to him. He looked at the guard with dark eyes. "The boss sent you to supervise. You know how to report to the boss, right?" The guard looked at him and confirmed. "Rest assured, sir. I will report everything that happens here truthfully." At the same time, inside the training lab, Nam Tu Thang had entered with the beasts that had been treated with anesthetic. Although the level 4 beasts' bodies were paralyzed, their minds were still very powerful. They exerted immense pressure on Nam Tu Thang. He felt a bit uncomfortable, but then grew more excited by the illusion they created. Not bad. The illusion created by the beasts instantly rushed towards Nam Tu Thang. As soon as it arrived, the red illusion quickly dissipated, revealing a skull monster that swung its powerful arms to crush Nam Tu Thang. He was slightly surprised and couldn't react in time. In an instant, the monster had crushed Nam Tu Thang's entire body. But everything that just happened was only within Nam Tu Thang's subconscious. And using his own mental strength, Nam Tu Thang activated his subconscious energy, plunging his sword straight into the beast's head. Then, all the illusions in his subconscious vanished. Nam Tu Thang charged forward from behind, leaping high into the air and using his strength to slam the monster's head down, shouting, "Get lost! It's just an illusion." After taking the full force of Nam Tu Thang's attack, the monster kicked the bucket instantly. Nam Tu Thang walked over and pulled his sword from the monster's head. His eyes filled with killing intent as he glared at the other beasts, taunting them. Suddenly, something unusual appeared on the ground below. Nam Tu Thang looked down and noticed many streams of dark power converging in this place. He then stood still, channeling his power to create a barrier around his body to prevent the beast's mental energy from invading his mind. Suddenly, a wave of mental energy attacked Nam Tu Thang's subconscious. "You're too tired. Just let everything go. Humans must learn to live more comfortably. Think of the price you've paid. Think of those who have fallen. Is all of this worth it? The myriad races are so powerful. How can you ever get revenge on them?" The words slowly seeped into Nam Tu Thang's mind. One might think this would greatly disturb him, but it didn't. Tu Thang reached out and tightly grasped the stream of power, trying to invade his mind. Nam Tu Thang pulled taut the stream of power clinging to his mind, then activated his own power, growling a threat to the beasts. My feud with the myriad races will be settled in due time, and the fate of humanity will be decided by us humans. After activating his Asura talent, Nam Tu Thang's internal energy erupted, surrounding his body with a murderous aura as he prepared to launch a mental assault on the monsters. Nam Tu Thang pointed at the beasts before him and explained that by activating his Asura talent, he could exponentially increase his physical and mental strength. This murderous aura was the fastest shortcut to upgrading his talent. Nam Tu Thang spread his hand, not to count his fingers, but to unleash the power of his Asura talent. After activating his Asura talent, Nam Tu Thang quickly counterattacked the beasts' minds. From then on, the effectiveness of the Asura power increased absolutely. The monster's subconscious and spirits could only cry out in despair. Meanwhile, in Lam Hutai's lavish palace, he was shouting in a furious tone. His latest transaction had run into problems, but his greed made him determined to see it through to the very end. A beautiful bunny girl with a smoking hot figure appeared out of nowhere beside Lam Hutai. She poured him a drink while cooing at him to play with her for a while. Lam Hutai picked up the glass she poured for him, his face grim as he sighed. Although he was sitting next to a sexy, long-legged beauty, his mind was solely on his business. The goods he wanted were becoming more and more urgent, and the situation wasn't just dire in Hua country, but in other nations as well. Lam Hutai frowned, trying to figure out a way to not lose money and even profit more. If his plan failed, all the mutated beasts he had prepared for so long would be for nothing. Suddenly, Lam Hutai thought of his fat henchman. The fat man was competent, but the price for his service was too high. He was no different from Lam Hutai himself, a greedy backstabber who could turn on him at any moment. And he also had to be wary of investigators snooping around the front lines. Lam Hutai raised the glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. His face remained creased with worry as he thought about his current transaction, wondering where he could find a stable place to process the high-level mutated beasts. While lost in thought, his phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. His long-legged companion handed it to him. Seeing the call was from a subordinate, Lam Hutai answered with a harsh tone. "What is it? Speak." The person on the other end shouted, reporting on the mission assigned in the military pledge at the Ngip Than branch. Before his subordinate could finish, he cut him off, assuming the people at Ngip Than had failed the pledge. And speaking of Nam Tu Thang, he just wanted to know if he had been dealt with yet. But contrary to what Lam Hutai thought, the person on the other end reported, "Sir, we just returned to the Ngip Than branch from another location today. We were only gone for 4 days, and they've already basically completed the mission." After hearing his subordinate's report, Lam Hutai's face showed surprise as he recalled Tulu's words. "Sir, the level of these high-grade mutated beasts is close to 4, which is already beyond our Ngip Than's capacity to handle." While the long-legged beauty beside him was making provocative moves, Lam Hutai was still in a state of disbelief. He immediately asked for confirmation. At the Ngip Than branch, the guard on the phone with Lam Hutai reconfirmed his report. Ngip Than had completed the mission of processing all 5,000 level 4 mutated beasts from the military pledge, and all 5,000 were finished by none other than Nam Tu Thang. Hearing this, Lam Hutai burst into loud laughter. One hand wrapped around the beauty's waist, the other holding the phone. He celebrated, as if he'd hit the jackpot, and asked about Nam Tu Thang's condition, wanting to know if he was still alive or had gone to heaven. The guard reported Nam Tu Thang's current condition. From killing 5,000 mutated beasts, he was now exhausted, but there was nothing to worry about. His mind was still very clear. Lam Hutai was now more elated than ever. He specifically instructed the guard to keep an eye on Nam Tu Thang, and if he showed any other strange behavior besides dealing with the beasts, the guard was to handle it. The guard immediately agreed. The fat man behind him was fuming, because Nam Tu Thang had completed the mission. He remembered that before leaving, he had used his power to probe him, and found absolutely no sign of a mental-type special talent. His mind was a tangled mess, unable to understand how Nam Tu Thang had done it. While the fat man was thinking, on the other side, everyone was bustling around, taking care of Nam Tu Thang's health, while Auntie Vuong shot a murderous glare at the fat pig. At this moment, the system displayed a notification panel. Talent tree content. Current Asura talent level is 5. At 5,000 over 5,000, 500. Unlock talent skill, Demonic Blade Alloy. Skill introduction. Adds 1 level of the slash attribute to a weapon, ignoring defense to a certain extent. Duration is 5 seconds. Looking at the attribute panel, Nam Tu Thang was secretly pleased. These past few days, his body and mind had both improved. Although he hadn't broken through to level 6 yet, he had acquired the first skill of the Asura talent. Nam Tu Thang tiredly closed his eyes to rest, with the aunties taking care of his every need. He sighed, thinking that in the future, if he could tame more high-level mutated beasts deep in the wilderness, he would be able to speed up his plans. Suddenly, Auntie Vuong spoke up with a determined expression. Humph. Comrade Little Nam really made us proud. Otherwise, Nyeep Thon would truly be looked down upon by certain people. Auntie Lai next to her agreed with Auntie Vuong's words. Everyone turned their gazes towards the fat man, criticizing him. It was clear they were exploiting Nyeep Thon and still acting high and mighty. Facing intense criticism, the fat man with the mental type ability was feeling uncomfortable being the target of their scorn. With his mental strength, Nam Tu Thang immediately sensed something was wrong. He remembered that his completion of the mission would make someone unhappy. The good news was that raising his Asura level had also strengthened his perception. The fat man stood in one spot, using his power to probe Nam Tu Thang again, and discovered he was a mental type power user. The fat pig felt enraged because Nam Tu Thang had cut off his path to wealth, and those subordinates dared to mock him. Only now did he realize Nam Tu Thang was not just a side character, and decided to investigate him thoroughly. The guard behind him noticed the fat man's ill intentions and placed a hand on his shoulder as a reminder. Hey, did you forget? As long as the mission is complete, the means don't matter. But breaking the boss's rules. You know the boss's methods. The guard reminded the fat man that no matter what shady business he had in mind, he had to wait until Lam Hu Tai was done using him before he could make a move. He reminded the fat man that there was too much residual mental energy from the demonic beasts, and if he still insisted on pushing his luck, it would be extremely risky. But all of the guard's words were like water off a duck's back. Right now, the fat man wished he could mince Nam Tu Thang into 100 pieces to vent his anger. He cut the guard off. Say less. I'll report to the boss myself when the time comes. The fat man channeled his power, and a stream of red energy moved towards Nam Tu Thang, aiming to probe and test his abilities. Feeling a stream of power trying to attack his mind, Nam Tu Thang frowned in annoyance. He clicked his tongue, thinking this was a perfect opportunity to test his Asura talent. Nam Tu Thang planned to let the fat man freely enter his mind. As soon as he penetrated Nam Tu Thang's spirit, the fat man's face suddenly darkened. His surroundings were pitch black. He looked around, bewildered and confused, guessing he had entered Nam Tu Thang's mental system. Normally, after entering a mental system, he should see a spiritual entity. But here he saw nothing but darkness. While he was scared and confused, in the distance, Nam Tu Thang began to act. The entity he wanted the fat man to see called out. The fat man jumped in fright and whipped his head around. Seeing that he still hadn't been spotted, Nam Tu Thang called out again. Over here, Nam Tu Thang used his killing intent to condense a spiritual entity, baring his teeth in a smile as he looked at the fat man. Seeing the entity before him, the fat man's soul nearly flew out of his body. The part that remained stammered in fear, realizing Nam Tu Thang was also a mental-type power user, something his previous investigation had failed to uncover. The fat man could feel Nam Tu Thang's killing intent, suppressing his spirit. He panicked and screamed, "You! Who the hell are you?" Nam Tu Thang controlled the killing intent, which began to wrap tightly around the fat man's pig-like legs. Then, the entity's murderous aura flared as it spoke. "Who I am doesn't matter. Didn't you want to explore my spiritual world?" Nam Tu Thang used that killing intent to attack the fat man directly, causing him to writhe in pain like a chicken with its throat slit. He cried out, begging Nam Tu Thang to spare him. Nam Tu Thang coldly reminded him, "I'll let you have a good look." After being tortured by Nam Tu Thang, the fat man's head began to bleed right inside Nam Tu Thang's mental system. Outside, his condition was no better. He seemed to have lost his mind, laughing maniacally while covered in his own blood. The fat man was like someone high on drugs, running around wildly and cursing Lam Hu Tai, leaving the nearby guards stunned and confused. The auntie's jaws dropped in utter confusion. Auntie Vuong wondered if it was because she had argued with the fat man earlier that he ended up like this. If so, she felt partly responsible. The fat man continued to act like a madman. The guard judged that he had probably gone insane due to the overwhelming residual mental energy. The guard worried that if he let this circus continue, it would ruin Lam Hu Tai's plan. He clasped his hands together and, without a second thought, rushed towards the fat man, coldly delivering a punch that sent him on his final journey. The fat man died without even a gasp, shocking and terrifying everyone around. After dealing with the fat man, the guard spoke up to explain. "My apologies for the scene. He was affected by the demonic beast's mental energy and might have hurt you all. I had no choice but to deal with him." The guard then approached Nam Tu Thang. Seeing his condition, he concluded that he had suffered from mental interference. The guard thought angrily of that useless fat man, blaming him for Nam Tu Thang's state. The guard turned and walked away coldly, reminding everyone to keep working. Someone would come to handle the mess here. As soon as the guard left, Nam Tu Thang broke into a satisfied smile. The system's notification panel appeared again. After dealing with the fat man, his rank skyrocketed. Current Asura rank, level 6, 5, 500 fifths, 500. After finishing off the monsters and the fat henchman, Nam Tu Thang fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw everyone standing around him, all overjoyed. Auntie Lai, standing beside him, waved her hand to announce to everyone that Nam Tu Thang was awake. Nam Tu Thang sat up, putting a hand to his forehead and asking everyone how long he had been asleep. Seeing Nam Tu Thang still in a daze, she informed him that he had been asleep for 2 days. Auntie Vuong shooed everyone out, telling them not to worry about Nam Tu Thang and to get back to their work, or they would fall behind schedule. Auntie Lai, seeing him awake, smiled and told him to eat something. Sitting on the bed, Nam Tu Thang asked Auntie Vuong if Lam Hu Tai had brought more mutated beasts. Auntie Vuong denied it with a sigh and told Nam Tu Thang about Ngip Than's current situation. Half of the people at the station had been transferred elsewhere to work, while the front line's quota had just been doubled. The 9th Defense Line campaign had ended. Humanity had been completely routed at the 8th Defense Line. Nam Tu Thang's face showed shock. The current situation was tragic. Whether in the sky or on the ground, the frontline army was no match for the alien race's monsters. Auntie Vuong recounted the details to Nam Tu Thang. Through her words, he learned that the son of Leifa, a promising level 7 super-powered individual, had his arm broken and was now clinging to life. Auntie Vuong sighed and shook her head sadly. The level 6 power user, the fire giant, had heroically sacrificed himself for the nation. Nam Tu Thang's face showed a hint of worry as he looked up at Auntie Vuong, thinking about the tragic situation on the front lines. Although he had predicted their defeat, he never expected them to be routed so much earlier than in his past life. Auntie Vuong added that the final verdict on the chief officer's mission had been decided 2 days ago. The fat officer who was killed was deemed to have been disturbed by demonic entities, so the Ngip Than training grounds would not bear any responsibility. Auntie Vuong's face suddenly wrinkled, as she had to inform Nam Tu Thang of something more important. Hearing the sad tone in her voice, Tu Thang immediately asked what it was. Auntie Vuong then called Tulu and the others in. Tulu entered on crutches to make the announcement. All staff members, including those who went out to provide support, have unanimously elected you as the station chief of our Ngip Than training branch. Seeing Nam Tu Thang's awkwardness, Tulu smiled and told him it was because everyone acknowledged him. Auntie Vuong also admitted her own faults and hoped Tu Thang would be more lenient with her in the future. Standing beside them, Auntie Vuong beamed and added, "That's right, we can't call you Comrade Little Nam anymore. It has to be Station Chief Little Nam. No, that's still not right. It should be Station Chief Nam." Everyone looked at Tu Thang enthusiastically, then encouraged each other to work hard. Tulu turned to remind him that the tasks assigned by the leadership were also much greater than before. Half of the station's workers had been transferred, and the amount of materials needed to boost production had doubled. According to her, people had been working without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Tulu worried about how many people would still be alive in Ngip Than after a month. After hearing the information from Tulu and the others, Nam Tu Thang thought to himself, "There can't be any change in the workers' efficiency. The only one who can work harder is me." Level 7 Beast Taming Talent, Level 6 Asura Talent. Using a combination of beast taming skills and the / attribute skill, efficiency will double. Nam Tu Thang sat lost in thought, trying to figure out a way to ensure that even with workers on normal shifts, the new work schedule wouldn't be affected. Nam Tu Thang smiled. As for the plan, first, he would drain Lam Hu Tai's resources dry and then deal with him. Now that he had the status of station chief, he had more room to operate. Tio Lu, unable to think of a solution, was indignant. She was about to complain to the leadership when Nam Tu Thang immediately stopped her, saying he had already thought of a way. Tu Thang's words surprised everyone. Tulu raised her voice again, worried about his health, thinking that the pressure of his new position was making him ignore his current condition. Nam Tu Thang remained silent, calmly getting out of bed and standing tall as he spoke. "I know you're all worried about me, but please trust me. I will definitely complete the mission." Nam Tu Thang's resolute attitude reassured everyone around him, and they responded with a cheer, vowing to push the work forward together. While everyone was cheering in unison, a black shadow suddenly flashed past the doorway outside. With his level 6 mental strength, Nam Tu Thang immediately sensed the abnormality at such close range. He narrowed his eyes. That speed, definitely not someone from the station. He hastily rushed out the door to chase after the shadow that had just passed. As soon as he ran outside, it had vanished. Tu Thang frantically looked in all directions to find it. While he was searching, a gun was suddenly pointed at the back of his head. "You've got some nerve, chasing me out here." The woman holding the gun behind him warned him not to make any sudden moves and to answer the questions she was about to ask. Nam Tu Thang was stunned, wondering when the girl had gotten behind him. The beautiful, charming woman with long brown hair kept her gun aimed at Nam Tu Thang and asked, You're taking orders from Lam Hu Tai. What's the quantity of the next shipment? Will they deliver, or will you pick it up? Without a hint of fear, Nam Tu Thang replied, You should be asking Lam Hu Tai's side about those things. The girl, sensing a lack of honesty in his words, raised an eyebrow and questioned him. Aren't you all in this together? And answer my question honestly. Nam Tu Thang noticed a distraction in her voice. He quickly channeled his killing intent into his hand, using his Asura talent to spin around and attack the brown-haired woman. But the woman was no pushover. Sensing Nam Tu Thang's unusual move, she immediately withdrew her hand. Then, she moved to dodge the attack and fired her gun directly at Nam Tu Thang's hand. Nam Tu Thang's hand met the bullet head-on, but it only left a few light scratches. Filled with killing intent, Nam Tu Thang reminded her that he and the people of Ngip Than were not accomplices of Lam Hu Tai. The woman observed him and, realizing he might attack again, stepped back and asked why Ngip Than was helping him. Nam Tu Thang, realizing this woman was on the same side as him, withdrew his killing intent, dusted off his clothes, and asserted that he wasn't helping him at all. It was merely a mission from a superior that Ngip Than was forced to obey. Nam Tu Thang stated to the woman that whether Lam Hu Tai was a parasite or a traitor, he was still their superior officer. Seeing that Nam Tu Thang seemed honest and righteous, the woman extended her hand, offering to cooperate, and introduced herself. I am Truong Vien, from the 2nd Intelligence Team of the 8th Defense Line Supply Division. Nam Tu Thang looked at the hand Truong Vien extended, observing quietly before coldly rejecting her offer. Truong Vien looked at Nam Tu Thang with suspicion, thinking he refused to shake her hand because he wanted to help the enemy. With a resolute expression, Nam Tu Thang looked Truong Vien straight in the eye and retorted, insisting that Lam Hu Tai would definitely be dealt with, just not right now. It turned out the reason Nam Tu Thang didn't shake Truong Vien's hand was because she only thought about overthrowing Lam Hu Tai, without considering the consequences. Nam Tu Thang's reminder made Truong Vien waver slightly, and she asked him what he meant. He seriously explained, pointing out that there were only 2 paths before her to eliminate Lam Hu Tai: assassination and internal whistleblowing. If Truong Vien chose assassination, and there was more than one target, how could she guarantee they would all be silenced? And given her status, a failed assassination would have enormous repercussions. Hearing Nam Tu Thang's analysis, Truong Vien felt like her mind had been cleared, realizing how childish and reckless her previous thoughts were. Nam Tu Thang put his hands in his pockets, approached Truong Vien, and spoke of the second path. An internal investigation would take too long, and humanity was already losing the war. And once rumors of infighting among the rear support spread, the front lines would see it as internal strife. If that happened, the fallout would be catastrophic, and the entire rear guard would descend into chaos. Nam Tu Thang imagined the elderly fleeing their homes in panic. After hearing Nam Tu Thang's logical breakdown, she sighed, shaking her head and asking what she should do. Let me handle it. Nam Tu Thang's answer shocked Truong Vien. Her attitude shifted as she approached him with a look of contempt. If even she couldn't solve it, how could a deserter like Tu Thang possibly succeed? Suddenly, Nam Tu Thang unleashed his killer aura, his power and strength multiplying instantly. His eyes turned a deep, abyssal black as he stared down Truong Vien, reminding her of their earlier confrontation. Faced with Nam Tu Thang's overwhelming aura and power, Truong Vien hesitated. She began to recall the information she had on him and the drastic change he'd undergone in just 1 week. This led Truong Vien to wonder, with a hint of suspicion, if Nam Tu Thang possessed an ability that allowed for continuous self-enhancement. Nam Tu Thang retracted his aura, cutting off Truong Vien's train of thought. He warned her not to act on her own, promising he would deal with the scumbag Lam Hu Tai himself. Hearing this, Truong Vien was hesitant but nodded in agreement. She didn't forget to warn him that failure was not an option. He had to succeed. Nam Tu Thang turned to leave, guaranteeing his success. Before he left, he told her to prepare the necessary beasts for after he eliminated Lam Hu Tai. Truong Vien was stunned by Nam Tu Thang's request. She immediately asked how many more beasts he needed, because his current strength was already formidable even on the battlefield. Truong Vien needed to confirm that he wouldn't harm humanity, and to be certain which side he was truly on. Nam Tu Thang turned back with a cold look, confirming he stood with humanity. But if they wanted to drive out all the beasts, his current power alone was not enough. Then he turned and walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Truong Vien. Truong Vien felt a pang of anxiety about Nam Tu Thang's actions. He was an unsettling man, but when she looked into his eyes, she saw no hint of deceit. And so, she had no choice but to trust him. A few days later, inside Neep City, Lam Hu Tai publicly praised Nam Tu Thang for the last mission. He was not only unharmed but had completed his task flawlessly. The man then encouraged everyone to work just as hard on the next assignment. While Lam Hu Tai walked and discussed the work, Tia Lu and Divuang were behind him, complaining about the rank of the beasts in this mission. Unlike the last time with rank 4 beasts, this time they had to deal with beasts nearing rank 5, a significant jump in difficulty. Tia Liu approached Nam Tu Thang, reminding him that he had been injured completing the last mission against rank 4 beasts. She asked him how they should handle this one. Nam Tu Thang, his face full of confidence, reassured her that they could take on this mission. Nam Tu Thang then signed the mission confirmation sheet, much to the delight of Lam Hu Tai, who stood nearby grinning. He began to calculate all the profits he would rake in. To him, Nam Tu Thang was not only better than the fatso who died, but he also didn't have to pay him a single cent. Plus, the intelligence agents from the Special Operations Division had been surprisingly well behaved lately, no longer causing trouble everywhere. In addition, the failure of the campaign on the front lines meant that orders for military supplies had doubled. He realized this was a godsend opportunity for him to get rich. The mere thought of it made him laugh like he'd hit the jackpot. He then walked over and placed a hand on Nam Tu Thang's shoulder, telling him to speak up if he needed any help. He also reminded him to perform well on the next mission. Nam Tu Thang ignored Lam Hu Tai's empty words and began directing everyone to get to work. Everyone shouted in response to Nam Tu Thang's command, enthusiastically starting their assigned tasks. As for Lam Hu Tai, after witnessing Nam Tu Thang's work ethic, he took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, remarking that the work environment in Geep City truly put him at ease. All these high-level beasts would become nourishment for his talent to level up. Nam Tu Thang activated the skill within his Asura Alloy Blade talent, then entered the chamber to deal with the beasts. The ferocious rank 5 beasts with blood-red eyes charged toward Nam Tu Thang. He immediately got into a ready stance and activated his skill. Then, Nam Tu Thang's sword began to radiate a murderous intent. As Nam Tu Thang charged forward, his Tula slaying points began to increase, and system notifications popped up continuously. Tula slaying points plus 1.5. Tula slaying points plus 1.5. With crimson eyes brimming with killing intent, Nam Tu Thang soared through the air, dispatching wave after wave of mutated beasts. Each wave was annihilated by his attacks, and as his talent level increased, another notification appeared. Current Tula level 6. Progress 16/7, 200. March 20th. Hung Ung Nation's 8th defense line. After 4 hours of brutal fighting, 800,000 soldiers were killed in action. 50,000 ability users perished. The front line collapsed. Nam Tu Thang continued to fight tirelessly against the beasts to increase his power. With glowing red eyes, he used Alloy Burst Blade and Tula Annihilation to finish off the beasts. March 22nd. Bakshuan's 8th defense line collapsed. 10 different alien races invaded Bak Bangshuan. 600,000 soldiers were killed in action. No matter what was happening outside, Nam Tu Thang relentlessly fought the beasts to complete his mission. On March 24th, the 8th defense line of Nam Bangjiang encountered the vicious steel-slaying race. In just one short hour, 500,000 soldiers were all killed in action. Meanwhile, Nam Tu Thang's skills continued to level up as he battled the beasts. He now possessed the Alloy Burst Blade. March 26th. The French defense line and Kawasaki's 8th defense line completely collapsed in just half an hour. A man lay helplessly with wide eyes, blood streaming from his mouth, as the alien races attacked. But his will to kill them all still burned bright. It was only then that Nam Tu Thang finally paused his skill leveling. He stood channeling his power, 2 streams of red and black energy swirling around his body. He muttered an incantation, aura fully unleashed. Tula! Converge! Causing the surrounding beasts to tremble in fear. This time, Nam Tu Thang's Tula had reached its maximum level. He activated the skill, Mortal Hell State. A crimson aura spread in all directions. The surrounding beasts saw it and began to back away in fear. Tu Thang's gaze was like that of the Grim Reaper as he looked at the beasts. He taunted them with a loud roar. Nam Tu Thang pointed his sword towards the beasts. His blade radiated an aura so intense it seemed to want to swallow everything. Then, a terrifyingly powerful force shot out, reincarnating all the beasts in an instant. Compared to the previous level, this maximum power was exponentially stronger. He stood atop the mountain of beast corpses, deactivated his Tula state, and returned to his original form. Seeing the blue crystal cores floating in the air excited him greatly. The number of cores he had harvested over the past few days was enough for him to tame the beasts once more. Nam Tu Thang spoke of Lam Hu Tai with a voice full of killing intent. As for Lam Hu Tai, he may have money, but he won't have a life to spend it. As Nam Tu Thang walked out of the training room, he saw everyone still intently listening to the broadcast. Currently, the only 8th defense lines still standing were in the Eastern Alliance, the United States, and Mao Nation, all of which were struggling to hold on. The Eastern Alliance had once again initiated a general mobilization, lowering the conscription age to 16. Nam Tu Thang, covered in wounds, stood listening to the announcement, already thinking of a new plan. The front lines had fallen much faster than he had anticipated, and his Tula talent was still just the power of one person. Di Vuong turned around and was startled to see Nam Tu Thang standing right behind him, having no idea when he'd arrived. "Supervisor Nam, you're done already?" That was fast. Just then, Lam Hu Tai approached, checking his watch while showering him with praise. Needless to say, he was extremely satisfied, as Nam Tu Thang's mission completion efficiency had increased dramatically. He then made a very tempting offer, asking which position Nam Tu Thang wanted to be promoted to. Nam Tu Thang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Without giving him any face, he said directly, "I want you, Lam Hu Tai," which startled the man. He stammered, asking again several times. Hearing his answer, the guard standing next to him broke out in a cold sweat. Only then did Nam Tu Thang crack a smile, dispelling some of his coldness. He clarified that he wanted Lam Hu Tai to go to the northern wasteland at night, capture a group of steel giants, and return to the Neep City training grounds. And he didn't forget to remind him to kill those beasts as quickly as possible. Lam Hu Tai, having just survived a heart attack from his words, was now somewhat relieved. He forced a smile and praised Nam Tu Thang for being decisive and having a good eye. Suddenly, Nam Tu Thang bowed his head to thank Lam Hu Tai, nearly giving the man another heart attack. He thought to himself, if Nam Tu Thang dared to mess with him, he'd send him to meet his ancestors immediately. Nam Tu Thang looked up, glanced at him, and smirked inwardly. With enemies invading from the outside and parasites like this man on the inside, death was too good for him. In the northern wasteland, under a full moon, Nam Tu Thang stood amidst the freezing snow in a cool outfit, looking incredibly dashing. He gazed into the distance, recalling memories from his past life. When the high-level ability users awakened, the myriad races launched their assassination plans. He reminded himself to act more cautiously. Nam Tu Thang looked at the wolf pack he had previously tamed and ordered them to bring the surrounding packs to him. Upon hearing the command, the wolves howled, as if relaying the information to each other. And just like that, thousands of wolves from the canyons began to appear one by one. He looked up at the information panel. Beast Tamer, pack level. Number of tamed beasts. Steel Giant Wolf, rank 5, over 1,000. Cores for taming, 100,000. Tameable beast level, 6. Cores needed for next level up, 270,000. Looking at the info panel, Tu Thang realized the number of cores needed to upgrade his beast tamer skill was also increasing exponentially. At that moment, Lam Hu Tai's convoy was passing through. The driver reported spotting 1,000 teleporting mutant wolves up ahead. In the back, Lam Hu Tai's grubby hands were busy groping the sexy woman beside him as he ordered his men to capture the wolves in a nano cage. A sudden noise from outside startled him, and he whipped his head around. His usual bodyguard looked out the window and muttered in fear upon seeing tens of thousands of steel giant wolves surrounding their vehicles. Lam Hu Tai was terrified to see the wolf pack when there had been no warning beforehand. He frantically ordered his men to teleport them to safety. The guard, sweating profusely, delivered the bad news to Lam Hu Tai. They could only teleport within a 1-kilometer radius, but the beast horde was at least several kilometers wide. They had only one option: charge straight ahead and break through the wolf pack's encirclement. That was their only chance of survival. Hearing this, Lam Hu Tai grew even more panicked, his face drained of all color. Without hesitation, he ordered the guard to do it immediately. Nam Tu Thang, standing in the distance, saw the group fleeing and knew his opportunity had arrived. He would order his alpha wolf to kill those 2 insects that had offended his sight. After giving the order to the giant wolf, Nam Tu Thang began to activate his divine beast talent. His skill spread throughout the area, bypassing Lam Hu Tai's fleeing convoy and heading straight for the wild wolves. Number of tamed beasts. Iron Steel Giant Wolf, rank 5, over 10,100. Cores available for taming, 10,000. Tameable beast level, 6. Cores needed for next promotion, 170, 0 over 270, 000. The people in Lam Hu Tai's convoy shouted out in joy when they saw the wolves showing signs of stopping. There might be a beast tamer up ahead. Lam Hu Tai looked through the window, overjoyed to the point of madness. He thought this was too good to be true. The guard was a bit skeptical, as a beast tamer this powerful had never appeared in Geep City before. But Lam Hu Tai remained cheerfully optimistic, thinking it could be a hidden master. He ordered the guard to drive over and get acquainted, saying it might be useful for them. Not about to let Lam Hu Tai get his way, Nam Tu Thang channeled his power and commanded the 100,000 iron steel giant wolves to crush their convoy, leaving no vehicle unscathed. Upon receiving the command, the giant wolves charged straight towards Lam Hu Tai's convoy. The people in the cars sensed something was wrong as they looked back. They figured the beast tamer had failed to tame the wolves, and now they were surrounded by the beast horde again. Lam Hu Tai screamed in panic, ordering them to use their firepower to suppress the wolves. The men in the cars stuck their heads out and opened fire, trying to protect Lam Hu Tai's vehicle by aiming their guns directly at the attacking wolves. But the number of giant wolves was overwhelming. The men struggled hopelessly and were bitten to death in despair. Other wolves used their entire bodies to ram the vehicle. The vehicle shook violently, and panic set in inside. The guard warned Lam Hu Tai to be careful, as they were in danger. Lam Hu Tai, scared out of his wits, ordered them to get him to safety. Then, suddenly, a black aura wrapped around Lam Hu Tai's neck. At that exact moment, another giant wolf slammed its body into his vehicle, sending it flying. But just before that, the guard had managed to teleport the two of them a few meters away from the car. Seeing this, the wolves began to howl, as if calling for more of their pack. The guard then began to use his own power skill, threatening the giant wolves that today he would show them the power of a rank 5 skill user. He then gathered a black aura and blasted it towards the beasts. Nano Cage Teleport. A group of wolves was teleported a few meters away, but another pack immediately moved in to attack. Lam Hu Tai, useless as ever, stood behind and barked orders at his guard. But since the nano cage was limited, the guard used the ancient city spear teleport skill. Then, he and Lam Hu Tai teleported to a designated location, but unexpectedly, Nam Tu Thong was already lying in wait at their destination. As they appeared, he spoke coldly from behind them. "I've been waiting for you. You're much slower than I expected." Hearing the voice, Lam Hu Tai and his guard spun around in fear. It was then that he took off his hood and introduced himself properly. Nam Tu Thang. Seeing him, Lam Hu Tai immediately suspected that he was the one who had sent the wolves, and slowly realized that Nam Tu Thang wanted to kill him. Tu Thang began to radiate an extremely powerful killing aura, confirming Lam Hu Tai's suspicions. He threatened the incompetent Lam, warning that if he dared to touch him, not only he but his entire family would die a horrible death the next day. Then, quick as a flash, Nam Tu Thang rushed towards Lam Hu Tai and grabbed him by the throat, moving so fast the guard couldn't even react. Lam Hu Tai, choking for air, still managed to call out to his guard. Seeing this, the guard began to create a teleportation portal, intending to save the scumbag Lam Hu Tai. Not letting them escape so easily, Nam Tu Thang unleashed his ultimate skill, Tula Dragon Annihilation. This skill condenses the spirit of Tula, using its aura to form a dragon that defends against all low-level mental attacks and controls space. Tula Dragon Annihilation disrupted the guard's technique, rendering it useless. It was only then that the guard realized Nam Tu Thang was a high-level ability user. Nam Tu Thang squeezed the bodyguard's hand until it was nothing but pulp. The man screamed in agony, but a single punch sent his head flying, splattering blood everywhere. Just like that, he was dead, right before Lam Hu Tai's very eyes. Seeing this, Lam Hu Tai was about to beg for his life, but before he could finish, Nam Tu Thang dropped him. He fell freely towards the ground, where the sharp, white teeth of the giant wolves were waiting for him. The incompetent Lam screamed in despair as he followed his guard's footsteps straight to the heavens. At the Ability Investigation and Survey Bureau, a woman in the shower sensed a massive surge of ability energy from the direction of Neep City. She was now certain of what she had felt a few days prior. The most powerful ability user had appeared in Geep City. The woman in the shower was Talan, a rank 5 ability user who could sense energy signatures. She stopped showering, got up, immediately got dressed, and prepared to report to the Ability Investigation and Survey Bureau. Amidst the biting snowstorm, the vehicles ground to a halt in a land of pure white. A calm voice rang out, "The doors are open. Don't worry, you can come out now." As the doors swung open, a pack of wolves leaped out, their sharp eyes fixed on the man waiting for them. Suddenly, the wolves transformed into friendly puppies, affectionately rubbing their heads against his leg. The man chuckled softly and gently chided them. "Hey, stop licking. I said that's enough, stop it." But one stubborn wolf still stuck out its long tongue, ready for another lick. The man's eyes instantly sharpened, turning a powerful, intimidating red. "Sit still. Now." His words were decisive, and as cold as a command from a mountain peak. The wolf pack flinched, breaking into a sweat. They obediently drooped their ears, shut their mouths, and immediately lined up in perfect formation. Seeing this, the man could only sigh and smile helplessly. "Honestly, what am I going to do with you guys?" The man looked down at the wolf pack, his eyes filled with satisfaction. His voice was gentle but full of encouragement. "You all did a great job this time." He slowly walked to each wolf, smiling as he said, "Your reward is a head pat. Don't be impatient, one at a time." The wolves sat there, their tails wagging gently, their eyes shining with anticipation, radiating obedience and pure joy. As their master patted their heads, the wolves couldn't hide their contentment. Suddenly, the man leaped onto a nearby vehicle, his expression turning serious. "Next, you have a new mission." His solemn voice rang out, "Head to the northern wasteland desert. Help me hunt for cores." The moon had risen high, its silver light casting a glow on his figure, accentuating his resilience against the fierce snow winds. The wolf pack howled in unison, ready for their new mission. The scene shifts to the Ngeep City slaughterhouse, where snow still falls heavily, blanketing the ground. Trong Vien approaches, her voice grave. "Nam Tu Thang, I just received news about Lam Hu. Yesterday, his entire team was annihilated by beasts in the northern wasteland desert, but the man just kept his head down, calmly munching on a steamed bun, as if he hadn't heard a word." Trong Vien refused to let it go, pressing on. "Was this your doing?" Still maintaining his indifferent demeanor, he gave a slight shrug. I just told him I was planning to hunt some mutated beasts." Trong Vien's eyes widened in surprise. "You can control beasts too?" Nam Tu Thang raised a finger to his lips, gently reminding her, "Shh, it's a secret I can't reveal." His words left Truong Vien even more confused. A moment later, after processing the story, she waved her hand, changing the subject. "This morning, I submitted all the evidence of Lam Hu's corruption. His assets will be seized soon." Nam Tu Thang finished his bun and said flatly, "Oh, good." Truong Vien smiled, offering a graceful invitation. "Either way, I owe you for this one. Let's have a drink tonight." But he, while still chewing, bluntly refused. "Just one drink? No thanks. I'm not interested in official matters." Suddenly, he stopped walking. Turning to look at Truong Vien, he flashed a sly grin, his voice low but full of meaning. "But if you really want to thank me, perhaps we can find another way." Truong Vien felt a little uneasy. She forced a smile and asked, "What way is that?" Nam Tu Thang didn't miss his chance, giving a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "I want to turn this place into the largest slaughterhouse in Ngeep City. One that can process 10, even 100 times more mutated livestock than any existing one." The bold proposal made her sigh in exasperation, but she reluctantly agreed. "All right, fine. The front lines are short on supplies anyway. The higher-ups will probably be pleased with this request. Leave it to me." The scene shifts to the next day at the fourth workshop in the slaughterhouse. Inside, countless carcasses of mutated animals float on the water's surface. Nam Tu Thang, having finished his work, stood with his sword in hand, his sharp eyes lost in thought. Converting this slaughterhouse to butcher mutated livestock for cores is really too easy. A bloody red aura began to emanate from him, creeping like shadows. With animal carcasses piled up like mountains, he looked down at his hands and whispered to himself, "With the capture of the giant steel wolves, the beast tide will soon be upon us." 2 days later, a system notification appeared. Beast Tamer Level 7. Number of tamed beasts. Giant steel wolf, 10,000. Cores for taming, 190,000. Next level progress. 170, 0 sur 270, 000. The scene shifts to the northern wasteland desert, where Nam Tu Thang's powerful voice echoes, "When the world is in peril, everyone has a duty to bear." Today, I, Nam Tu Don, invite you all to defend the northern wasteland and protect our blue planet. The system announced again. Beast Tamer Level 8. Number of tamed beasts. Giant steel wolf, rank 5 to 50,000. Cores for taming, 150,000. Next, level progress, 240, 0 sur 540, 000. The vast desert stretched out before them, filled with 50,000 giant steel wolves as the moon slowly turned blood red. Its cold light shone everywhere, a grim omen of the fierce battle to come. Suddenly, from a distance, countless giant yaks with blazing red eyes charged forward like a hurricane, heading straight for Nam Tu Thang without a hint of hesitation. Nam Tu Thang remained calm. He raised his right hand, from which sharp red energy radiated. His eyes were stern. His voice rang out, decisive and authoritative. Rank 6 Tibetan yaks, submit. Instantly, power radiated from him, forming a powerful ring of energy that pierced through the giant Tibetan yaks. The yaks' massive legs skidded to a halt, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Strange glowing marks began to appear on their bodies, a sign of their submission. One by one, the Tibetan yaks obediently prostrated themselves before Nam Tu Thang. He raised his hand high, his voice loud and clear. "You will guard the white bone plains and hunt cores for me. You are not to harm humans. You are not to attack the city. And you will always be ready when summoned." Hearing the command, the yaks quickly dispersed to carry out their new orders. Immediately after, the system panel chimed. Beast Tamer Level 8. Tamed beasts. Giant iron wolf. 50,000. Rank 6 Tibetan Yak, 50,000. Cores for Taming, 100,000. Next level progress, 74, 0 over 540, 000. The scene shifts to the northern wasteland, where formations are in place, with 50,000 rank 5 giant iron wolves and the Whitebone Plains protected by 50,000 rank 6 Tibetan yaks. Next, at Liachuyen Canyon, Nam Tu Thang walks silently through the battle, carefully calculating. I have 100,000 cores left, enough to tame a group of rank 7 mutated beasts from this canyon, he thought, his eyes gleaming with determination. The presence of these creatures was clearly different, exuding a much stronger aura than the wolves and yaks before. The sky suddenly seemed to split in two as a blood-red moon appeared faintly, casting a cold and fierce glow over the area. Suddenly, a giant ape with ferocious eyes leaped down from above, its claws extended. Nam Tu Thang glanced at it, silently impressed. Indeed, its speed is incredible, and its aura is powerful. Before the ape could reach him, he instantly unleashed a powerful aura and shouted, "Submit!" Nam Tu Thang quickly swung his arm, landing a powerful blow on the giant monster, sending it tumbling to the ground. He took a breath, greatly relieved, and muttered under his breath. Thankfully, it's still within the tameable level range. But before he could recover, a series of figures leaped down from above, the wind whistling fiercely past his ears. Nam Tu Thang looked up in alarm, his eyes flashing with surprise and caution. What's happening? He wondered, his body tensing, ready for anything. A heavy weight suddenly landed on his back, a deeply unsettling feeling. He spun around, his eyes widening as he saw the giant beast he had just defeated, roaring with its mouth wide open, radiating a threatening aura. Impossible, Nam Tu Thang muttered, disbelief clear on his face. The taming failed. Nam Tu Thang grew even more excited, his fighting spirit surging as he continued to unleash even greater power. Fine then. I'll beat you, then tame you, he declared, his eyes flashing with resolve. He charged forward, thrusting his sword straight at the four-eyed monster, knocking it backward. Saliva flew from its mouth as he let out a thunderous roar. Tula. Annihilation. A single slash from his sword struck the ground, creating a massive explosion that sent earth and rock flying everywhere. A system notification appeared. Beast Tamer Skill, Level 8, activated. Nam Tu Thang's hand emitted an even stronger ring of energy. A brilliant red light enveloped him, descending from the sky, blurring everything and filling the air with eerie cries. Suddenly, dozens of other ferocious apes appeared, baring their teeth in excitement. Hearing their roars, Nam Tu Thang pondered. So that's why the taming failed. Not letting the apes take control, he quickly leaped back to evade their ferocious attacks. So many rank 7 ferocious apes. Killing them would be a waste of energy. First, I have to deal with the boss standing behind them. With that thought, he transformed into a streak of red light, shooting straight up into the sky before the astonished eyes of the apes. In midair, his hand gripped a vine, his entire body radiating a killing aura. He looked down at the ape below and sneered. Not bad, in terms of raw power. However, another ape suddenly appeared behind him, clinging to the same vine. Nam Tu Thang shook his head, looking unconcerned. But what a pity your brain isn't so great. He spun around, causing the two apes to collide and fall to the ground. The ape that fell from the vine was stunned, then began to grind its teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Nam Tu Thang calmly held his blade and smiled. This blade is pretty useful. But before he could rest, another ape lunged at him from behind in a sneak attack. He instantly jumped, narrowly dodging the blow. Landing lightly, he said coldly, "It seems you still underestimate your new master." Nam Tu Thang moved at a speed beyond the naked eye, quickly repositioning himself to a more advantageous spot. When he stopped, he called out in a loud, commanding voice, "Come on out!" From the shadows, a colossal entity emerged, bringing with it a deep darkness and two glowing red eyes that sent a chill down the spine. Its voice, slow and sharp, echoed, "It's time for a change of leadership around here." Facing the entity, Nam Tu Thang seemed small, but his gaze remained sharp. Observing the terrifying size before him, he laughed mockingly. "The size is a bit over the top, don't you think?" The pressure from the rank 9 Ape King made the air feel thick. If not for the Tula power within him, he might have been forced to his knees by the heavy gravity and oppressive aura. He quickly unleashed his own pressure to fight back, mustering all his strength. Faced with the giant Ape King reaching its massive hand to grab him, Nam Tu Thang used his sword to block, the force of the impact sending a sharp pain through his arm. So fast, he thought, as the Ape King opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow him whole. Nam Tu Thang withdrew his sword in the nick of time, a thought flashing through his mind. "You want to eat me? I'm not that easy to swallow." A powerful, undiminished pressure erupted from his blade. He activated his Tula power, Burst Blade. causing the Ape King to shudder and retreat to dodge his attack. Even so, its pitch-black claws still came dangerously close to hitting Namtu Thang. Suddenly, the Ape King leaped into the air, causing a powerful tremor that shook the ground. Its punch shattered the earth, creating a massive crater. A moment later, Namtu Thang emerged from the crater, coughing from the dust as he caught his breath. But the Ape King's blazing, furious eyes were already on him again, promising the fight was far from over. Namtu Thang began to feel an explosive rage build inside him. Though pain flared from his wounds, he hissed through clenched teeth, his eyes glacial. "Looks like if I don't teach you dogs a lesson, you'll think I'm a pushover." His voice dropped, heavy with power, before roaring, "Tula." Mortal hell state. A crimson aura erupted from his body, growing denser and more terrifying with every passing moment. With a swift motion, he tore off his jacket, revealing a powerful physique, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He declared with immense spirit, "Activate!" A violent spiritual energy swirled around him, forming a vortex of power that spread everywhere. The scene shifts to the Ability Measurement and Investigation Bureau. An employee's voice, full of exhaustion, is heard. "Hey, sis. Are you sure your feeling from before was right? It's past 3 a.m. If this happens every day, how am I ever supposed to grow up?" The speaker was a girl with pink hair tied in pigtails, looking bored as she crossed her arms and faced the person opposite her. The blonde girl, engrossed in observing something, replied softly, "That powerful aura from before, my senses couldn't be wrong." This was Talan, a high-level ability user who could sense energy signatures. She continued, her gaze serious. "The higher-ups have ordered us to keep an eye on Geep City for a few days. Just bear with it a little longer." Then, she turned and gently reminded her, "And we're the same age, so why do you call me sis? Even if you haven't hit puberty yet, you can't be considered a child forever, right?" The pink-haired girl, unfazed, snorted. "Just look at those two huge things on your chest. The fact that I'm not calling you auntie is me being polite." The atmosphere suddenly tensed as the moon appeared from behind a thick fog. Talan's face turned serious again as she whispered, "Shh. It's here." She tensed up, looking around, and quickly gave an order. "Prepare for tracking. South of Geep City, Liachuyen Canyon." The pink-haired girl, Trio Ka-ni, immediately nodded. She pressed her hands together, creating a circle of spiritual energy as she chanted, "Boundless heaven and earth, all things exist. Observe the light. Understand the time." Trio Ka-ni, a rank 5 ability user who could sense energy signatures, opened her eyes. Her pupils transformed into the shape of a bagua, emitting a strange light. "Open." Back with Namtu Thang, he used his mortal hell technique to suppress the apes, creating a pillar of crimson light that shot straight into the sky. The force of his power spread out, creating a powerful shockwave. Namtu Thang's sword strike was so powerful that the Ape King could only open its mouth and roar in agony. A fatal blow from his blade sent it reeling backward. Namtu Thang had now completely transformed, as if he had become a true demon. His eyes were blood-red, cold, and bloodthirsty, and his teeth had become sharp, glinting fiercely. A deep-seated excitement drove him forward at lightning speed, like a crimson storm sweeping away everything in its path. On the other side, Tru Ka-ni suddenly fell backward, her eyes vacant. Tulan rushed over in a panic, catching her friend, her voice filled with worry. "Ka-ni, wake up! What did you see?" Tru Ka-ni's pupils slowly returned to normal, but her face was pale, drained of all color. Tears mixed with sweat streamed down her cheeks, and her body trembled violently. With a look of sheer terror, she uttered in disbelief, "So scary. He is the Asura demon." Namtu Thang had just unleashed a powerful slash, his eyes glowing with overwhelming power. He paused, looking at the Ape King kneeling before him, and asked in a cold, commanding voice, "Do you submit?" His body still radiated a powerful aura, making the air around them suffocating. The colossal Ape King now seemed weak. Blood trickled from the corner of its mouth, its eyes rolled back, and sweat poured from its brow, showing extreme fear and exhaustion. It remained motionless, its eyes filled with terror. Namtu Thang stood firm, his sword held steady. He continued, his voice a challenge, "If you don't submit, we'll fight again. But this time, I can't guarantee I'll go easy on you." The Ape King coughed, spitting out another mouthful of blood, but a glimmer of determination still shone in its hazy eyes. Namtu Thang looked at it, his crimson eyes gradually softening. He sighed, "Your spirit is not bad. It would be a waste for you to die like this." He lowered his voice, his arrogant tone shifting to an invitation. "Why not become my comrade in arms? How about we rule over all the races together?" Hearing this, the Ape King's eyes suddenly lit up. It fell silent, looking at the small but imposing human before it. A moment of thoughtful silence passed between the two who were once mortal enemies. The Ape King slowly raised its massive fist, and stopped it right in front of Nam Tu Thang. He grinned, raised his own fist, and bumped it against the Ape King's giant one. The excitement in his voice was clear, a man of ambition. At that moment, the aura around Nam Tu Thang vanished, and his face returned to normal. With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword and commanded loudly, 1,000,000 violent apes, hear my command. From now on, the violent Ape King will lead you to occupy the Lichuan Valley. You will acquire origin stones, but you are not to attack the city or harm any humans. The bright eyes of the creatures under his command followed his every word, always ready to carry out his orders. The moon shone through the mountain pass, creating a mystical and tense scene. Meanwhile, the system displayed an update on his forces. Level 8, Beast Tamer. Level 5, Giant Killer Wolves, 500,000. Level 6, Tibetan Mastiffs, 500,000. Level 7, Violent Apes, 1,000,000. Level 0, Origin Stone Beast Tamer. Level 7, Tamed Beasts, 170, 4 out of 540,000. Deployment. North Barren Desert, 500,000 level. 5 Giant Killer Wolves, 500,000 level. 6 Tibetan Mastiffs. Lichuan Gorga, 1,000,000, Level 7 Violent Apes. At the Special Ability Investigation Department, late at night, Talan was leaning back in her chair, exhausted but still thinking about yesterday's event. She said, Kani, after last night, I can still feel an unusually large energy signature. Just then, Triu Hani, while restoring her own power, replied, now that I think about it, the 24-hour ability can only be used once, and only for 3 seconds. You couldn't have used up all that energy. Talan turned her head, looking helpless. You know that's not what I mean. I was just thinking. It's possible the 2 abnormal energy sources from before belonged to one person. Hearing this, Triu Hani was shocked. Impossible. You know how long we've been investigating. The 10th ranked special ability user in the East has always been a position reserved for the mysterious clans, never publicly announced. Talan continued. But Tula appeared, and immediately ranked 10th. That's already an incredibly terrifying individual power level. Triu Hani suddenly realized the truth and sighed. You're right. I must be overthinking things. Alright, let's announce the list quickly. The system notification continued to display the rankings, drawing a lot of attention. New update. Ranks 1 to 9 pending announcement. Rank 10. Mysterious Man in Black. Ability. Tula. Rank. Unknown. Rank Elf. Lambangnong. Ability. Elemental. Level 8. Rank 12. Zothin. Ability. Spatial. Level 8. The next morning, shocking news was widely announced. A mysterious man in black had appeared in the Lichuan Gorge in Niet City. His destructive power directly placed him 10th on the Eastern Alliance's power rankings. This immediately sparked heated discussions. A user named Stand, Don't Kneel from the East, commented, the top 10 rankings are finally being announced. A few years ago, I only heard about Tula users appearing in the West. I never thought the East would have one now. The Tula ability is truly terrifying, killing to attain power, but it often drives the user insane. I just hope this person isn't from Niet City, because all the real men of Niet City are on the front lines. Another person added, I'd rather be a mad demon than someone from Nam Tu Dan's camp. Those guys always think they're the best. The comments grew increasingly harsh, showing concern that someone with such immense power could be a threat to the entire region. At a slaughterhouse, Tulu was handing a towel to Nam Tu Thang, reminding him to wipe his face and telling him his phone was still ringing. Nam Tu Thang took the towel, but before he could wipe his face, a sudden notification appeared on the screen in front of him. Notification: the American and Russian nations have been defeated one after another. Defense line number 8 has been breached. The female news anchor on television continued, to protect our homeland, the Eastern Alliance's defense line number 5 has fully activated the veteran recall policy. Nam Tu Thang, drenched in sweat, thought anxiously to himself. In this life, not only is the defeat happening faster, but the veteran recall has also been implemented sooner. He felt a growing sense of unease. Meanwhile, his phone suddenly lit up with a text message from his mother. The message from his mom read, You brat, if you have time tonight, come home for dinner. Your mother and I miss you. Nam Tu Thang felt a slight sense of relief and decided to go home. At his house, Nam Vien Son was busy cooking and said gently, My apologies, reporters. Tonight, my son and daughter are coming home. I have to make a few dishes to welcome them. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Taking off his apron, he smiled and added, If you don't mind, when they arrive, we can all eat together. The woman holding a microphone sitting behind him replied politely, You're too kind, sir. We actually just wanted to discuss the veteran recall issue. Nam Vien Son's voice dropped, and his expression turned serious. I'm done now. Go ahead and ask. Fong Lei, A reporter for the Eastern Alliance began to speak, with a live camera behind her. "Hello, Mr. Nam Hong-sun. We heard that when you received the notice about the veteran recall policy, you immediately signed up to participate. What were you thinking at that moment?" Nam Vien-sun answered seriously, "It was my duty. I couldn't refuse." Fwang Lei continued her questioning. "So what about your son, Nam Tu-dan, who has publicly refused to enlist? What are your thoughts on his decision?" Hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Nam Vien-sun's face. Just then, 3 people walked through the door. The woman in the lead, carrying several bags, asked, "Dai Hung, I just got to the neighborhood entrance and ran into Tio Duan and Tio San." When she saw the scene in the room, she was surprised. "An interview?" Nam Vien-sun happily turned to his wife and children. "You're all back. Have a seat at the table. I'll be right there after I answer a few more questions." She replied, "All right then, please continue." Nam Vien-sun turned back to Fwang Lei and said, "Comrade reporter, as you can see, this is my family. We haven't gathered like this in months." He introduced his wife. "My wife is a volunteer at the workshop." The woman who had just entered the kitchen was Tan Tuyet Mai, Nam Chin's mother. Next, he introduced his daughter. "My daughter is a rescue doctor, a special ability user. She is Tio Don's older sister, named Nam Tu-san." He then shifted his gaze to Nam Tu-thang, who was sitting quietly at the table, and continued, "My son didn't go to the battlefield, but he's working hard at the slaughterhouse, providing essential supplies for the front lines. In my heart, he is a good child." Nam Vien-sun looked at his son with pride and continued, "No matter what he does, as long as it doesn't violate his morals, I will always support his choices." The statement briefly surprised Fwang Lei, while Nam Tu-thang remained silent, thinking to himself, "You foolish old man." Suddenly, Fwang Lei raised her voice. "Mr. Nam Tu-don, the Eastern Alliance's defense line number 8 has fallen. We heard that many of your classmates died on the battlefield. Can you share your thoughts on this?" This stunned Nam Vien-sun. He immediately shouted, "That's enough. Stop pressuring him." Then, he turned to Fwang Lei, his voice cold. "Comrade reporter, when I registered for the veteran recall, I was originally assigned to defense line number 6, but I voluntarily requested to go to line number 7. That should be qualification enough, shouldn't it?" His decisive attitude left Fwang Lei speechless, stunned into silence. Nam Vien-sun continued to yell, "My son may not be on the front lines, but butchering alien beasts is also dangerous work. We provide the most supplies to the front lines. Isn't that a contribution? You don't report on that. You just sit in the rear writing articles. What is the point of the media?" At that moment, Nam Tu-san, Nam Tu-thang's older sister, spoke up in annoyance. "If that's not enough, you still have me. I just applied to be a volunteer healer at defense line number 7. Nam Tu-thang's mother refused to back down either, saying loudly, "And if that's still not enough, I'll go in my son's place." The room suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Nam Vien-sun said softly, "I apologize. Sorry for the trouble. Let's go." Nam Tu-thang's hands clenched into fists, his face darkening. He called out, "Dad." Nam Tu-thang stood up, looked at everyone, and said coldly, "I'll go with you all." His mother looked at him worriedly, her voice trembling. "Tu down. It's so late. Where are you going?" His sister couldn't hide her concern either, her eyes following him. Nam Tu-thang just lowered his head and replied calmly, "You all go ahead and eat. I have some business to take care of at the workshop." Tan Tuyet Mai, with a look of unease, asked, "What is it? Can it wait until after dinner?" Nam Vien-sun sat silently, sighed, and said helplessly, "Let him go. The boy has his own responsibilities. At least we got to see him." At that moment, Nam Tu-thang walked out the door, hearing his father's words in silence. The scene shifts to a primeval forest, where sunlight barely penetrates. The entire space is dark, with only the simple colors of wild nature. Nam Tu-thang, sword in hand, unleashed sharp slashes while running along a narrow path. He said calmly, "There's still time tonight." He turned around, looking at the scattered war elephants, and an idea sparked in his mind. Stopping in a wide-open space, he called out loudly, "Stop hiding! Come out!" Immediately, a giant war elephant appeared. Its power made the ground tremble, sending debris flying everywhere. Its long, powerful trunk swung down, easily felling a large tree. Without a moment's hesitation, Nam Tu-thang drew his sword, and quick as a flash, unleashed a slash of sword chi. The powerful slash cut through the tree trunk and simultaneously severed the war elephant's trunk, causing it to scream in pain, tears streaming down. The elephant raised its head, trying to fight back, but Nam Tu-thang had already leaped onto its head. He said coldly, "Today, I must make use of my time." As a powerful force emanated from his hand, it formed a red vortex of chi around the war elephant. The elephant's eyes began to glow red. Gradually, it felt Nam Tu Thang's taming power. He placed his sword on the elephant's forehead and commanded, "Go and tell all your brethren. Anyone who does not submit, I will cut down without mercy." The war elephant broke out in a cold sweat, terrified but unable to resist his power. It immediately ran deep into the forest to carry out the command without a second's delay. A moment later, giant war elephants appeared. Dozens of them, stampeding like a waterfall. Suddenly, a call echoed from amidst the elephants, causing them to panic, their eyes wide with fear. "Protect! The king!" Nam Tu Thang now stood firmly before them, a powerful aura radiating from his body, shaking the very space around them. He said loudly, his voice full of authority, 1,000,000 war elephants, hear my command." He held out his hand, brimming with power, his expression slowly changing, becoming sharp and cold. "Guard the primeval forest sea, gather origin stones, and always be ready." Instantly, a system notification sounded. Level 8, Beast Tamer. Number of tamed beasts, 3,000,000. Tamed beast level, 7. Origin Stone Beast Tamer, 0. Number needed for next level up, 274 out of 5,400,000. The notification continued to display important information about the regions and the number of beast species he had tamed. Deployment: North Barren Desert with 50,000 level 5 giant killer wolves, Whitebone Plains with 50,000 level 6 Tibetan Mastiffs, Lai Chuan Gorge with 100,000 level 7 violent apes, Primeval Forest Sea with 100,000 level 7 war elephants. Formation Master. Formations deployed, 0. Origin Stone points for formations, 1. Ability level, 1. Ability upgrade points obtained, 10,000. Current level 1 formations include Step Formation, Killing Chi Formation, Sword Chi Formation. Note: each formation requires a base consumption of 10 origin stones and can be stacked infinitely to increase its power. After reading the notification, Nam Tu Thang exclaimed, "The Formation Master talent tree has finally been unlocked. I need to level up quickly. First, back to the slaughterhouse to make some origin stones." Behind him, countless tamed war elephants stood firm. He turned his back, leading them towards the slaughterhouse in Gyat City, where shapeless corpses lay waiting. The system notification continued. Usable origin stones, 100,000 points. Deployable formations, 10,000. Nam Tu Thang read it while raising his hand to press a button. Enough to level up. I'll try the Sword Chi formation first. The skeletons of various beasts appeared, scattered across the ground, ready for the change. Nam Tu Thang closed his eyes and began to chant, "By the heavens and earth, let the myriad swords arise." As he chanted, countless swords of Chi materialized from the air, forming a powerful vortex that swirled in midair. He shouted, "Sword Chi formation." With his incredible taming and control, the Chi swords multiplied, forming a massive whirlwind. Each Chi sword shot down, piercing through the air, aimed at the skeletons below. However, strangely enough, no matter how powerful the sword Chi was, the skeletons remained completely still, lying there as if inanimate. Nam Tu Thang grew impatient, unable to accept the weakness of a level 1 sword Chi formation. The damage was far too low compared to his expectations. He couldn't just stop there. He was determined to increase its power. Instantly, he channeled his spiritual energy, his eyes flashing with a purple light, as he activated a new formation. He yelled with a powerful voice, "Then I'll stack it!" 2,000 sword Chi formations. With that shout, countless glowing Chi swords simultaneously overlapped, creating a heavy, oppressive force that spread throughout the area. Strands of spiritual energy formed a circle at Nam Tu Thang's feet, struggling to support the load. He knew that if he could just set up formations in all the workshops, the workload at the slaughterhouse would be significantly reduced in the future. While Nam Tu Thang was busy setting up the formation in workshop number 2, a cold, sharp voice rang out, "Overwhelm the weak with strength. 2,000 killing Chi formations. Activate." But Nam Tu Thang couldn't stop, continuing to push his power, activating one formation after another. An hour later, a system notification sounded. Formation Master System upgraded. 10,000 formations deployed. Ability upgraded to level 2. Usable formations: Raging Flame Incineration Formation, Tenfold Amplification Formation, Elemental Sword Chi Formation. The system continued to explain. Note: each formation consumes 200 origin stones and can be stacked infinitely. Next upgrade: deploy 50,000 formations. Usable origin stones, 0. After the successful upgrade, Nam Tu Thang felt a distinct change. However, he didn't have much time to relax. The sun had begun to rise after a dark night, its first light illuminating the space, making everything clearer. Nam Tu Thang was now sitting on the rooftop of a tall building, eating a bun while thinking, "It's morning. Time to say goodbye to everyone and head to the front lines." At the same time, Tu Lu appeared from behind, cheerfully calling out, "Good morning, Auntie Vuong, Auntie Truong." As she hobbled in, she wondered aloud, "The door's open. Don't tell me Director Nam was butchering all night again?" Sister Lai sighed and replied, "Ah, that kid probably came back to work right after having dinner at home yesterday. At this rate, how can his body take it?" Auntie Vuong couldn't hold back anymore and said angrily, "Isn't it all because of that shameless bunch of reporters and their news?" Sister Lai asked in surprise, "What news?" Auntie Vuong pointed to her phone screen and replied, "Haven't you all seen it? I watched the live broadcast all night." The dark circles under her eyes were proof of her sleepless night. On the phone screen, news about Nam Tu Don was attracting a lot of attention. The article read, "Nam Tu Don's father answers the call. Charges to the front lines of defense line number 7 on a sunny day. In the past, a daughter joined the army for her father. Today, Nam Tu's father joins the army for his son." The article had 4,509 likes. Auntie Vuong, seeing the comments online, fumed, "I have a son who has butchered countless beasts, while some people have hands only for typing. If you can't stand it, then do something. I really can't stand seeing Nam Tu Duan being such a coward. If I were him, I'd rather die in battle." 3,684 people liked this comment. Immediately, Auntie Vuong furiously retorted, "Then why don't you go die in battle instead of just spouting nonsense online?" A user named Rational Patriot commented arrogantly, "It's obvious his family spoils him too much. Useless son, heroic father." 2,813 people liked this comment. Auntie Vuong criticized again, "His family loves and supports each other, unlike an orphan like you." Tuliu, after reading these news reports, couldn't contain her anger and started furiously typing on her keyboard, seething, "These people are too much." Sister Lai looked at Tu Lu with concern and sighed, "Our director." Suddenly, a voice made the three of them jump and turn around. Nam Tu Thang appeared from behind them and said, "Perfect timing. I wanted to hand things over to you all." Tu Lu was surprised and asked in confusion, "Hand things over? Director, don't tell me you're planning to." Nam Tu Thang took the letter from the man, a sense of unease rising in his chest. He accepted the letter and began to read, his heart growing heavier and heavier. The letter read, "To Don, my son. By the time you receive this letter, your father and sister will have already set out for the battlefield. I know that telling you these things now won't matter. It will only make you more upset, more agitated. So I'll say it another way. Honor and glory are shared, from the family to the country, and even to all of humanity. Although I am a God-ranked chef, I am also a soldier. Don't you dare look down on your father, you brat, your sister either. Although I don't know what secret plan you're hiding, I know it must be something big, because ever since you were little, you were never one to back down from a challenge. Do as you see fit. Ha ha ha. You rotten kid, that Asuna on the ranking list is you, isn't it? Did you think that just by wearing a mask, your old man wouldn't recognize you? You've held back for so long. Now, because of us, you can't hold back anymore, can you? Don't pay too much attention to the voices from the outside world. In reality, most people have many sides. Son, when one person is shamed, the whole family is destroyed. Persevere. Don't let all your efforts be in vain. Your mother will remain in the city. Protect her in my stead. Sincerely, with respect, Nam Sun Hung." Nam Tu Thang was silent, not knowing what to say after reading the letter. He felt his father's affection, his determination, and his deep love, but also a lump in his throat when he thought about the battlefield that awaited them. Delu, standing nearby, saw Nam Tu Thang's expression and encouraged him. "Director, don't feel pressured." Sister Lai also comforted him. "That's right, Director. Aren't you the one in charge of the slaughterhouses for all the surrounding cities now? If the supply line to the front is cut, won't we all be doomed?" Sister Lai also gently advised, "That's right, you have to stay strong. We all believe in you." Auntie Vuong, standing to the side, couldn't help but say fiercely, "That's right, with Auntie Vuong here. If anyone online dares to talk bad about you, I'll shut them down myself." Nam Tu Thang turned his head, a hint of sadness in his eyes, but he still managed to smile. "Thank you, everyone. I'm fine. I was just pondering what everyone said. Didn't you say just 2 days ago that you wanted to rebuild defense line number 5? Tulu replied in surprise. Nam Tu Thang smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry, it won't affect the work at the slaughterhouse." The scene changes to the outside, where countless people and vehicles are gathered before a large statue. Nam Tu Thang stands in the crowd, his eyes deep in thought. "Dad, I remember everything you said. You once said that if I went to the battlefield, besides killing a few alien races, I wouldn't achieve any great benefit for the overall situation. I wouldn't be able to protect Mom, nor could I help the family. Even with a victory, without a clear plan, humanity will ultimately be defeated. I won't be able to protect anyone. The myriad races are non-carbon-based life forms. I can't get origin stones from them, which means it's hard to level up on the battlefield. Moreover, the enemy is getting stronger, and humanity can only try to protect itself. Without preparation, failure is the only outcome. Nam Tu Thang walked down the cold winter road, telling himself, to win, I can only focus on building defense line number 5. That will be the final battlefield for humanity and the myriad races. Dad, I swear, I will not let everyone down. 3 days later, at a bustling construction site, a voice rang out. Chief Engineer Nam is truly a genius in the field of architecture. A man in a blue shirt and a yellow construction helmet said cheerfully, the backup defense line No. 5, according to your design plan, is a steel wall 30 meters high, 10 meters thick, stretching 300 kilometers to the northwest, connecting 200 cities. Not even a tank could break through it. This is the work of the master architect, Old Lai Kong. Nam Tu Thang nodded and smiled in response. Engineer Lai, everyone has worked hard. However, this steel wall is just for show. It can't fundamentally stop the alien races. The real key lies in the formations, he said, his eyes sharp. To set up the formations, a large amount of origin stones is needed. Instantly, from the sky, red origin stones rained down. Nam Tu Thang stood there, observing everything with a determined look. System notification. Usable origin stones, 35 million. Deployable formations, level 2 formations, 1.75 million. Level 1 formations, 3.5 million. The location between Niet City and the backup defense line number 5, completely deserted, was the most ideal place to set up the formations. Heavenly fire, earthly flames, fierce sun and primal energy, Nam Tu Thang whispered, simultaneously casting the formation spell. A ball of energy gradually formed in his hand, glowing brightly. Raging flame incineration formation, 500,000 formations stacked per kilometer, arranged in a dense network spreading across the ground. Each formation acted as a protective shell, linked together to form a colossal defense system. These formations, from the Raging Flame Incineration Formation to the Elemental Sword Chi Formation, were layered like the thin fabrics of an armor, protecting humanity from disaster. Nam Tu Thang stood on a strange rock that had just jutted out from the ground, his gaze firm, his lips moving as he continued. Sun and moon traversed the sky, executing judgment on yin and yang. Each incantation he uttered activated another new formation, step by step forming a durable barrier between humanity and the enemy. One by one, layers of formations were stacked. Elemental Sword Chi Formation, 500,000 formations stacked per kilometer, deployed. Raging Flame Incineration Formation, 500,000 stacked per kilometer, continuing. Stacking 500,000 Elemental Sword Chi formations over 1 kilometer, followed by the Raging Flame Incineration Formation, once again. And so, the formations were continuously layered on top of each other, building an incredibly sturdy defense system right before their eyes. A system notification sounded. Formation Master has deployed 500,000 formations. Ability upgraded to level 3. Activated formations. Earth Thorn Prison Formation, Frost Freeze Formation. Increased formation range by 200 times. Note, each formation consumes 30 origin stones and can be stacked infinitely. Next upgrade. Deploy 5 million formations. Usable origin stones, 25 million. Nam Tu Thang finished reading the notification, his heart resolute, and stepped down from the platform. He continued. Currently, the level 2 formations have been spread over a 10-kilometer range. This formation is enough to stop low-level alien races. For now, there's no need to use origin stones for level 3 formations and delay my own advancement. I can wait for the second wave. Tonight, I will set up a 35-kilometer defensive formation line around Giat City, with 1.25 million stacked level 2 formations. Scene change to the next day. At the construction site, Niet Than frantically made a phone call. This is bad, Chief Engineer Nam. Nam Tu Thang calmly asked. What is it, Niet Than? Niet Than anxiously pointed at his phone screen. Look at this. The screen showed breaking news. Niet City has just activated the backup plan for defense line number 5. The outcome on the Western Front has been confirmed as untenable. Comments. Nam Tu down. That useless bum, wasting resources. Stop it now. Don't build it. The best defense is a good offense. Let's go to City Hall and protest to stop him. Lai Kong said in a panic. Chief Engineer Nam, public opinion is terrible right now. If they really cause a scene, Nam Tu Thang calmly replied. Engineer Lai, don't worry. Just continue the construction as normal. I'll think of a way to reinforce our plans. Lai Kong breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll listen to you. Nam Tu Thang thought for a moment, his eyes lighting up. This defense line was originally meant to lure the alien races into a trap, allowing them to pass through, let their guard down, and enter the defensive formation without knowing. By then, they would have no chance to counterattack. Nam Tu Thang thought for a while, then suddenly had a new idea to make the defense line more practical, refining his thoughts. He thought to himself, although my elemental taboo talent hasn't been fully unlocked yet, I can set up some formations beforehand, just in case. After a moment of writing, he handed the document to Lai Kong, saying, Engineer Lai, we can open a channel in front of and behind the steel wall, channeling water from the front and crude oil from the back. Read the contents and see what you think. Lai Kong looked at the document, his face momentarily stunned, then asked, You mean? Nam Tu Thang gave a cunning smile, his eyes sharp. Exactly. When all the alien races attack, the steel wall will be electrified and connected to the water channel. We'll electrocute the first wave. Then, when the stronger ones break through the steel wall, we'll ignite the crude oil and create another wave of fire. After hearing this, Lai Kong's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, This plan is brilliant. I'll head to the city center right away. They're probably in a bind over there too. As he spoke, he quickly ran off. Nam Tu Thang remained, looking into the distance, thinking to himself, Once my elemental taboo talent is unlocked, the purpose of this defense line won't be just this. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Usable origin stones, 90 million. Nam Tu Thang chuckled to himself. The origin stones collected from 2 days of slaughtering and beast taming were enough to upgrade to level 4. Without hesitation, he immediately moved to a mountain and began to release his spiritual power. Red streams of power radiated out as the formation was deployed. Win City, Ho City, Cam City, by Muilam defense line, stacking Bafei by Muilam million level high formations. The system notified him once again. Formation Master has deployed 5 million formations. Ability upgraded to level 4. Activated formations. Lightning Tribulation Formation, Undead Gate Formation. Increased formation range by 40 times. Note: each formation consumes 50 origin stones and can be stacked infinitely. Next upgrade, deploy 25 million formations. Usable origin stones, 15 million. Nam Tu Thang gently placed his hand on the ground, releasing his spiritual power, and thought, I'm afraid the next upgrade won't be completed for a while. Suddenly, from behind, figures were seen flying through the air. He turned to look and recognized a familiar aura, a powerful expert from the alien races. Not only that, but there was also the aura of a human talent. This is bad, he exclaimed inwardly. He immediately leaped down the cliff, running in a panic, fearing that the alien races were assassinating a human talent. The scenery changes, revealing a hidden clan deep in the mountains. Snow falls in flurries, blanketing an old complex. A desolate and cold scene. In this quiet space, a figure appeared outside a large rock. Just as the figure moved, a sudden explosion rang out in front of an old man. The dust settled, and the old man spoke. Tinha, why have you come out of seclusion 2 years early? Didn't we agree you would emerge in the year 20,000 of the He calendar? The figure before him, a young man with a powerful presence, was the clan leader of the So family, So Swang Hung, staring intently at the newcomer. The young man, So Tinha, the 307th prodigy of the So family, emerged leisurely from a cave. He replied, I sensed an extremely vast domain chi in the northwest border region. I had an epiphany, so I broke through and then came out of seclusion. Hearing this, So Swang Hung frowned in disbelief. The northwest border region? The spiritual chi there is very scarce. How could that be? So Tingha calmly explained, That's precisely what makes it so suspicious. He continued with a determined look. Therefore, uncle, I've decided to make a trip to the northwest myself. Hearing this, So Swang Hung advised worriedly, But I've heard that the alien races are searching for the ancient prodigies. I'm afraid you'll be in danger. So Tinha showed no fear, shrugging his shoulders and replying calmly, In the face of this great era, how can one avoid danger? If I can meet a master who can offer guidance, then this trip will be well worth it. With light steps, So Tinha leaped into the air, flying on his domain towards the northwest. Scene change. An hour later, So Tinha emerged from the mist-shrouded mountain. He looked up, unable to help but marvel at the crimson formations glowing from below. This formation, it's so grand. Could it have been made by one person? I've never heard of anyone so proficient in formations. Indeed, there is a hidden master in this northwest region. Suddenly, So Tinha's eyes lit up as if he had noticed something. At that moment, behind him, a strange monster with sharp objects on its body was charging towards him. What's going on? So Tinha exclaimed. It was Myriad Demon number 3578, the Armored Slaughterer, a dangerous alien creature. It lunged towards him, its sharp claws swiping through the air, but So Tinha quickly dodged. While evading the monster, he asked, "An alien race?" He hastily did a flip and landed on the ground, distancing himself from where the Armored Slaughterer was attacking. So Tinha was in a perilous situation. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, more alien monsters continued to emerge, catching him off guard. At this moment, he thought in panic, "This aura, they are all powerful alien experts. I've just come out of seclusion, and I'm already being targeted." The alien races truly hold a deep grudge against the old family clans. A three-eyed monster with a long mutated tongue, Myriad Demon number 1324, the Silent Giant, approached. It has discovered the 10th ranked ability Prodigy and is preparing for elimination. At the same time, the Armored Slaughterer continued its relentless assault, trapping So Tinha between the two monsters in an extremely dangerous position. In that moment, he thought to himself, "They're not using domains?" Unable to delay, So Tinha quickly brought his hands together, forming a seal. Domain, sword arise. Instantly, a powerful offensive energy erupted from around him, rushing towards the alien experts that were closing in. "Crimson Flame, Blue Spirit," So Tinha roared. "You dare to offend me? I will not rest until you are annihilated." He unleashed his full power, his sword strikes like lightning against the armored steel slayer, but his opponent's strength was still overwhelming. The scene shifts to a man running frantically between cliffs, muttering that this world has changed too much. The defensive layers are collapsing faster. His father has gone to defense line 7, and he fears even the chosen ones have their limits. In his past life, humanity's ancient chosen ones only appeared in the 12th year of the myriad races, rekindling hope. Thanks to their power, humanity survived another 8 years before being completely annihilated in the 200th year. The myriad races had already sent assassins to Blue Star, secretly hunting for the ancient chosen ones, waiting to strike the moment they appeared. As he thought about everything, he continued to run at top speed. His plans for this world were useless without them. He couldn't let them fall into danger so early. Meanwhile, on So Tinha's side, the situation was growing more desperate. He was facing the armored steel slayer, whose sharp pincers were deflecting the power of his sword strikes. The corrupted wave scholar also parried one of his attacks, sending So Tinha reeling as he coughed up blood, gasping for breath. "Damn it, I'm still not strong enough to deal with two powerful alien masters at once," he thought while fighting. And then, a sudden attack from the ironclad killer swung forward, along with a powerful punch from the corrupted giant, creating a devastating combo attack. So Tinha couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying, his body completely powerless, unable to continue defending himself. So Tinha spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly unwilling to accept this fate. Was he, who had just emerged into the world, going to die right here? The two alien masters continued their relentless charge, forcing him to quickly sit up, determined not to give up. "I can't let it end like this," So Tinha thought, then quickly bit his own finger, drawing blood. He said coldly, "Even if I die, I'm taking one of you down with me." Immediately after, his entire body vanished into thin air, accompanied by a resounding boom. "Run!" A massive explosion erupted from within the forest. Nam Tu Thang had managed to rescue So Tinha from the blast zone just in time. He quickly propped So Tinha against a tree, looking back at the thick smoke rising in the distance. So Tinha struggled to ask, "Are you the senior expert I sensed earlier?" Nam Tu Thang didn't answer directly, instead asking, "Are you all right? Can you still fight?" Hearing this, So Tinha stood up and replied forcefully, "With you here to help, senior, I can still fight." Nam Tu Thang praised him. "Good. I'll take the lead. You keep the corrupted giant busy from a distance. They are both top-tier assassins, so be extremely careful." So Tinha immediately flew off, responding, "Understood, senior." Nam Tu Thang advanced towards the ironclad killer as a notification appeared. Anomaly detected. Unidentified assassin. Eliminating. He formed a hand seal while thinking, "Ironclad killer, it's been a while. I was just looking for someone to test this array on." Swift Earth Thorn Array, Level 3, activate. Instantly, countless sharp spikes erupted from the ground, surrounding the ironclad killer. Nam Tu Thang snorted coldly and said, "As expected, a Level 3 array isn't enough for you." In that case, he shouted, "Swift Earth Thorn Array, amplify by 50,000, amplify by another 50,000. Frozen Snow Combination Array, activate." With that, he slammed his palm onto the ground, releasing incredibly sharp waves of power. More sharp spikes erupted from the ground, stabbing straight up at the ironclad killer. The monster couldn't react in time and was impaled, unable to defend itself. Meanwhile, on the corrupted giant's side, so Tinha was still trying to lure it away from the danger zone. But when he looked back, he was stunned and exclaimed, "Isn't this the long-range array from back then? But it's several times stronger. I never expected it to be this powerful." He continued to observe, wondering, but why set up a hidden array in the northwest region, hidden from everyone? His fighting style doesn't match any of the ancient families either. Who is he? What is his purpose here? The sharp spikes had now turned into solid, frozen blocks of ice. The ironclad killer was now completely frozen, suspended in midair. Seeing this, So Tingha couldn't help but marvel. It's completely frozen solid. However, that moment of distraction almost cost So Tinha his life as the corrupted giant attacked him. Nam Tu Thang looked up and warned, "Be careful, don't lose focus." The corrupted giant furiously slammed its fists into the ground, violently knocking So Tinha down. Where he landed, a huge explosion occurred, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Nam Tu Thang's eyes turned crimson as he clenched his fist. Tula, storm of slaughter. Without hesitation, he punched the corrupted giant directly, creating a powerful impact. So Tinha, still lying in the crater from the impact, thought in shock, Tula. Could he be the mysterious Tula, ranked 10th on the old list? Nam Tu Thang was calculating in his head. It's not often I get a real combat opportunity like this. Instead of killing it with one blow, it's better to use it to sharpen this prodigy's experience. His talent is extraordinary, but it's a pity he hasn't fully matured yet. If I could speed things up. Suddenly, he paused, thinking further. Wait, the amplification array. Besides casting it on a field, could it also be applied to the human body? So Tinha, now battered, spoke with difficulty. "I'm sorry, senior. I've held you back." Nam Tu Thang cut him off, saying coldly, "Don't move." He then used his finger to draw some kind of symbol on So Tinha's forehead. Confused, he asked, "Senior, what is this?" "A tenfold amplification array," Nam Tu Thang replied. After he finished drawing, So Tinha's eyes turned pure white. His face contorted in agony, and a painful scream echoed. "Ugh! So Tinha screamed in pain, but Nam Tu Thang stood by his side, encouraging him, "Endure it." Just then, a system notification appeared. Warning: the body cannot withstand a tenfold amplification array. Forcible application may result in the subject exploding and dying. So Tinha's entire body lay convulsing on the ground, nearly out of strength. Nam Tu Thang slowly withdrew his power, looked at So Tinha, and sighed. "As I thought, this amplification has its limits on the body, but a tenfold boost should be enough to save your life." The corrupted giant remained motionless after Nam Tu Thang's powerful punch, while he continued to look down at So Tinha on the ground with a disappointed expression. He thought to himself, "I wanted to give him some training, but in his current state, it looks like I'll have to handle this myself today." As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles, preparing to continue. Suddenly, a massive explosion appeared in the sky, causing Nam Tu Thang to look up in astonishment and exclaim, "Huh? This is..." So Tinha had unconsciously risen to his feet, floating in midair. His hands were clasped loosely as he muttered, "Domain, sword, activate." Around the corrupted giant, So Tinha's power began to stir, causing it to feel an increasing pressure that sent the monster into a panic. At the same time, the ironclad killer broke free from the large block of ice, shattering it. It swung its blade down from the sky, aiming for Nam Tu Thang. Nam Tu Thang immediately clasped his hands together, formed a seal, and said, "This is Thunderclap Engraving Array, Level 4. Instantly, a powerful aura pressed down on the ironclad killer, sending it flying through the air. Blue energy erupted fiercely from its body, but it couldn't resist Nam Tu Thang's power. Simultaneously, the corrupted giant was defeated by So Tinha's powerful assault. Nam Tu Thang looked at So Tinha and praised him. "Not bad. Now that's what I call combat power." So Tinha immediately knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and said gratefully, "Tinha thanks you, senior, for saving my life and for the gift of enlightenment. From now on, the entire So family will follow your guidance." Nam Tu Thang was slightly surprised by his attitude but replied, Get up first." So Tinha continued without hesitation, "Senior, you are the mysterious Tula. You set up a hidden array, and you wear a mask. You must be planning something major that must be kept secret, but the time isn't right for the world to know. You probably use the array to conceal your activities and avoid investigation by the alien races. As everyone knows, there is only one thing that matters in this world: fighting against the alien races. Senior, did you set up this array here because you intend for this to be the final battlefield?" This prodigy, So Tinha, not only had extraordinary talent but also a brilliant mind. He couldn't help but feel amazed at So Tinha's sharpness and intellect. Seeing Nam Tu Thang's silence, So Tinha continued, From your expression, senior, I must have guessed correctly. Dare I ask if your name starts with the letter N? Hearing this, Nam Tu Thang's surprise turned to shock, his eyes widening as he cursed internally. Holy crap. Seeing this reaction, So Ting-ha became even more certain. Combined with the unusual behavior of someone constantly appearing on the hot wanted list and looking at the scope of your actions, it's not hard to guess. Tu La, known as the Butcher for killing those on the righteous path. So Tin-ha continued calmly, the array, at defense line no. 5 recently, someone applied for a permit just a few days ago. To avoid being tracked, I won't go into detail, senior. After saying this, So Tin-ha added humbly, of course, all of this is just my speculation based on intuition. If I'm wrong, please don't blame me, senior. Nam Tu Thang stared at So Ting-ha, his eyes filled with astonishment, as if looking at a demon. He thought, it's like this guy has a camera installed on my head. Plus, his eloquence is flawless. Weren't all the prodigies supposed to be in seclusion before their debut? How does he know so much? Seeing Nam Tu Thang's lack of rebuttal, So Tin-ha humbly continued. Actually, although I was in seclusion for 10 years, it's not like I didn't use the internet or watch TV. At this point, Nam Tu Thang felt he couldn't argue anymore and sighed, replying, ha, you win. So Tin-ha patted his chest and said sincerely, senior, I, So Tin-ha, will lead the So family to reinforce defense line number 7. Firstly, it's my personal wish, and secondly, it will buy you more time to prepare for your grand plan. After hearing this, Nam Tu Thang looked at him in silence, deeply impressed. He thought, so there really is someone like this in the world, extremely intelligent, a true genius. After a moment of silence, Nam Tu Thang patted So Tin-ha's shoulder and replied, thank you, Tin-ha, I really do need the time. But the front line is several times more dangerous than here. I hope you can survive alongside me. So Tin-ha suddenly interrupted, holding a finger to his lips. Shh, I understand what you mean. I will definitely survive, and I will protect everyone's lives. Nam Tu Thang fell silent for a moment, thinking, Dad, little sister. Then, he spoke again. Ting-ha, take me to the So family's residence. Before you all head to the front lines, let me help you set up an amplification array. So Tin-ha replied, thank you, senior. As they were flying through the air, So Tin-ha spoke up again. Oh, right, senior. I actually have a little sister. Although she's mute, she has a pretty good spatial teleportation ability. After the amplification, I'll have her stay by your side. I hope she can be of some use. Just then, a notification board suddenly appeared, displaying the latest news that caught both their attention. So family prodigy, So Tin-ha, has emerged and counter-killed an alien assassin. 10 points. C rank, corrupted giant corpse. Rank on the anomaly list rises to #9. Mysterious array master counter-kills alien assassin. 10 points. Ironclad killer. Rank on the anomaly list rises to #8. So Tin-ha leads the So family to reinforce defense line number 7. The scene on the bustling street became chaotic as passers-by recognized the prodigy's presence. Murmurs spread everywhere. My God, is that the legendary ancient prodigy? Soldiers ride in cars, high-ranking officers fly planes, but they just fly directly. At this speed, they might reach the front lines before the last batch of veterans. Another person chimed in. I've only ever seen a scene like this in the Myriad Races Chronicle novels. With the prodigies joining the battle, we'll surely be able to push back the alien races. This was the square of Du Tengip City. Meanwhile, So Tin-ha stood before Nam Tu Thang and said seriously, Senior, my little sister, So Thien. I'm entrusting her to you. I'm sure she'll be able to assist you. Nam Tu Thang, who was currently munching on a bun, was speechless, feeling a bit surprised. He said little sister, and it really is a little sister. He asked again, slightly surprised. So Tin-ha, are you sure you want me to look after her for you? Just as he asked, the cute little girl with garlic clove hair buns in front of him, sucking on a lollipop, looked at him with sparkling eyes. She was So Tin-ha's little sister, So Thien. Suddenly, from the side, 2 people were sneering at Nam Tu Thang. They saw the prodigy, then looked at him, feeling it was truly bad luck. One said, and he still has the nerve to be here trying to sweet-talk a child. Exactly. Humph, that one has talent and courage. What does this guy have? Hearing this, So Thien frowned and pointed a finger at the old couple who were talking. A stream of dark energy shot out from the finger holding the lollipop. A moment later, the old couple was sucked towards Nam Tu Thang. He looked at them, his face dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Suddenly, a panicked scream rang out. Someone help! 2 people have fallen into the manure pit. Nam Tu Thang was startled, thinking, was that So Thien? He quickly recalled the ranking list and found her name. Hasanon. anomaly with level 8 element. Hason 2, So Thean, anomaly with level 8 space. Nam Tu Thang immediately beamed and eagerly shook the little girl's hand, saying politely, So Thean, my apologies for my rudeness. The girl happily shook his hand back, replying succinctly, Nam Tu Thang thought to himself, with her by my side, I can save a lot of travel time. I can not only take over all of Du Ta Trung's work at Defense Line No. 5, but this way, I won't need to find a cover job for my undead summoning either. His gaze froze as he recalled past images, then looked at the system panel before him. System panel, undead summoning. Anomaly level, level 0 initial. Upgrade condition, 100,000 undead souls. Available origin stones for summoning, 9.5 million. Number of undead summoned, 0. He chuckled to himself. My fourth talent, undead summoning, is finally activating. Nam Tu Thang was overjoyed, ready to face the challenges ahead. The scene in the alley became lively as a loud voice exclaimed, What? You're saying you want to take over all the butchering work for all 200 cities on Defense Line? Number 5? The academy head couldn't believe his ears and continued with difficulty. How is that possible? Not to mention the massive workload, the distances are also incredibly far. Nam Tu Thang stood silently, leaning against the wall, in no hurry to answer. Then, he raised a finger to his lips. Shh, I already have a solution for those problems. You just need to help me get registered with the management. Hearing this, the academy head replied softly, There's certainly no problem with the application. Besides, the large number of butchers in the cities is indeed creating pressure. It's just that. Satisfied with the answer, Nam Tu Thang turned to leave, waving his hand and saying, Then I'll have to thank you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be going. The academy head stood there, frowning thoughtfully as she watched him leave. She thought, It seems his abilities are much stronger than before. He doesn't seem like someone who's afraid of death at all. But why does he want to fight so fiercely in the rear guard, instead of charging to the front lines? As for Nam Tu Thang, he was calculating in his head, with the large amount of origin stones from butchering, plus So Thien's teleportation ability, I believe the next upgrades and arrangements will be much faster than before. After thinking, he turned to So Thien and said, Let's go, So Thien. The little girl, still sucking on her lollipop, happily raised her finger glowing with dark energy, and replied, The scene changes to a barren wasteland, where Nam Tu Thang and So Thien have appeared among a pack of wolves. The little girl was stroking the thick fur of a wolf, while Nam Tu Thang looked pleased at the origin stones the wolves had brought back. He praised them. Well done, keep up the good work. The system also announced, origin stones, 99.5 million. Undead summoning, anomaly level, level 1 initial. Anomaly upgrade condition, 100,000 undead souls. Exchangeable origin stones, 99.5 million. Number of undead, summoned, 1. Nam Tu Thang looked at the system notification, saw that he had enough spirit stones, and smiled. He thought to himself, It's time for my first undead summon. He turned to So Thien and called out, So Thien, let's go. To the Qinling Mountains, about 100 kilometers from here. The little girl turned around in surprise, reluctant to leave the wolf's warm fur, but still raised her dark energy-infused finger. A moment later, the two of them vanished into thin air, much to the confusion of the wolves. A moment later, they reappeared on a precarious cliff. Nam Tu Thang exclaimed in surprise, This isn't the Qinling Mountains. Did you teleport to the wrong place, kid? Nam Tu Thang looked down at the little girl and thought, So her teleportation has a range limit. After the boost, the distance of a single teleportation is only within 100 kilometers. Huh? So Thien was still concentrating on teleporting. A moment later, the two of them appeared on a mountain ridge named Qinling. Nam Tu Thang immediately reminded her, So Thien, first, go find a safe place. But when he looked down, her small figure had already vanished. He couldn't help but feel speechless. She's certainly smarter than her brother. He let out a sigh and then got serious about the task of summoning the undead. From the ground, an undead spirit rose up behind Nam Tu Thang. Awaken, soul of the great Qin. As he finished speaking, a red aura emanated from beneath his feet. All around, blue energy began to gather towards his red circle. Nam Tu Thang looked over in alarm, feeling that something was wrong. At that moment, an undead spirit appeared, holding a sword, and roared, How audacious! Who dares disturb the souls here? The system quickly announced, Summoning undead. Tan Vuong Danxing, level 10 undead. Current level insufficient for summoning. Nam Tu Thang quickly gripped the hilt of his sword, thinking anxiously, He's been dead for thousands of years and still possesses such a powerful aura. Is this an emperor-level undead? I wonder if I can reason with him. He took a deep breath and drew his sword, speaking politely, Senior, a great disaster is upon us. This junior wishes to borrow your soldiers. Tan Vuong Dongqing gripped his own sword tightly and shouted, Insolence! How can my soldiers be controlled by a little demon like you? As he spoke, he drew his blade. Then, he swung his sword with great force, shouting again, If you want to use my soldiers, you must first show me what you're capable of. Nam Tu Thang quickly jumped back to dodge. His eyes had now transformed as he replied, If that's the case, then this junior will have to be impolite. He shouted, To la form, open. Tan Vuong Duan Qin said arrogantly, I unified the 6 kingdoms. What have I not seen? A wet behind the ears brat like you dares to show off in front of me? Then, the 2 sword energies, one from a man and one from a spirit, clashed, creating a powerful shockwave. Nam Tu Thang was sweating profusely but still replied defiantly, If you've never seen it, then we'll have to fight to find out. Tan Vuong Duan Qin grew even angrier, shouting, Insolent, arrogant. Nam Tu Thang didn't flinch and continued, Tula, dragon kill. He unleashed another powerful sword strike down towards Tan Vuong Duan Qin. Tan Vuong Duan Qin sneered, You dare call this a dragon kill? Let me show you what a true dragon kill is. As he finished speaking, he created the form of a giant true dragon behind him and said arrogantly, Supreme ruler of the 9 and 5, true dragon annihilation. The true dragon opened its massive maw and charged towards Nam Tu Thang. Nam Tu Thang quickly shouted, Tula, demon kill. Instantly, countless powerful alien figures appeared behind him. However, these figures were quickly obliterated by a single snap of the true dragon's jaws. Nam Tu Thang gritted his teeth in worry. No wonder he's an emperor-level undead. Tu La Ma. Suddenly, a giant skeleton emerged from the ground, emitting an ominous dark aura. The skeleton lunged towards the true dragon, sending dirt and rocks flying. Tan Vuong Duan Qin remained dismissive. Just a parlor trick. Nam Tu Thang smiled confidently. Is that so? A moment later, the true dragon was corrupted by the red aura of the giant skeleton. Tan Vuong Duan Qin exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Nam Tu Thang seized the opportunity to deliver an incredibly powerful strike, saying, My apologies, senior. Tan Vuong Duan Qin was struck by the sword and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Nam Tu Thang continued to swing his sword, delivering another blow. Tan Vuong Duan Qin quickly raised his hand to stop him, shouting, Stop! 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 If we continue fighting, the Imperial Mausoleum will be destroyed. Hearing this, Nam Tu Thang sheathed his sword and replied, Thank you, senior. Tan Vuong Duan Qin sighed and said, All right, you've won. But how many years have I been asleep? Before borrowing the soldiers, the man and the spirit stood facing each other. He continued, First, tell me the whole story from the beginning. After a long explanation, Tan Vuong Duan Qin finally took out an object. He handed it to Nam Tu Thang and said, In this time of crisis for our generation, what reason do we elders have not to lend a hand? This is the Tiger Tally. Combined with your power, summoning the Qin generals will be much easier. Nam Tu Thang received it with both hands, saying, Thank you, senior. At that moment, strands of blue spiritual energy emanated from the Tiger Tally. He continued, Generals and soldiers of Qin, hear my command. Foreign enemies are invading. Let us protect our homeland together. These strands of spiritual energy grew stronger, spreading out and forming a vast space. A resounding cry echoed, Great Feng! Great Feng! In front of Nam Tu Thang, countless luminous human figures began to rise from the ground. The system quickly announced, Summoning Undead, Anomaly Level, Level 3, Summoning Undead, 10 million Qin soldiers. Undead trait. Undead are immortal and can be infinitely resurrected. Condition for annihilation. An N-level undead will die if killed N times consecutively within 1 minute, leading to annihilation. The system continued. Anomaly upgrade condition. Summon 40 million living dead. Current origin stones, 80. 9.5 million. At this moment, colored orbs appeared around Nam Tu Thang, forming a circle. Each orb bore a character: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, void, dark, wind, lightning, light. He said joyfully, The talent tree, Elemental Forbidden Spell, is finally complete. A notification board appeared. Elemental Forbidden Spell, Level 1, Initial. Talent. Possesses all 10 Elemental Forbidden Spells. The higher the level, the stronger the power. Borrows the power of heaven and earth, multiplying its might. Cost. 1 forbidden spell costs 10,000 origin stones but can be stacked infinitely. Upgrade. Use 100 forbidden spells. In the forest, countless creatures were now flying in the sky. Nam Tu Thang was alarmed, thinking, This is bad. The alien races might be assassinating the ancient prodigies. and they're in two opposite directions. If I have to rescue them both at the same time, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it alone. Suddenly, Tan Vuong Doan Ching called out, Vuong Tien, Mong Diem. Immediately, two undead generals appeared and replied in unison, Your servant is here. Tan Vuong Doan Chin commanded, I order you to go and annihilate the alien races. Seeing this, Nam Tu Thang spoke up. Then, may I ask the seniors to head east, while I take care of the west. Then, he shouted loudly, So Thien, teleport. The scenery changed instantly, to a wasteland 200 kilometers east of the Qin Mausoleum. Here, countless powerful aliens were charging forward, their roars echoing, Meow meow. I just want to go to the Qin Mausoleum and see who caused those undead to make such a loud noise. A young man was struggling against the aliens, trying to use his small threads of power to fend them off. This young man was Tu Truong Ka, the prodigy of the Tu family, a renowned ghost tamer. His small red threads wrapped around the aliens as Tu Truong Ka controlled them and shouted, I'll kill your entire army. But the aliens, far from being scared, charged forward even more aggressively. Tu Truong Ka had to jump aside to dodge, saying in frustration, There aren't enough of me. You guys, meow, could you cooperate a little? Suddenly, an alien's arm was caught by the red thread. Tu Truong Ta said, Don't be afraid, he's your brother, so he won't kill you. At that moment, two aliens stood facing each other. The red-headed alien didn't hesitate to swing its sword at the blue alien. Tu Truong Ka exclaimed in shock, You old geezers, you aliens really have no humanity at all. You'd strike down your own brother just like that? The blue alien didn't hesitate either, immediately launching a counterattack against the red-headed one. Tu Truong Ka shook his head in worry. It's fine, your skin is thick, no need to be afraid of getting cut. Show me what you've got, cut him down for me. The two aliens fought fiercely, with Tu Truong Cha supporting the blue one from behind. Suddenly, another alien attacked, Tu Truong Ka from behind. He quickly swung his red threads to dodge. Meanwhile, the blue alien charged towards the red-headed one again. Suddenly, a terrifying blast of power from the red-headed alien sent Tu Truong Ka flying. He cried out in panic, Damn it, how can I fight four of them with only two hands? The sharp blade of the red-headed alien swung up, creating a ferocious wave of energy. Tu Truong Ka thought, his anger boiling, At worst, we'll all die together. You bastards, don't think you can get anything from me. Suddenly, a sword flashed, blocking the alien's sharp blade. Tu Truong Ka looked up and was completely stunned to see a familiar figure. This is... Tan Vuong Don Ching appeared, standing protectively in front of him, and said calmly, Junior, I have come to save you as requested. Tu Truong Te exclaimed in shock, It's Qin Shi Huang. Tan Vuong Don Chin raised his sword, creating a powerful aura, and commanded, Get up, let's finish this quickly. Although Tu Truong Cha was still reeling from the Emperor's sudden appearance, he said gratefully, Even though I'm a bit overwhelmed, thank you very much, Senior. Tan Vuong Don Ching looked at the aliens charging recklessly towards them and sighed, lamenting, So these are the aliens disturbing the homeland of my descendants. In that case, kill them without mercy. Immediately after, a general appeared from behind, obliterating an alien with a single powerful blow. The other generals also attacked in unison, swiftly dealing with each alien. Scene change. In the sky, swarms of aliens were flocking towards the forest. In a wasteland 200 kilometers west of the Qin Mausoleum, two people stood back to back. The young man warned anxiously, Tan Tuoi, in a moment, I'll hold the aliens back. You take the chance to escape. This young man was the Tan family's prodigy, Tan An, a plant spirit summoner. The girl next to him was his sister, Tan Tuoi, also a plant spirit summoner. She replied resolutely, Brother, if we go together. If we die together. In front of them, a horde of aliens was charging. Tan An said worriedly, Tuoi Tuoi, please listen to me. He placed his hand on the ground and shouted, Plant spirit, summon! A forest of ancient trees rose from the ground, their roots wrapping around the aliens' legs, restraining them. Tan An quickly turned around and shouted at his sister, Quick, run! But it was too late. A red alien suddenly broke free from the barrier and charged forward. Tan An continued to summon more vines from the ground to stop the aliens. Suddenly, a splash of blood hit Tan An's face, stunning him. Tan Tuoi had stepped in front of him to block a blow and was slashed across the back. Tan Tuoi reassured him, saying, Brother, I'm fine, watch out above you. Tan An looked up and saw two aliens diving down, causing both siblings to panic. Suddenly, a familiar sword energy slashed through the aliens' attack, saving them both. Tan An, Tan Tuoi, a male voice rang out. So Thien. First, teleport all these aliens 1 kilometer away. A man stood before them, reassuringly. Don't move. and don't say anything." Tanan was still confused, whispering, "Whoa, what?" Nam Tu Thang didn't explain further, simply extending his hand and channeling spiritual power into the two siblings, saying, "I'll boost your spirit power tenfold." Receiving such a massive influx of spiritual power, both siblings felt immense pain and screamed, "Triple!" After it was done, Nam Tu Thang said, "Next, you two will have to rely on yourselves to kill half of these aliens." Then, he created a ball of spiritual energy in his hand and continued, "As for the other half, let me test the power of a forbidden spell." Nam Tu Thang swung his hand forcefully, shouting, "Lightning element, forbidden spell." The ball of spiritual energy shot out like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, a strange cloud filled with lightning appeared in the sky, with a red pillar of spiritual energy in the center. The aliens couldn't react in time and were struck by the sudden lightning bolts. The system panel displayed a notification, Elemental Forbidden Spellmaster, Level 2. Cost. One forbidden spell costs 20,000 origin stones, can be stacked infinitely. Upgrade. Use 200 forbidden spells. Tan An then spoke up, "Benefactor, didn't you say you'd let us handle half of them?" Tan Tuoi also added, "Please leave the rest to us." Nam Tu Thang turned back and said, "Sorry, I got a little carried away just now." He marveled internally. I never expected the power of a forbidden spell to be this strong. Suddenly, a shout of warning came. "Be careful, there's still one that got through." Tan An and Tan Tuoi turned to see an alien charging from behind. The two siblings quickly combined their powers, coordinating their fight skillfully. Tan An created a metal vine kill, while Tan Tuoi used hell howl kill. Powerful vines pierced through the corrupted giant, black blood oozing from its wounds. Meanwhile, the ironclad killer, though tougher and not pierced, was tightly bound by the powerful vines. After assessing the situation, Nam Tu Thang spoke up, "I've seen your strategy. Leave this last one to me." With a swift motion, Nam Tu Thang clenched his fist and called out, "Earth Element, Forbidden Spell." This ball of spiritual energy was instantly stacked 50 times, and from the ground rose a massive, curved pillar of earth, with the remaining alien at its peak. Nam Tu Thang calmly uttered, "Earth Burial." The earth pillar and the alien both vanished in an instant, leaving behind flashing sparks in the air and a cloud of dust on the ground. When the dust settled, Nam Tu Thang stood firm, completely unfazed. So Thean, hiding behind a rock, witnessed this and couldn't help but think of swatting a mosquito. She was left speechless by Nam Tu Thang's overwhelming power. Tan An and Tan Tuoi also stared with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Tan Tuoi spoke up, "Brother, I'm reminded of an idiom." Tan An continued, "I was thinking of a saying too." They both spoke at the same time, each saying a different phrase, heaven shaking, earth shattering. The seas run dry and the rocks turn to dust. They weren't in sync at all, but they couldn't help but be awed by Nam Tu Thang's terrifying power. After dealing with the aliens, Nam Tu Thang turned back and asked, "I know what you're going to do next." Tan An and Tan Tuoi immediately knelt on one knee and replied, "We, on behalf of the Tan family, thank our benefactor for saving our lives." Seeing this, Nam Tu Thang felt helpless and thought to himself, "Ugh, do all these ancient families have to perform such grand ceremonies?" Tan An clasped his hands and said earnestly, "Benefactor, you saved our lives. Whatever you command, we will definitely do it." Tan Tuoi also agreed, "Yes, benefactor." These two were making him feel helpless. Nam Tu Thang looked at the siblings, pointed at himself, and asked, "You'll follow my command? Do you even know who I am?" Only then did Tan An and Tan Tuoi look foolish. Tan An replied, "Well, we're not too sure about that." Tan Tuoi also said shyly, "Sorry, benefactor, we should have asked for your esteemed name first." Nam Tu Thang felt relieved and said, "That's not what I meant. It's better that you don't know." He thought, "I must have been overthinking it. The power boost has nothing to do with intelligence. Not every prodigy is like that, so Tinha." Everyone standing around was astonished, especially when Nam Tu Thang burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, young man, you truly have a spirit like my own. You could be my friend, despite our age difference." These words made everyone turn to look. Tan Vuong Donchin's group also took notice. Among them, Tu Trong Ka, who was walking beside him, asked, "Big brother Shi Huang, is this masked man the one you were talking about?" Big brother Shi Huang cheerfully replied, "That's him." Hearing this, Tu Trong Ka said, "Brother, thanks for saving me. I should probably perform a grand ceremony too, but that's not really my style. I, Tu Trong Ka, owe you one. But I don't like being in debt to anyone, so tell me, what do you want me to do?" Nam Tu Thang glanced at him and thought, "Finally, an abnormal prodigy has arrived." Then, he spoke directly without any reservations. "All right then, I have two requests for all of you. First, take me to your families for a collective boost. While Tutrong Ka was still confused, the Tan siblings quickly clasped their hands and replied, "Thank you, benefactor." Tutrong Ka, still confused, asked again, "A boost? What kind of boost?" Besides, the looks on their faces were like they'd joined some kind of cult. Nam Tu Thang simply replied, pointing a finger at his forehead and channeling spiritual energy, "This kind. A 10 times boost." Tutrong Ka couldn't take it, letting out a piercing scream of pain. Ah! He collapsed from the agony, prompting Nam Tu Thang to continue like a true villain. And this, too. Tanan quickly spoke up. "Benefactor, do you have any other commands for us? Just say the word, and we'll go through hell and high water." Without hesitation, Nam Tu Thang looked at them, thought for a moment, and wondered, should I tell them to go on ahead? They're all prodigies of the mainland, unlike that Tin Ha fellow. The war in my past life, a year from now, won't affect their families. He continued his thoughts. Besides, I'm currently assigned to the rear. If I ask them to fight on the front lines, would that be considered an abuse of my position? Finally, he replied, "Ah, right. Make sure you protect yourselves." Behind him, Tutrong Ta smirked provocatively and said, "By the way, you're a really dishonest person. I'll let the mask slide. But is it really that hard to tell us what you're truly thinking?" He began to analyze. "You can summon the undead to protect your homeland. So are we just a burden to you? Furthermore, do you think you'll become a timeless hero by acting in the shadows?" Tutruongse said, closing the distance between them, leaving Nam Tu Thang speechless for a moment. Suddenly, Tan Tuoi stepped forward to rebuke Tutrongsa. "Shut your mouth. I won't allow you to speak so disrespectfully to our benefactor." Nam Tu Thang raised a hand to stop her and replied gently, "He's not wrong." Then, he put his hands in his pockets and continued casually, "I need you clan leaders to go to defense line #7 and hold it for me for a few days. As for those slanderous words just now, on the myriad races battlefield, it won't be a childish assassination like that one. If you truly are prodigies, then try to survive long enough to meet me at the 5th defense line." He paused for a moment, then added, "When that time comes, I will show you my true face." The Tan siblings immediately clasped their hands to their chests, showing their commitment. "Understood, benefactor. The Tan clan will not fail our mission." Tutrong Ka also spoke up. This is more like it." Nam Tu Thang handed a tiger tally to Tutrong Ka and said, "The 10 million troops of Tan, I entrust them to you." Tutrong Ka accepted it cheerfully. Received. Afterwards, he bowed respectfully. "Thank you, everyone." Tanan quickly waved her hands. "There's no need for that, benefactor." Meanwhile, Tutrong Ka cheekily raised his hand and said, "At ease." Tan Vuong Don Chin watched this scene and thought with satisfaction. The descendants of the Flame Emperor, their lineage is endless. The system panel lit up with a notification. Tutrong Ka, prodigy of the inland clans, and the Tan clan's twin prodigies, Tan An and Tan Tu, have led their entire clan to the 7th defense line. A series of subsequent notifications appeared. Inland prodigies emerge, assassinated and killed by the alien race. Northwest Lam clan prodigy emerges, assassinated and killed by the alien race. Southwest Tu clan prodigy emerges, assassinated and killed by the alien race. Nam Tu Thang, So Thien, and several others gathered, sighing endlessly. Damn it. What kind of world is this? Prodigies are being killed the moment they appear. Exactly, they are our future. The front lines are already stretched thin, and now our talent in the rear is being slaughtered. They're supposed to be humanity's strongest. Who can possibly protect them? Nam Tu Thang received the news and couldn't help but frown, thinking, the prodigies of this generation have all appeared earlier than expected. This isn't a sustainable solution. Even if I run around trying to save them all, there's no guarantee everyone can be saved. He turned to Sothien and said, instead of trying to cool the boiling soup, it's better to just stoke the fire under the pot. Sothien smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at him. Nam Tu Thang continued, let's go to the northern desert. We'll wait for the 5 great prodigies to emerge together and lure out all the assassins of the myriad races. Spiritual energy began to appear under his feet as Sothien readied herself to take him anywhere. Nam Tu Thang, his face full of confidence and determination, said, just watch how I catch all of you in one fell swoop. Under the quiet night sky, only the resounding voice of Nam Tu Thang echoed, Thien. So Thien. First, let's go near the Han tombs. Darkness enveloped them, with only his call breaking the silence. Tu Thang declared resoundingly, I am your great Han Senior, and I have awakened. The great era has arrived. Any descendant who dares to offend a true warrior shall suffer retribution. He slammed his hand on the ground. From the point of impact, Crimson lightning erupted, shaking the entire region. The earth cracked open as if an ancient power was emerging. Nam Tu Thang continued to call out the names of the seniors. Senior Vo Day, Senior Vathan, Senior Hoa Kwa Ben. Anyone who dares to defy heaven and earth, we will not let them go unpunished. The atmosphere grew heavier, a combination of the gloomy night and the brilliant red lightning, creating an air of mystery and dread. Suddenly, a large notification panel appeared. Summon Undead. Power level, Tier 3. Summon quantity, 10 million Tan troops, 20 million Han troops. Trait, Undead possess infinite regeneration. Condition for destruction. When defeated N consecutive times within 1 minute, an N-tier undead will perish. Condition for ability upgrade. Summon 400,000 undead. Available origin stones, 11,305 trillion. Nam Tu Thang's voice continued to boom like thunder. 20 million Han troops. By my command, advance to the northern wasteland desert and fight the alien race. The time has come for the 5 great prodigies to emerge. The power within him seemed to ignite, and the world around him flashed with brilliant light. Tula stepped forward, having reached his maximum level. His body exuded terrifying power, his hair flying in the wind as the ground beneath him trembled relentlessly. At the Special Abilities Investigation and Survey, the summoner Kani felt that intense fluctuation. "It's him! The mysterious Tula!" she exclaimed in astonishment. "This aura is much stronger than before. I fear he succumbed to demonic power." Beside her, another agent worried. "We must report this to the military at once. He's in the northern wasteland desert." In the heart of the desert, Nam Tu Thang didn't stop. He arranged his troops, deploying them front and back, left and right, according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Using lightning as a conduit and ice and fire as power, the entire sky exploded in a dazzling flash of light. Tu Thang shouted, and sparks of fire appeared in his hands, their power cracking the very ground. The brilliant red light shimmered, revealing the formation, arranging thousands of troops and horses, sealing off a 100-li radius. The array deployed, majestic and overwhelming. Tula An watched from a distance, her sharp eyes flashing as she detected another surge of formation power rising from a new direction. She realized something unusual was happening and muttered, "Wait a minute. Could that be the power of the mysterious array mage who once made it onto the rankings?" Chu Kani clutched her head in frustration, realizing she had exhausted her energy and could no longer sense what was happening. "What a shame," she sighed, her eyes filled with regret. Meanwhile, Nam Tu Thang's formation was nearing completion. He shouted powerfully, "Undead, answer my summons. Souls of the great Han, slaughter the alien race and display the might of our Han." From the void, Wei Than, Emperor Wu of Han, and Huo Kubing appeared, leading tens of thousands of troops and horses. The mighty army surged forward like a breaking dam, charging straight into the battlefield, determined to let nothing stand in their way. Observing from afar with binoculars, Tu Lan couldn't help but be stunned by the unfolding scene. She uttered, her face filled with unease. What is this?" Beside her, Tu Ni's eyes were wide with equal astonishment. "Are those undead? I've never felt such a powerful undead aura before." Tulan, still reeling, spoke with a trembling voice. "Besides the mysterious Tula, there's also a mysterious array mage, and now a prodigy who summons undead. The energy this time is many times stronger than anything we've ever measured, completely surpassing the standard 10-tier ranking." Tulan stood frozen, stunned into silence. "God level," she managed to utter. Chu Kani's face was pale, her eyes wide. "God level? You mean there are 3 God-level ability users gathered in the northern wasteland?" They looked at each other, urgency gripping them. "We must report this to the Supreme Commander of the Land Forces immediately." In the midst of the desert, Nam Tu Thang stood proudly. His arms were spread wide, his crimson eyes blazing with even greater intensity, his hair standing on end like sword blades. From his hands, a forbidden spell was activated. The light element was amplified hundreds of times, creating a Taiji light sphere that illuminated the entire night sky. In Saroy City, the sky suddenly lit up as if it were daytime, confusing the citizens. "Huh? Is it morning already?" one resident mumbled while checking his watch. "No, it's only 10 p.m. They chattered in confusion, trying to find an explanation. Could it be a demon? Another person hurriedly checked the news. The public broadcast blared. "Urgent announcement, breaking news. 4 great mysterious god-level prodigies are currently gathered in the northern desert. Military fighter jets are being deployed to investigate." This information left the citizens stunned and buzzing with discussion. God-level prodigies? I've never heard of such a rank. Another person sighed emotionally. Could this be the greatest hope for our East? Everyone felt the gravity of the event, as the land army was also mobilized. This incident created a massive shockwave. At the mainland's central command, Defense Line Hason went into a state of emergency. Military helicopters tore through the night sky, streaking over the city towards the northwestern border of the northern wasteland. The commanding officer in the front seat gave an urgent order. "Faster, full throttle. We only have 1 hour to get there." A pilot replied anxiously. "Sir, the fastest we can make it is 1 hour." The officer snapped back. "No more talk. Go at maximum speed, now." At the same time, at the epicenter in the desert, Nam Tu Thang continued his majestic summoning ritual. From his hands, countless spirits materialized. 500,000 ironclad giant wolves, 500,000 armored hyenas, 1 million berserk apes, and 1 million war elephants. With each flash of red light, the ground trembled as giant creatures appeared, their eyes burning with fire, ready to obey his command. At the information line, the shocking news was relayed. The Northwest is in turmoil due to 4 great beast tides, seemingly controlled by a 5th god, level prodigy, a beast tamer. The announcement left the public in shock. Some sighed, others scratched their heads in thought. "More big trouble in the northern wasteland?" one person said in disbelief. 5 great god-level prodigies appearing at once? Memories of previous beast tide attacks made everyone even more anxious. How long has it been since our city was attacked by a beast tide? What is happening now? In another corner, at a pharmaceutical factory, Tu Nam was talking to Tran Lien Y. "Have you seen the news?" she asked, her eyes worried. "Do you remember the wolfpack attack in the northern wasteland last time?" Tran Lien Y pondered. How could I forget the one who controlled 10,000 wolves? Could it be him again this time? I never expected his power to be even more terrifying than we thought. Meanwhile, at the supply center, Chuang Noan held her phone, reading the news while lost in thought, recalling her encounter with Nam Tu Thang, a beast tamer. Could it be him again? Her heart wavered as the image of Nam Tu Thang flashed in her mind. The scene shifts to the Lam clan of the EC, where a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A constantly swirling red orb. While the water below churned violently, the prodigy Lam Truong Kong rode his mount, skimming swiftly across the water's surface. The beast tamer, Nam Tu Thang. I must witness this with my own eyes, he thought, determined to find him. In the inland Zhuge clan, the prodigy Jakat Vien rode his beast, rushing towards the northwest. A forbidden elemental spell this powerful? This could be our clan's great opportunity, he urged, his eyes burning with the fire of ambition. Near the northern wasteland desert, major clans like the Hien Vien, Hong, Nu, and Tu simultaneously advanced towards Nam Tu Thang's location. But their journey would certainly not be easy. Nam Tu Thang, sensing the arrival of many powerful forces, gave a dangerous smile. Only the alien race could make all the prodigies gather here, he whispered, his red eyes glowing with determination. Perfect. I was waiting to add more pressure on them. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Hoang clan prodigy, Hoang Hien, was struggling against a horde of giant, grotesque beasts. Am I, Hoang Hien, going to die here? No, I refuse to accept this. While his mind was in turmoil, he shouted provocatively, Come on, you mutts, do you have any idea who you're messing with? Suddenly, the undead beasts all stopped, having received a mysterious signal, then turned and left, leaving Hoang Hien stunned and frozen. What's going on? They're running away? Hoang Hien's surprise was just the beginning. Across the entire battlefield, legions of undead beasts also ceased their attacks, gathering into large formations under the command of Nam Tu Thang. With a cold gaze and a voice full of authority, he commanded, The time has come. Beast tide, undead, advance. Join me in a great slaughter. Seeing the opportune moment, Nam Tu Thang didn't hesitate. He swung his sword in a powerful slash that turned the sky crimson, creating an explosive wave of energy that blew away everything in its path. The Tula Annihilation Slash instantly took down a giant beast, splitting it in two. Blood and light sprayed everywhere like a red storm. Immediately after, he unleashed an even more powerful technique, Tula's Hell on Earth. His slash created a terrifying earthquake that shook the vast land, turning rocks and stones into a storm that buried everything in its path. The sight of Nam Tu Thang standing in the midst of the battlefield became frenzied. His hair hung down, his face was sharp and cold, and his red eyes blazed with fury, like an out-of-control god of war. Beside him, the beast tide and the undead began to savagely tear each other apart, creating an unexpectedly chaotic scene. They lunged at each other, their crazed howls echoing across the desert, making everyone tremble in fear. Suddenly, from above, a white warhorse and a general, Emperor Wu of Han, appeared. Nam Tu Thang looked up, standing on a floating white platform, observing the battle. Although the beast, tide, and undead under his command were stronger, The chaos and their powerlessness against the alien race were troubling him. Under his observation, the corpses of the beasts piled up into mountains, and the undead were relentlessly slaughtering each other, making him realize he needed to reorganize his forces to avoid pointless losses. Nam Tu Thang immediately gave an order, "Beast-tide and undead, listen. I will be the center of attention, drawing all firepower. All of you, disperse and form an encirclement around the alien race. Focus on sweeping them out. The beast-tide will attack the ironclad slaughterers and the giant demons. The undead are immune to poison, so focus on dealing with the poisonous ape men and the rotting giant corpses." After giving the order, he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a pillar of crimson light that shot straight into the sky, causing a massive explosion that shook the earth. As the battle raged, Nam Tu Thang turned back and said to So Thien, his comrade standing behind him, "So Thien, fight with me. If anyone breaks through the formation and rushes towards the city wall, you must act quickly." In response to Nam Tu Thang's words, So Thien smiled, holding a lollipop but not forgetting to cast a powerful magic spell. Unexpectedly, the appearance of the magic made the beast-tide turn their heads to look, creating a situation that made Nam Tu Thang break into a cold sweat in confusion. In an instant, the atmosphere became more tense than ever. Nam Tu Thang quickly refocused, unleashing the Wind Element Forbidden spell, a special technique that twisted blazing red flames into a powerful energy vortex, flinging a large beast high into the sky. As it fell to the ground, the smaller beasts swarmed in, tearing it apart and sharing the spoils, creating a fierce, tragic, and tense scene. So Thien, with a mischievous look, danced through the battle, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, that giant demon looks so pathetic." Nam Tu Thang looked at her, both praising and reminding her, "Good job, So Thien. But next time we teleport, we need to be a little more careful." But the situation around them was not optimistic, as Nam Tu Thang was surrounded by a horde of ugly, giant demons. He gave a faint, calm smile. "I suppose I should get used to this." With that, Nam Tu Thang charged back into the fight, using the Lightning Element Forbidden spell, stacked 50 layers strong, to strike down each giant monster before him. "The prodigies are coming, and the government won't be far behind. I need to end this quickly." He deployed another forbidden spell, the Flying Earth Axis Grind. Large and small red circles surrounded him like a mechanical wave, pushing back and crushing the monsters that couldn't stand firm. The terrifying explosion that followed shook both the sky and the earth. From a distance, a strange voice called out, "Who is that person, to be able to use night arts to such a pinnacle?" The one who had just spoken was the prodigy Jiakat Vian. However, in an instant, he was distracted by a great light from afar that shot towards him like a falling meteor. The flickering red light relentlessly hammered Jiakat Vian's mind, causing him indescribable pain. Nam Tu Thang appeared instantly, amplifying his power, controlling bolts of lightning that wrapped around Jiakat Vian, causing him to clutch his head and scream in agony. His eyes rolled back, a terrifying sight to behold. After the enhancement and relocation were complete, Jiakat Vian came to and respectfully asked, "Senior, please stop. May I know your esteemed name? In the future, I, Jiakat, will not forget to repay this debt." Nam Tu Thang tilted his head, his voice cold. "We left a message for you and the army in the northern wasteland. If you want to repay me, do as I say." After speaking, he vanished as fast as lightning. Jiakat Vian looked up, but Nam Tu Thang's figure was already gone. He understood that this senior did not want to reveal his identity and shouted to everyone, "Listen up. We will follow the senior's words and head to the northern wasteland to check the message." On a high hill, helicopters continuously circled the sky. In a clearing, several helicopters landed. The commander-in-chief of the mainland army, Tuso Duong, stood in the cold snow and asked, "Are you sure this is the place? Why is it empty? I don't see any prodigies or aliens." A soldier standing behind him immediately replied, "Sir, checks have confirmed this is the location, but your subordinate also doesn't understand why it's so empty." Before he could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly trembled, then cracked and shattered. Giant aliens began to crawl up from underground, threatening everyone. Jiakat Vian appeared in time, using a forbidden spell to bury all the alien assassins underground. When the commander-in-chief asked about the incident, Jiakat Vian explained everything in detail. But when asked about the 5 mysterious god-level prodigies, he quickly denied it. "No, we were just on our way to the prodigies' formation. That person always wore a mask. It was impossible to identify them." Meanwhile, Jiakat Vian continued to ponder. "After he buffed us, he disappeared." The people around him also confirmed the same thing. The man in the yellow robe added, "Same for us." And the Hien Vian clan member emphasized, "The senior only left a message for us." In the distance, Lam Trong Kong discovered a stone tablet with writing on it. He shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention, The commander-in-chief quickly ordered a photo to be taken of the tablet, while also instructing his subordinate to notify the army's general and the patriarchs of the ancient clans to come to the 5th defense line for an emergency meeting. Nam Tu Thang, watching from a distance, thought to himself, "I'm sorry, everyone. Now is not the time for me to appear. If I want the army's help, I have to do it this way." He told himself that although there weren't many alien assassins left in the mainland, revealing information about the gathering of the 5 great prodigies would definitely provoke a fierce counterattack. Furthermore, the suspicion in people's hearts is always a great danger in times of war. Being exposed could cause the plan to fail, and the risk of collapse would increase rapidly. Cutting off his train of thought, Nam Tu Thang called out, "So Thean, let's go back to the slaughterhouse." After speaking, he fell into thought again. Currently, his fake identity as a weakling was his best camouflage. Both ordinary people and the alien race would find it difficult to uncover the real plan he was secretly carrying out. Just then, a new report came in. The prodigy Hien Hong led a team of clansmen to support the 7th defense line, while Lam Truong Kong couldn't participate because he wanted to guard against an attack from the East Sea beasts. Around them, comments erupted, like, "Why are there suddenly so many prodigies in the mainland, all choosing to support the 7th defense line?" Or, could it be related to the appearance of the 5 great god-level prodigies last night? Many people were curious, discussing why the identities of the 5 great prodigies hadn't been announced, guessing it was to protect them as trump cards that could change the tide of the war. In the military classroom at Defense Line #5, the meeting was tense as the commander-in-chief presented the strategic plan and important issues. The mentioned locations included Phuong, the volcano of origin, the heaven-piercing waterway, the steel forest, and the heaven-burning vein, with adjustments to the 7th defense line. The commander-in-chief stressed the urgency of discussing information and opinions from all armies on how to proceed. The patriarch of the Hien Vien clan, Hien Vien Ni Long, gave a brief assessment. "I believe this is a large-scale battlefield setup. The god-level prodigies probably want to concentrate on a decisive battle at the 5th defense line." This comment highlighted the intention to focus resources on the final battle here. He also explained about the volcano of origin, a place with an artificial volcano and crude oil, enough to create immense destructive power. The heaven-piercing waterway is an artificial canal connected to the East Sea, while the steel forest is an area created by mutated steel trees, and the heaven-burning stone refers to a large reserve of origin stones. Following up, the general of the 2nd defense line, Phuong Phu, commented on the writing on the stone. "This carving style is very similar to Tula's." But So Chu also mentioned that Tula could succumb to demonic power at any time, which makes the plan risky. The general of the 3rd defense line, Li Fai, agreed, thinking it was too risky to stake the entire nation's strength and resources on a few unclear messages. Everyone was worried about making a decision based on information from prodigies whose identities were unverified. Amidst the debate, the commander-in-chief coughed lightly, asking everyone to listen to his opinion. The patriarch of the Jiakat clan, Jiakat Than Min, also spoke up in support. Although it's true this writing could have been carved by Tula, the other prodigies must have been present there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left a message after buffing our clansmen. Considering the request for fire, a canal, and steel, this might be necessary for a formation or a forbidden spell, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to accomplish a great feat. Hien Vien Nulong continued to speak after hearing the arguments. He emphasized, "The 5 great prodigies chose not to reveal themselves for the sake of the bigger picture. Old brother Jiakat is absolutely right. Because the front lines have repeatedly failed, we need to put in more effort and take a bigger gamble. I have a feeling that this will be the wisest decision for our East, and our ancient clans wholeheartedly support it." Hien Vien Nulong's words created a wave of consensus in the meeting room, showing a determination to focus resources on the final battle. Tu So Duong, with a resolute demeanor, continued. "In less than an hour, the 5 great prodigies eliminated thousands of Tier 1-0 assassins. This is an unprecedented miracle. No one in the world can compare. For our shared bloodline, for our people, we must risk everything to seize this opportunity." His words ignited the fighting spirit of all the leaders, and the commander-in-chief's face also showed clear determination, demonstrating an unyielding will to fight. Immediately after, the announcement speaker blared, declaring the start of major nationwide projects. The 4 Fires Project, the artificial volcano, the canal plan, the steel forest, and the Origin Stone Mountain would officially commence. These decisions sparked mixed opinions and questions from all over. Many were bewildered, wondering if this was a reckless act or a necessary move. Manpower and resources were already extremely scarce, yet they decided to undertake such enormous projects. Standing on high, Nam Tu Thang observed everyone and felt a sense of satisfaction. The decision was made quickly, demonstrating the nation's strength and faith in the final battle. He smiled to himself. Congratulations on placing the right bet. I will not betray this trust. Soon after, Du Lai Kong, a chief engineer, walked up to Nam Tu Thang and remarked, "These projects have many similarities to the plan we are implementing. It seems the higher-ups highly value our ideas." However, the story took a dramatic turn when a mysterious red vortex suddenly appeared in the sky over the 7th Defense Line's battlefield, causing a commotion throughout the area. Nam Tu Thang and Li Kong were both horrified, realizing it was the Void Gate of the Outer Race, a portal that had opened 2 years earlier than Nam Tu Thang had predicted. This terrible truth stunned him, and he felt a tremendous weight pressing down on his shoulders, worrying about the fate of warriors like So Tin Ha and his other loved ones. The situation grew increasingly tense as the Void Gate expanded, signaling that a fierce wave of attacks from the alien race was about to flood the 7th Defense Line. Before them was a brutal and worrying prospect, making everyone understand that the front line would face a large-scale and unprecedentedly catastrophic attack. Nam Tu Thang, aware of this urgency, immediately planned to find a way to send reinforcements. He quickly joined Sothien on a rescue mission, determined to protect the defense line. With urgency, Nam Tu Thang called for support forces, gathering 20 million Great Han undead and 3 million beast-tide creatures. However, with a distance of thousands of kilometers from their current position to defense line #7, teleporting the entire force to the front line quickly was an enormous challenge. Meanwhile, he turned his hopeful and trusting gaze towards Sothien, asking earnestly, "Sothien, is there any way to teleport us and the beast-tide to the front line?" But Sothien's condition seemed far from optimistic. She showed clear signs of weakness, her face pale, her hands trembling. The lollipop that was her habit suddenly shattered in her mouth, and blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Seeing this, Nam Tu Thang's heart filled with worry, and he shouted, "Sothien, if you're not well, don't force yourself. This distance is too far. I can't let your body be depleted any further." Despite hearing Nam Tu Thang's warning, Sothien refused to give up. She struggled to her feet, her eyes filled with defiance, affirming to herself and her comrade, "I can do it." Despite her failing health and the blood that continued to flow, Sothien's will and determination to fight were unshakable. This was the moment she gathered all her energy, defying the danger to fight for the ideal of protecting her homeland and her comrades. In this emotional moment, her determination spread like a powerful flame, igniting courage and faith in all who fought beside her. At defense line #7, the battlefield became tense and brutal as the Great Void Gate opened, allowing countless aliens to attack in a flood. The crimson sky signaled the beginning of an unforgiving battle. Blinding white snowstorms swept over, making the atmosphere heavier and harsher than ever. The warriors stood firm, ready, and prepared, each one understanding that this battle would decide the fate of the entire defense line. The commander of defense line #7 raised his voice, boosting the morale of the entire army. "You will protect this line for me, even in death." His spirited words were like a rallying cry for the brave warriors. The prodigies charged forward, followed by the ability user corps and infantry preparing artillery support. The war was not just a battle of weapons, but a battle of faith and determination. Lao Trung and Nam Son Hung stood beside a large cannon, talking amidst the difficult situation. Lao Trung expressed his worry, saying, "Our nuclear shells are basically depleted, and even our cannon shells are running low. Is there any point in continuing to fight like this?" Nam Son Hung, a veteran warrior, immediately retorted, "Lao Trung, don't say such disheartening things. Look at the prodigies below. Last time we were in a desperate situation, but the prodigies saved us, and they even brought an army of tens of thousands of undead. We fought hard to win that one battle, and now we're in a similar situation again. You have to believe. When you reach the mountain, there will be a path." Even so, Lao Nam and Lao Vuong couldn't help but feel a sense of worry and despair as they watched the prodigies preparing to fight. Prodigies may be powerful, but they are still human. They can get tired, get injured, and die. Lao Vuong uttered with unease. However, their fortitude remained unshaken. Lao Nam reassured his old friend, "We must keep our spirits up. We must support them until the very end. Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we have no regrets." Finally, the moment of battle arrived, and the entire battlefield seemed to explode as both sides clashed, fighting relentlessly. So Tin Ha, one of the prominent prodigies, began to unleash his power. With his sword domain manifestation, he created 10,000 swords pierce the heart. Countless sharp sword tips appeared in the air, raining down like a storm of blades, stabbing straight into the horde of alien beasts. The massive explosions from the impacts created an incredibly fierce scene, making the entire battlefield even more chaotic and dangerous. On the battlefield, Tu Tron Ka was fighting giant aberrations, each beast massive and dangerous, an immeasurable threat. Without hesitation, he cursed, "Damn it all. All guardian spirits, sick 'em. Let the dogs have them. Tutrong Ka showed an indomitable spirit. Though surrounded, he was determined to fight his way through, never backing down. Tan Thui Hong, his companion, was no less formidable. With a wave of his hand, countless monsters fell under the might of the Great Qin. He was not just an outstanding ruler, but also an incredibly powerful warrior, striking fear into every enemy. Meanwhile, the siblings Tan An and Tan Tui were trapped amidst thousands of aberrations, which had formed a tight circle around them, leaving the two with no escape. So Tinha also fought relentlessly, attacking and defending in a constant flurry. The giant beasts blocked every direction, making the space feel like it was closing in. Suddenly, Old Man Nam yelled, 4 o'clock direction, 3,375 meters, fire. A bright light flashed, likely from a cannon preparing to unleash its payload. The cannonball streaked through the air, exploding amidst the alien beasts, sending earth and rock flying and shaking the entire area. The resounding explosion brought a major change to the battlefield situation. Nam Lao continued to command, 8 o'clock direction, 2,978 meters, fire. The cannon fired again, halting the advance of new aliens. Each shell screamed through the air, creating powerful explosions that helped stop the momentum of the alien horde. Just when it seemed things were under control, a colossal shadow suddenly appeared. The previous alien beasts were already tens of times larger than humans, but this monster was far more gigantic, possibly hundreds of times larger. The commander couldn't help but be astonished, a question echoing in his mind. What is that? It was a type of alien never seen before. This beast had a massive body, with several steel chains wrapped around it. It wore only a simple loincloth, but the most terrifying thing was the 2 majestic bull-like horns growing from its head, and in its hand, it held a massive, brutal-looking blade. This monster ran across the battlefield, forcing the prodigies and everyone else to flee in disarray, unable to face it. Tutruong Ka, riding his warhorse, broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing the giant beast before him, he couldn't contain his shock. What the hell is that thing? It's as tall as the city wall. Tutruong Ka couldn't believe his eyes. Before him was a colossal entity, far beyond any monster he had ever imagined. That giant monster, with brutal strength, swung its blade down, smashing the ground and creating a massive fissure that cut off the escape route for everyone. The people around couldn't help but panic, screaming in absolute terror, not knowing what to do. Tan Thui Hong, seeing the critical situation, immediately turned and ordered, Bach Koi, protect Tutrong Ka. Bach Koi didn't hesitate for a second, acting immediately, showing absolute loyalty to his command. The monster didn't stop, persistently chasing Tutrong Ka. Each of its footsteps sent dust swirling into the air, as if the very ground was being shaken by it. Tutrong Ka, with astonishing calmness, shouted, I'm fine. This monster is no joke. Hurry back and help Senior Thui Hong. At the same time, Tan Tui Hong was fighting with the support of the prodigies and soldiers. He shouted, We must fight! Follow me! The soldiers charged forward in unison, and an unforgiving battle unfolded between the monster and the army. The monster began to counterattack with terrifying power. Its blows were incredibly brutal, and it seemed no one could stand against it. But suddenly, the monster stopped, as if it realized something. It had discovered an important clue, and this realization made it even more furious. The monster roared, deciding to fight with all its might. Tan Thui Hoang didn't flinch. He stood proudly before the monster, his presence as mighty as a legendary figure of Great Tan. The soul of my Great Tan, tempered in 100 battles. Our bodies are our armor. A blue circle enveloped them, like an invisible shield protecting everyone. He continued to shout, To be revived once more, what reason is there to fear? Mighty is the Great Tan. Tan Thui Hong, with extraordinary power, moved like lightning, appearing right behind the monster. He raised his weapon, preparing to strike. However, the giant monster seemed to sense the danger and turned in time to counter. Meanwhile, Fuang Man and the commander were suffering from serious injuries. Covered in blood, their clothes torn, they still stood firm, holding their weapons, ordering the ability, User Core, all forces, resist the aliens. The soldiers continued to charge, facing the low-level aliens, fighting without rest. The commander held his blade, preparing to fight again, and ordered the prodigies, Follow me, capture the king. Everyone attacked in unison, determined to battle the alien horde. In another location, about 200 kilometers from defense line #7, Nam Tu Thang was carrying So Thien on his back. So Thien was exhausted, too tired to continue. Nam Tu Thang was worried, seeing that she was on the verge of collapse. So Thien, can you still hold on? So Thien's face was pale, covered in injuries, sweat pouring down. She answered, still holding on. Just 200 more kilometers. My brother is there. Blood streamed from her mouth, but her will was unbreakable. She would not fail. Tutronka and Tanthwe Hong were still carving a path through the battlefield, holding back the tide of beasts. Seeing the dire situation, Tutronka turned to Tanthwe Hong. Senior Thui Hoang, lead the undead army to protect the other clans. We'll handle this. Tan Thui Hoang heard him and nodded in agreement. Very well. Undead Legion, with me, he commanded, immediately redirecting his forces. Tutronka surged forward, his weapon unleashing threads of fiery red energy that shot towards the monstrous beast. The threads rapidly lengthened, wrapping tightly around the beast's limbs, immobilizing it, and creating an opening for the other warriors. Just give me 30 seconds of control, Tutronka roared, the threads constricting even tighter. On the other side of the field, So Tinha was still fighting with unrelenting ferocity. Domain. Sword manifestation. He unleashed a barrage of powerful techniques, striking in all 4 directions, preventing any enemy from getting close, but his opponent held strong. Tan An was also pushed to his limit, sweat pouring as he deflected blow after blow. Vines of alloy wrapped around him as he and Tan Tu unleashed a combo attack. Strangle! Forest of Thorns! Trap! They yelled, creating a seamless defense that left no room for attack. High in the sky, the commander shot upwards, targeting the colossal monster. Kirin Fire. His blade left a brilliant trail of fire, slashing down and creating a massive inferno that engulfed the beast. No matter how powerful that monster is, it can't escape our united strength, the commander declared, completely unafraid. The giant monster brandished 2 massive blades, swinging them up before crashing them down onto the ground. The razor-sharp blades created a deafening screech as they plunged into the earth, causing a powerful tremor. The surrounding flames erupted violently, fanned by the force of the 2 blades, spreading even wider on the powerful winds. Tan An, hovering in midair, called out to his sister, Tutu, stay focused, keep fighting. The commander couldn't stop either. Despite the scorching heat, he refused to back down. Don't lose focus, push forward, he bellowed, refusing to let fear take over. The giant beast, refusing to submit, unleashed a superpowered technique, spinning its blades to create a massive vortex that sucked everything in. The powerful tornado sucked in the nearby warriors, sending them flying as they screamed in terror. The vortex grew stronger, and the number of injured skyrocketed. We have to be careful, this thing is deadly, someone cried out in fear. Just then, a rescue helicopter appeared in the sky, a beacon of hope. Everyone, get back, I'll destroy it now. Nam Sun Hung's voice boomed from the helicopter, bringing hope to the besieged soldiers. So Tinha, though gravely wounded, managed to look up, recognizing the familiar voice. Nam Sun Hung, the veteran has arrived. He might be able to save us, he thought, a spark of hope igniting within him. Rewind to 3 minutes earlier. Nam Sun Hung looked at Lao Truong with a determined gaze and said, Lao Truong, do me a favor. You want to use the auxiliary fortress? Lao Truong asked in surprise. In the middle of a fight like this? What are you planning? Nam Sun Hung replied in a low voice. This alien race is no small matter. We have a mini nuke carrier in our arsenal. If we have to face a Heaven's Chosen, we need to be prepared. Lao Truong broke into a cold sweat. Lao Nam, that's a last resort. We can't use it unless the situation is absolutely hopeless. But Nam Sun Hung replied firmly. This times a hopeless situation. Our deaths don't matter, but if the Heaven's Chosen team is wiped out, it's all over. All of our country's hopes are riding on them. Seeing Nam Sun Hung's unwavering determination, Lao Truong felt a surge of passion and finally agreed. All right, I'm with you. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a helicopter flew to face the giant beast. Nam Sun Hung stared at the monster, his voice filled with hatred. You alien bastard! Today, you'll get a taste of what humanity's precision tactical bombing is all about. His voice boomed like a final testament. Below, Sotinha looked up at the helicopter, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. No, don't do it, he screamed in despair. The commander, though surrounded by flames, shouted with a powerful and resolute voice. Don't. Everyone, focus all your power on control. Don't let him sacrifice himself for nothing. Inside the helicopter, Nam Sun Hung sat alone at the controls, his heart filled with emotion. Son, the next war will depend on your generation, he said to himself, as if sending a final message to his son. I'll go on ahead. With that, Nam Sun Hung prepared to press the red button to self-destruct the helicopter, planning to use his own death to destroy the beast, a sacrifice for his country. But just then, a familiar voice echoed from below. Origin. Wood element. A giant vine shot up from the ground, wrapping around the helicopter and stopping it in its tracks. Nam Tu Thang had appeared just in time, saving the day. He held So Thien tightly and said to So Tinha, pull the little machine back for me, be calm and gentle. Nam's son Hung heard his son's voice and couldn't believe his ears. He looked through the cockpit window and saw a masked young man holding a little girl as he flew past. "Is that my son?" Nam's son Hung thought, stunned and overwhelmed with emotion. The heavens chosen on the battlefield below all looked up, recognizing Nam Tu Thang's arrival. "It's him, our benefactor," they whispered, a sense of pride and awe swelling within them. His arrival carried an immense aura. Nam Tu Thang landed right in front of the giant beast. He gently set So Thien down for So Tinha to care for her. He then immediately ordered, "Cut all satellite communications." Tinha took his sister. "Do it now," Nam Tu Thang commanded. So Tinha quickly agreed, "Yes," and followed the instructions. The commander couldn't help but ask, "Who is he? Why is he ordering us to cut satellite communications?" So Tinha replied, "Commander Wang, just do as he says for now. You'll understand who he is soon enough." At the military command center for the inland defense line, the general commander was frantically directing the battle. Why did the signal from the 7th defense line just cut out? "Send someone to investigate, now," the general commander ordered urgently. "Yes, General," the officers quickly responded. The general commander couldn't help but worry, continuing, "The giant alien just created a vortex. The Heaven's Chosen team is likely in grave danger. Could it be that the 7th defense line has already fallen?" His voice was filled with anxiety, as failure at this line would mean catastrophe. Meanwhile, in the battle between Nam Tu Thang and the alien beast, he was unleashing powerful attacks. Nam Tu Thang let out a roar, his eyes blazing like a furious fire. Asura mode. Full release. An extremely powerful technique exploded outwards, creating a massive blast that shattered the air, the sound so loud it seemed to tear the screen apart. Everyone around stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his power. Nam Tu Thang braced himself against a pillar, the sheer force radiating from him cracking the surrounding walls. He stood there like an unmovable rock, powerful and brave. A-rank alien system. With the Blade Wind Giant. This beast's power is no joke. Nam Tu Thang's body began to change. His shirt was torn apart, revealing toned abs. His hair stood on end, and his eyes turned fiery red, emitting a powerful light. Around him, red lightning crackled, a symbol of his awakened innate power. Nam Tu Thang had completely transformed, from an ordinary human into a mighty warrior with superhuman strength. He spoke with a firm, powerful voice. "Long time no see." The blue-haired man with a bandaged head stood motionless, staring at the scene, unable to believe his eyes. "Could this person be the legendary mysterious Asura from before?" he muttered, recalling how that person had clearly used a forbidden spell to unlock their power. "No, that can't be right. Is he a rare dual-element user?" he wondered, unable to comprehend the situation. Tense, with sweat beading on his forehead, the man asked again, "Is he really a dual-element user?" But immediately, Tu Trong-se replied, his voice calm and wary, "From the looks of it, this person has more than just 2 elements." "What do you mean?" the man asked in shock. Tu Tronga just shook his head slightly, a look of surprise on his face, still not believing what was happening. Just then, the Blade Wind Giant, a massive creature with a hulking, menacing body, turned its head to look at Nam Tu Thang. Streams of green energy suddenly appeared everywhere, making the atmosphere even heavier. The man watched the scene and thought, the Blade Wind Giant is no longer just a physical creature. It's surrounded by spirits formed from that green energy. The man nodded, saying aloud, "I see. So that's what it is." At that moment, Emperor Wu of Han, riding a horse, led his army and commanded, "Han, Spirit Army, follow me and slay the enemy." He pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Qin Spirit Army, kill them with all your might. Do not fall behind the Han army." On the battlefield, Nam Tu Thang stood on high ground, signaling to his warriors. "All soldiers and Heaven's Chosen, use this time to heal and rest. Leave these aliens to us." So Tinha, carrying a woman, turned to leave and said, "Let's pull back for now. I trust he can handle this." At the same time, the Blade Wind Giant swung its blade at Nam Tu Thang, gritting its teeth. "Such an extraordinary Heaven's Chosen. It would be a waste not to kill you." Nam Tu Thang leaned back, dodging its slash. The massive sword grazed past him, leaving only a light scratch. In a flash, the Blade Wind Giant's arm was severed into multiple pieces, which fell to the ground. Without pause, Nam Tu Thang unleashed a series of powerful techniques, Asura Dragon Kill and Asura Demon Kill. Each attack struck the Blade Wind Giant precisely, causing the massive creature to lose parts of its body one by one. Finally, Nam Tu Thang unleashed the Asura Hell on Earth technique with his full power, dicing the Blade Wind Giant into tiny pieces as its parts rained down. The onlookers, seeing this, were utterly astonished. The Blade Wind Giant. The 5 of us together couldn't kill it, yet he finished it so quickly. The pieces of the Blade Wind Giant slowly gathered, beginning to reform. Another person in the crowd said in alarm, "He's strong, but the Blade Wind Giant is even stronger." Everyone began to realize the Blade Wind Giant was transforming, regenerating, and possibly becoming more powerful than before. Nam Tu Thang turned his head to look. A giant sphere had appeared, its shape constantly shifting, becoming a ball with countless eyes and swords pointing outwards. Nam Tu Thang looked at it and smirked. "Just as I thought. This is its extreme form. Its weakness is obvious now. This is its strongest state, but its core energy is concentrated in the center, making it difficult to move." The blade sphere began to spin, creating a violent vortex. Nam Tu Thang shouted a warning, "Watch out, the kid is spinning into a vortex." Without hesitation, Nam Tu Thang unleashed a forbidden spell, Wind Element, 50-layer stack. Vortex, a giant red blade appeared from his hand as he continued to cast. Forbidden spell, Lightning Element, 50-layer stack. Nam Tu Thang charged into the center of the vortex, wielding the Asura Demon Blade, its red edge slicing through the enemy's body. Its heart, filled with dark energy, seemed to be exhausted and tried to flee. But Nam Tu Thang blocked its path, saying coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" He then cast another forbidden spell, Wood Element. Red vines shot up from below, aiming straight for the enemy's heart. The Asura unleashed its terrifying power once more, striking the enemy like a hurricane. A brilliant red sword slash cut across the sky in the shape of a cross, causing the people below to gasp and shout in amazement. Unbelievable. How can he be this strong? They couldn't believe their eyes. Tan An then spoke up. The benefactor's forbidden spells aren't limited to a single element. Witnessing this terrifying power, Nam Tu Thang trembled, sweat pouring down his face, and said, "I'm actually scared of myself." A voice rang out, giving the next order. "Undead, charge, beast tide, surround them, cover a 1 kilometer to 30 kilometers radius." Nam Tu Thang stood amidst the rubble and calmly said, "Time to set up the formation." He placed his hand on the ground and began to cast the technique. 1.5 million stacked elemental sword chi formation, extending 30 kilometers. Red circles began to spread out around him. He continued casting. 1.5 million stacked elemental thorn formation, extending 30 kilometers. Then, 1.5 million stacked ice frost freeze formation, extending 30 kilometers. And finally, 1.5 million stacked furious lightning cleave formation, extending 30 kilometers. The forbidden earth element spell instantly caused a large patch of ground to rise up from under Nam Tu Thang's feet. A giant dragon emerged from the earth. He said, "Heaven and earth, dark and yellow. The ancient is king." Nam Tu Thang stood over the undead legion and cast another technique. Red circles spread out again. 3 million stacked undead amplification formation, covering a 300 kilometers area. The surrounding undead began to recover. He said firmly, "Unprecedented and unrepeatable." The soldiers cheered. "For the Flame Emperor, hooray!" Just then, the system panel displayed a new notification. Formation Master, Ability Level 5. Unlocks Formation, Ancient Beast, Slaying Formation, 50x, Amplification Formation. Note: each formation consumes 60 origin stones and can be stacked infinitely. Next, level up requirement. Deploy 50 million formations. Nam Tu Thang laughed as if he'd won the lottery. This level up came at the perfect time. He laughed as he cast the spell, 3 million Ancient Beast, Slaying Formations, activate. The system panel flashed a warning, insufficient origin stone reserves. Cannot fulfill formation requirements. Remaining origin stones, 36 million. Nam Tu Thang's happy expression fell. Not enough origin stones. I guess I was still too hasty. Nam Tu Thang felt a surge of anger, but he controlled it and said coldly, "Well then, I guess I should conserve some energy." A moment later, a devilish grin spread across his face as he looked at his opponents and ordered 10x amplification formation on the 3 million single-target beast tides. Go! Instantly, the formation became exponentially more powerful, its area of effect expanding rapidly, causing the surrounding beasts to suffer excruciating pain without being able to fight back. They could only roar in a mad frenzy, sending dirt and rocks flying, creating a scene of chaotic and brutal violence. Feeling that still wasn't enough, Nam Tu Thang shot through the air, saying as he flew, "I still have 6 million origin stones left. I can set up another amplification formation on the city wall." Then, he raised his hand and made a decision. "This will be my final trump card." Immediately, a huge amount of energy erupted from his body, causing the space around him to tremble violently. Nam Tu Thang remained calm and said coldly, "Spread it 30 kilometers along the city wall." On the other side, the onlookers couldn't help but feel the powerful tremors Nam Tu Thang was creating. They looked up at the sky, unable to believe their eyes, and exclaimed, "Our benefactor is setting up a supermassive amplification array on the city wall. The energy surge is terrifying." Tu Trong also looked at the formations in the sky and said coldly to the people beside him, He intends to leave a trump card for our 7th defense line." A one-eyed soldier standing beside him looked at him with a worried expression. "Now I finally understand who he is, and why he cut the satellite communications. A god who has combined 9 talents into one. Forget the aliens, even humanity would see him as a monster." Hearing this, Tu Trongka's expression changed. He narrowed his eyes and said, "That's right. Humanity is always strange like that. They always hope for a god to save the world, but when a god actually appears, their hearts are easily filled with terror and fear." Tanon also spoke up. "Our benefactor isn't holding back at all this time, and not just because the situation is urgent." As he was speaking, Tantu added, "It's also because we're on the front lines. He trusts us more than the people in the interior." Hearing them both, Tutrong Ta nodded and replied. He said to leave it to him, so let's leave it to him. Then, he looked up at the sky and continued, "There are only 3 hours until dawn. Let's use this time to heal and rest. Don't waste his kindness." At that moment, in the quiet space, Nam Tu Thang was gathering energy in his hands. He slowly descended to the ground and said calmly, "No more origin stones, but I still have strength." He flashed a sly, confident smile and said, "Just relying on my Asura form is enough to wipe out this batch of aliens." Then, Nam Tu Thang waved his hand, and all the surrounding aliens were instantly sliced in half. He began to slaughter them, the space falling silent due to his brutality. Nam Sun Hung watched from a corner, silently assessing the situation. "You little brat. And here I thought you were so arrogant," he whispered. A soldier standing next to him heard this and explained, "He has every right to be arrogant. After all, he did save your life. And yet you have the nerve to call a heaven's chosen like him a little brat? Isn't that a bit much?" As the battle raged on, the man continued, "If you don't call him a little brat, are you going to call him an old geezer?" Hearing this, Nam Sun Hung chuckled and replied, "Ha ha ha, that does sound about right." The fight continued, but elsewhere, in a hospital room, Nam Tu San stood beside a patient, reassuring her family. "She's just exhausted. Her life isn't in danger." With years of experience, she comforted the patient's relative. "I'm here, and my brother is outside. You don't need to worry. The sun is about to rise. Let's go get some sleep. It's been almost 2 days without closing our eyes." Despite Nam Tu San's reassurance, So Ting Ha still felt uneasy. He thought for a moment and said, "I'm glad he came, but he shouldn't be wasting his time and energy here. In the end, it's because we were too useless." Seeing So Ting Ha's self-reproach, Nam Tu San placed a hand on his shoulder and advised, "Have you ever heard the story of the Oversystem Heavenly Emperor? Never mind, forget it. I can't change your mind anyway. You can figure it out yourself." Then she turned to leave, saying, "I'm going to check on the other patients." So Tinha replied coldly, "Go." But after a few steps, Nam Tu San turned back and said sincerely, "I believe that in his heart he is very grateful to you." Seeing her sincerity, So Tinha turned slightly and replied, "I know." Just then, So Thien, lying in the hospital bed, suddenly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she caught So Tinha's attention. As soon as she woke up, she called out weakly, "Brother." So Tinha. Her voice was full of love and concern. So Tinha quickly asked, "Thien Ni, you're awake?" But So Thien didn't answer his question, only worrying about the battle outside. She asked, "Brother, how long was I unconscious? What about the battle? Are they still fighting outside?" "Brother, his skills require a lot of origin stones to cast. We came in such a hurry, I'm afraid." Hearing this, So Tinha's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at So Thien and asked, "Origin stones?" He realized something important and quickly told her, "Thien Ni, you stay here and rest. I'm going out for a bit." Meanwhile, outside, Nam Tu Thang had annihilated all the aliens. Their corpses lay scattered around him. He was panting, looking exhausted but calm, saying, "Phew, a whole night of killing. This wave of monsters should be cleaned up now." As he was talking to himself, Nam Tu Thang suddenly heard footsteps behind him. So Tinha appeared and said, "Thien Ni is awake. You guys can leave now." Nam Tu Thang turned around, confused, and asked, "So Tinha?" So Tinha began to analyze. "There's a slaying formation up ahead, and behind it is the undead beast tide. You've arranged most of it perfectly. But there's nothing here that you need. So go back to your battlefield as soon as possible. That is the future of humanity." With that, So Tinha pointed behind him and told Nam Tu Thang, "We will do our best to buy time, and we will do our best to regroup with you. The amplification formation on the wall is our last resort. If it falls, we will retreat." Looking at So Tinha's determination and sincerity, Nam Tu Thang turned back and said, "You've always been this way. Your words are always so complete and perfect. Don't you get tired?" So Tin Ha replied with a resolute expression, "If it makes things easier for everyone to hear, I'm more than willing to do it." Seeing So Tin Ha like this, Nam Tu Thang said no more. He just offered a sincere and simple thank you. "Thanks, brother." Suddenly, So Tin Ha remembered something and said to Nam Tu Thang, "Oh, right. Before I left, a veteran asked me to give you a message." So Tin Ha recalled Nam Son Hung's words and relayed them. "Little brat, we have a long future ahead of us. See you when the war is over. I'll cook some of my specialties then." Nam Tu Thang replied softly, "I know." Just when he thought it was over, So Tin Ha pulled out a small piece of paper and said, "Ah, there's one more." This note was from Nam Tu San. Nam Tu Thang took the paper and read it with a helpless expression, thinking, "Xiao San, that little brat." At this time, at the slaughterhouse, Nam Tu Thang was standing in the storage warehouse, observing and sighing. The remaining origin stones number 80 million. Relying solely on the slaughterhouse formation for killing yields too few origin stones. We have to neutralize the next wave of beasts as soon as possible, he thought to himself, his face grim. Also, the undead I summoned before are now on the front lines, so we must quickly replenish them. Although the front line is set, the alien counterattacks will only get stronger. It won't hold for long. The sixth line is nearly useless. I must fortify the fifth line before the seventh collapses. Meanwhile, Xiao Liao was chatting with Auntie Wang, who said worriedly, "This year is so strange. Last night's broadcast from the 7th defense line was terrifying, and then it just cut out." Xiao Liao replied, "This morning, I suddenly felt much better. A huge number of aliens died, haha." Sister Li chimed in, "You don't say. I thought it might be a ghost market." "A ghost market? What are you talking about?" Auntie Wang explained. "All the dead were aliens. If it was any kind of market, it'd be a heavenly market." Right, a heavenly market, Sister Li agreed. Their chat drew Xiao Liao in. Then, Xiao Liao added, "There's more strange stuff. Many plants in the northwest seem to be mutating lately." Auntie Wang jumped in. "Even the roadside grass has become so lush and sharp." Auntie Wang continued excitedly. "Not just flowers and trees. I feel like I've awakened something recently and feel so much better at work." Others began to chime in. "What she said is true. I feel like I have endless energy too." While Xiao Liao's group was still in lively discussion, Nam Tu Thang quietly approached, lost in thought. He realized that after the Void Gate opened, the spiritual energy of Blue Star was becoming denser. Although the invasion speed of the myriad races was increasing, it felt like the awakening of Blue Star was also happening at a breakneck pace. He paused for a moment, contemplated, and concluded, this might not be a bad thing. With that thought, he raised his hand to greet Xiao Liao's group. She smiled warmly and reminded him, "Director, another all-night slaughter? You still need to take care of your health." Nam Tu Thang smiled lightly and replied, "Don't worry. I was just about to head home and rest." The surrounding scenery gradually darkened, a bright yellow moon rising high, its cold light shining down on the earth. Nam Tu Thang, in the cold winter air, decided to go see So Thien. He said, "So Thien, let's go to Yuanjing Mountain Valley. We're going to tame the flock of mutated giant eagles, level 7 mutated giant birds of prey." The giant eagle was a colossal bird with a fierce appearance and feathers as black as a storm. Its demonic purple eyes made it look even more ferocious. This bird was a mutated eagle, a fearsome storm-type beast, with sharp talons that made countless innocent people scream in fear when they faced it. This valley can't be held, so the retreat order was given. The mutated giant eagle swooped down at a terrifying speed, its legs extending to grab the panicking Hong Jiap. Its powerful grip made it impossible for him to escape, one arm pinned in its sharp talons, while the other. He poured all his strength into a great fist punch, but the blow had no effect on the giant bird. He was astonished, thinking to himself, "I'm a level 5 ability user, how can I not even injure it?" Hoang Jiap struggled, trying to escape the mutated giant eagle's talons in agony, screaming, "Ah, help me!" However, when he saw his comrades fleeing for their lives, he shouted in anger, "Damn it! Not even a single word of solidarity." But none of them even looked back as they continued to run. Suddenly, a portal appeared right above the mutated giant eagle's head, making Hong Jiap's eyes widen in surprise. What is this? Before he could understand what was happening, Nam Tu Thang and So Thien stepped out of the portal. Without hesitation, Nam Tu Thang slammed his hand down on the giant bird's head. He gripped the mutated giant eagle's body and began the taming process, muttering, "Tame." A brilliant red light enveloped the entire area. Nam Tu Thang spoke, "Giant eagles, hear my command. Do not attack the city. Do not harm people. Station yourselves at Yuanjing Mountain Valley. Gather origin stones. and be ready at a moment's notice. A notification from the system immediately popped up, displaying Nam Tu Thang's level and number of tamed beasts. Beastmaster, level 9, number of tamed beasts, 130 million, tameable level, 8. Number required for next normal level, 50 million. Nam Tu Thang looked at the notification panel and thought, finally, something has reached the max level. Huang Jiap, just freed from the mutated giant eagle's talons, said joyfully, Senior, you must be the legendary god-level Beastmaster of the Northwest, right? But seeing that the giant eagle's talons were still clenched, Nam Tu Thang replied in surprise, Oh, I almost forgot about you. Giant eagle, release him for me. Before Hoang Giap could celebrate, he was dropped to the ground, managing only to scream in panic. You've got to be kidding me. This is. Once again, Hoang Giap was facing Heaven's Gate. He yelled, Ah, save me, Senior. Seeing this, Nam Tu Thang shouted, You stupid eagle. You're so big but have no brain. Do you think he has wings? The mutated giant eagle didn't react immediately. Nam Tu Thang angrily bonked it on the head and yelled, What are you spacing out for? Go save him. Following the order, the mutated giant eagle immediately swooped down, caught Hoang Giap, and brought him up high. After landing safely, Nam Tu Thang asked with concern, Are your injuries okay? Huang Jiap breathed a sigh of relief, bowing his head in thanks. Phew, thank you for saving my life, Senior. I'm not injured at all. Nam Tu Thang jumped off the giant eagle and asked, Who are you? The beasts here are very fierce. What are you doing here all alone? Huang Jiap replied wearily, My name is Huang Jiap, and I wasn't alone. The others already ran away. Huang Jiap clasped his hands and bowed, telling Nam Tu Thang, We are subordinates of Prince Yao, the heavens chosen of the Hoang family from the interior. We were ordered to come to the northwest to explore and occupy the Spirit Mountains. Nam Tu Thang's face immediately tensed up. He asked again, Occupy the Spirit Mountains? Huang Jiap didn't hesitate and answered right away, Yes. You may not know, Senior, but over the past 2 days, the spiritual energy in the mountains of the northwest has increased dramatically. He continued to explain, For the sake of cultivation, all the heavens chosen from the families in the mainland are coming to the northwest to seize and use the Spirit Mountains. Nam Tu Thang listened, his eyes narrowing slightly. The sudden surge of spiritual energy in the northwest is definitely due to the influence of the myriad race's Void Gate. He thought to himself, If I summon a group of undead tonight, I can take over the Spirit Mountains and activate the undead resonance mode throughout the entire northwest. At that point, I will surpass millions in the northwest and become a god. He turned back to look at Hoang Giap and said in a firm voice, Go back and tell the Hoang family that all the Spirit Mountains in the northwest are of great use to me. No one is allowed to occupy them for their own. Hoang Giap seemed hesitant, but Nam Tu Thang saw the fear on his face and spoke decisively. Anyone who doesn't heed this advice, no matter which family's heavens chosen they are. He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and said loudly, Will all be killed. Instantly, 3 mutated eagles swooped down to display their power, causing Hoang Giap to panic and quickly reply, Understood. I will go back and relay the message right away. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. Nam Tu Thang wondered to himself, Oh? Could that sound from the Spirit Mountain be from Hoang Giap's comrades who escaped earlier? Immediately, he leaped onto the giant eagle's neck and commanded, Giant eagle, let's go, we'll check it out. From above, he saw a giant mutated beast and a corpse that had been corroded. Nam Tu Thang immediately recognized it, a mutated poison lizard. Seeing the fat prey before him, he instantly got into a fighting stance, thinking, I must tame it today. The mutated poison lizard also quickly spotted Nam Tu Thang's position and watched him warily. Nam Tu Thang said with a determined voice, The myriad races have their corpse herders, so I must have a poison lizard to counter them. With that, he charged in to attack, successfully taming the poison lizard in just 2 seconds. The system's announcement rang out. Number of tamed beasts, 10 million level 7 steel, feathered giant eagles, 10 million level 8 mutated poison lizards. After successfully taming it, Nam Tu Thang immediately commanded, Mutated poison lizard, hear my command. Do not attack the city, do not harm people. Station yourself at Yuanjing Mountain Valley, gather origin stones, and be ready at a moment's notice. Looking towards the people who had run away earlier, Nam Tu Thang said helplessly, They're all dead. Oh well, these people had no loyalty anyway, clinging to life and fearing death. Living like that has no meaning. He turned to Sothien and said, Sothien, let's go to the Tang tombs. Sothien, sitting on the back of the poison lizard, replied, All right. At the Tang tombs, Nam Tu Thang stood in the center, his voice echoing in the space. The great Tang Empire, its might shook the 4 corners of the world. All nations came to pay tribute, and the world submitted. He spoke formally. This junior requests the presence of the former kings and generals of the Great Tang to rise up together. Instantly, the spirits of the great generals in the tomb emerged. The spirit of the founding emperor of the Great Tang, Li Yuan, appeared first. Other spirits also spoke up one by one. Zhengguan Emperor Li Shimin is here. And the spirit of a female emperor, Wu Zetian, continued. Empress Wu Zetian is here. Nam Tu Thang continued to stand firm in the blazing red circle, his powerful voice echoing. The Great Tang's might lasted 300 years. All spirit soldiers, awaken. After the incantation, tens of thousands of spirit soldiers appeared, along with their spirit generals. He didn't stop, continuing the summoning. Let the flying general of Dragon City be here, and let not the enemy horses cross the Yin Mountains. At the same time, the system notification rang out. Spirit summoning, ability level, 6, summon spirits, 10 million Qin soldiers, 20 million Han soldiers, 30 million Tang soldiers. Special skill activated. Spirit resonance. Condition for next level. Up. Summon 70 million spirits. Seeing that the number of spirits was sufficient, Nam Tu Thang brandished the sword in his hand and said powerfully, I invite the 3 senior kings to lead your armies and distribute them evenly among the 3 mountain ranges of the northwest. I will await you at Mount Bodao, which is surrounded by the 3 great mountain ranges. The spirits replied in unison. Understood. He continued to instruct, his expression grim. If anyone blocks your path, be polite first, then use force. As for those who refuse to see reason, kill them. Just as his instructions ended, a powerfully built young man stepped forward and shouted, How ridiculous! All these spirit mountains are ownerless. Whoever takes them first, owns them. This was Hong Tu-yo, the heavens chosen of the Hong family. Hoang Jiap hurriedly explained, his face worried. Young master, but that's the god-level beast master, heavens chosen. To be safe, we should leave the northwest. Hoang Tu-yo rudely cut him off, his voice full of arrogance. What god-level heavens chosen? That's just media hype. I, Hoang Tu-yo, am a level 10 lightning type heavens chosen, the chosen one of heaven. Others might fear him, but I do not. Leading his men, Hoang Tu-yo arrived at the Dao San spirit vein at midnight. Standing on a high peak, he mused to himself, I've tamed beasts at Vien Tin San Kok before. I could let him have that place, but this is Dao Sun, surrounded by the 3 great mountains of the northwest, with the strongest spiritual energy and the best place for cultivation. The more he spoke, the more arrogant Hoang Tu-yo became, throwing his head back haughtily. The other families have all agreed that I will occupy this mountain. If that beast tamer dares to come and take it, I'll make sure he never leaves. Before he could finish, a voice rang out, startling him. Oh? You'll make sure I never leave, you say. Nam Tu Thang and So Thien suddenly appeared before Hoang Tu-yo. Hoang Tu-yo was surprised and asked, So, he's that elusive beast tamer I've heard so much about? Hoang Jiap's face turned pale as he hurriedly tried to explain. Senior, I delivered the message, but... However, Hoang Tu-yo's sharp, knife-like gaze was fixed on Hoang Jiap. His ego bruised, he roared in anger, Hoang Jiap, you've completely disgraced the Hoang family. Get out of my sight. Don't let me ever see a coward like you again. Nam Tu Thang then said sarcastically, Well, to be honest, I think he's smarter than you are. Hoang Tu-yo, feeling humiliated, became even more furious, his eyes bulging as he stared at him. Without a hint of fear, Nam Tu Thang approached with his sword in hand. As a superior heavenly talent, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to defy the greater good and monopolize these mountains for your own selfish gain? Hoang Tu-yo stood his ground, his eyes filled with arrogance. He summoned magic into his hand and said, I'm not just any heavenly talent. I'm a half-step sovereign king. If you show me some respect and retreat now, I might just spare your life. He continued to boast about his achievements, his voice full of self-satisfaction. Don't think a mere beast tamer can do anything to me. Let me tell you, the beasts on this mountain have either been killed by me or have fled with their tails between their legs. Nam Tu Thang simply replied coldly, You are stubbornly unrepentant. In that case, don't blame me. He gripped his sword tightly, a bolt of lightning flashing around the blade. Hoang Tu-yo saw it, and his jaw dropped. Lightning? Aren't you a beast tamer? Why are you using lightning? Nam Tu Thang said nothing more. With a cold gaze fixed on Hoang Tu-yo, he said, Enough talk. Lightning blade. Instantly, Hoang Jiap sensed the danger and frantically shouted, Young master, be careful. But before he could do anything, Hoang Tu-yo quickly grabbed Hoang Jiap and used him as a human shield, forcing him to take the full force of Nam Tu Thang's lightning blade. Seeing Hoang Jiap, who had always been loyal to his master, used as a shield, Nam Tu Thang's brows furrowed as he growled, You, some heavenly talent you are. You're worse than an animal. Hoang Tuyu casually threw Hong Giap to the ground and replied with a sneer. A servant's purpose is to take blows for me. Unconcerned, he summoned a ball of energy in front of his stomach and said proudly, "So what if you know the lightning element? I'll show you what true lightning power is." Heavenly lightning crackled around Hoang Tu-yu as he stood there, laughing wildly and looking at Nam Tu-thang with contempt. "Ha ha ha, scared? Want to beg for mercy? Too bad, it's too late." Nam Tu-thang replied with a sarcastic tone. "I'm not using my blade because I'm afraid it'd be an insult to you. For an animal like you who thinks you're superior to others, today I will show you." A powerful electric current erupted from Nam Tu-thang's body as he continued, "What it means to give someone a taste of their own medicine." Hoang Tu-yo remained unfazed, retorting arrogantly, "Humph, my lightning element is unrivaled in this world. Your petty arrogance is nothing compared to mine." Nam Tu-thang just smiled and continued mockingly, "Oh, is that so?" With that, he began to weave his hands together, casting a technique. Forbidden spell, lightning element, level 2 boost. Hoang Tu-yo, overly confident and unguarded, wondered in confusion, a forbidden spell? But before he could recover, a powerful stream of lightning shot from Nam Tu-thang directly at him. Hoang Tu-yo could only cry out in pain. "No, impossible." Nam Tu-thang looked at Hoang Tu-yu, who had been defeated in a single move, raised his sword in anger, and said coldly, "Damn you. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." He showed no mercy, stomping his foot on the man's ugly face. He continued, "Whether you're level 10 or a half-step sovereign king, you're no match for my level 2 power." Hearing this, Hoang Tu-yo said in a panic, "No." But before he could say more, a voice echoed from afar, "I am the Hoang family patriarch, Hoang Ku-thien." Nam Tu-thang glanced curiously in the direction of the voice, but didn't forget to keep grinding Hoang Tu-yo's face into the dirt. The voice continued to echo, "What kind of thief dares to act so presumptuously on my Hoang family's spirit mountain?" Nam Tu-thang thought to himself, "Another bunch of them. Does the Hoang family want to be completely wiped out?" Hoang Ku-thien's voice continued, "Tu-yo, it was a good thing that you informed me to move here. Who would have thought that you, a heavenly talent of our Hoang family, would?" Another man stepped forward and asked sternly, "Who are you? Why did you attack a descendant of my Hoang family?" The man who had walked ahead spoke impatiently, "Patriarch, why even ask? He must have come to seize the spirit mountain. Of course, my son occupied it first, and this person came later. My son wouldn't." Hoang Ku-thien frowned and said, "My Hoang family always distinguishes right from wrong first. Let him explain himself. If he is truly unreasonable, I will certainly capture him." That man hesitated, calling out, "Patriarch." Nam Tu-thang looked at Hoang Ku-thien and calmly replied, "As expected of the patriarch. Then I shall discuss right and wrong with you." He slowly introduced himself. "I am one of the 5 great god-tier heavenly talents of the Northwest, a forbidden spellcaster." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned as if struck by lightning. Hoang Ku-thien spoke, his voice filled with astonishment. "The legendary god-tier forbidden spellcaster?" Another person added, "I saw it on the news before. The 5 great god-tier heavenly talents of the Northwest killed several thousand assassins from the alien race." Nam Tu-thang replied without hesitation, "For the sake of the greater good, all spirit mountains in the Northwest must be available for our 5 people to use. They cannot be privately occupied. I advised your son, but he refused to back down, disrupting our grand plan for his own selfish benefit." After hearing this, Hoang Ku-thien frowned and asked, "Is this true?" Tu-yo is truly ignorant. Hoang Tu-yu's father was unwilling to accept this, saying, "Patriarch, are you all being intimidated by his reputation? You may be afraid of him, but I'm not. Even if I die today, I must stand up for my son." Before he could finish, the patriarch roared at him furiously, "Insolence!" Immediately after, he delivered a stunning blow to the man from behind. "The way Tu-yu acts, it seems it's all because you've spoiled him." With a pathetic look, Hoang Tu-yu cried out in pain, "Patriarch, third uncle, could it be?" But before he could finish, Hoang Ku-thien shouted, "Silence! Do you understand what the greater good requires? Our Hoang family occupies spirit mountains not to increase our cultivation, but so that one day we can fight against the alien race. But what you are doing now is only turning your back on your own people." Hoang Ku-thien turned to Nam Tu-thang, clasped his hands, and bowed his head, saying, "My Hoang family was disrespectful earlier. Please do not blame us, sir. If this mountain is of great use to you, we will withdraw first." Nam Tu-thang also bowed his head and replied, "The patriarch is righteous." Afterwards, Hoang Ku-thien gave the order, "Tie him up and take him away. Deal with him according to our laws." Nam Tu-thang thought to himself, when the Hoang family can finally unite to fight on the battlefield, It won't be too late for me to grant them a blessing. In Long Nin, the undead emperor ordered the remaining undead soldiers, the 5 great god tier, heavenly talents of the Northwest, have given an order. For the greater good, this Long Nin cannot be privately occupied. The remaining heavenly talent families retreat immediately. At the same time, on Huashan, the undead soldiers were also fighting fiercely. A voice rang out, disregard the greater good, refuse to listen to advice, kill without mercy. On Kunlun Mountain, 3 undead were looking up at a tombstone. One undead said, our descendants understand reason and righteousness. We can have high hopes for them. The female undead standing next to him replied, Dishkon is right. A moment later, at the peak of Daosun, Nam Tu Thang stood on a high mountain, with tens of thousands of undead below. He said in a booming voice, there's not much time left. Undead Resonance. Level 6. A great stream of power enveloped him. Activate. Nam Tu Thang began to chant. The 4 seas are stirred by the yellow winds. 1,000 years of virtue clear the waters. The king's chariot does not arrive. Today the heights are not achieved. Looking at the undead below, he continued his chant, the sound echoing through the vast space. The 4 seas are stirred by the yellow winds. 1,000 years of virtue clear the waters. At the same time, a nearby hospital was also affected by this energy. The patients in the hospital wondered in amazement. The king of Qin's battle-breaking melody. Where is that coming from? Another patient wondered. I don't know why, but a powerful force suddenly surged through my body. Nam Tu Thang continued his chant. At a defense-based construction site, the workers also wondered, is this my imagination? It's like I suddenly awakened some kind of superpower. Someone else replied, me too. Before, it was a struggle for several of us to carry steel beams, but now I can move them by myself like it's child's play. The chanting continued. After the king sees the battle cease, it is then a time of peace. In a slaughterhouse, they felt a similar sensation. It's not our imagination. We've really awakened superpowers. Auntie Vuong spoke up. Now not only can I lift this alloy knife, I even feel like I could kill a mutated rat with it. Little Lu also replied happily. It's not just you guys, even I've become stronger. Nam Sun Hung also said cheerfully. And this old man too. I've finally become a little useful. The very next day, news of the Great Mutation event was broadcast. According to incomplete statistics, up to 8 million people on the northwestern border, mainly women, children, the elderly, the weak, and the sick, have all awakened the human spirit's demon-slaying talent, reaching a basic level 4. This is the grandest spectacle of all time, causing widespread discussion among the surrounding population. They couldn't believe that people on the brink of death in painful circumstances could receive such a great opportunity. One person said, this is clearly a blessing from the gods upon our Northwest. God bless humanity. Another voice chimed in, now we are fully capable of joining the 5th Defense Line Army. The discussion continued. Not just the army, even ordinary citizens can increase their work efficiency, contributing greatly to development. The news broadcast continued with updates, stating that last night, as the people of the Northwest underwent a strange transformation, the vast primeval forest of the sea also turned into a forest of steel. Wood element superhumans have begun investigations, and for safety reasons, they respectfully ask the public not to enter the area without authorization. Standing on a high cliff, Sothian said, Brother Nam, you're amazing. Did you also cause the mutation of the primeval forest of the sea? Nam Tu Thang replied, no, the mutation of the primeval forest of the sea is most likely related to the alien race's void gate. The 7th defense line is likely to get worse and worse. We have to hurry. He looked towards Sothian and continued, if there's a major mutation in the primeval forest of the sea, then let's make a trip. The little girl obediently replied, all right. Teleport. At the same time, in the primeval forest of the sea, Qing-Shen, the ancient trees had mutated. They could move, and each tree had a single eye in its center. A voice rang out. The situation is worse than we imagined. These great trees have not only mutated but can also move. They are comparable to summoned beasts, and the direction they're moving is towards the city. This is no joke, another worried voice said. So, should we retreat now? 3 people rushed in, led by Lai Luke, a wood element superhuman. He commanded in a booming voice, we must at least investigate their specific strategies and combat methods before deciding to retreat. Stick to the ancient trees, stay away from them. However, suddenly, numerous vines shot up from the ground and attacked the 3 of them. Lai Luke tried to fight back, but it was like scratching an itch for the great trees. He thought in shock, damn it, I can't even control them. The 3 of them were surrounded by 2 mutated great trees. Lai Luke shouted in panic, not only can't I control them, they're sentient. They even know how to form a pincer attack. They stood tensely back to back, facing the two great trees. Lai Luke continued, "This is too dangerous. Combine our attacks." Trapped in the circle created by the great trees, they shouted. But it was all like a chicken fighting a hawk. A second later, the three of them shouted in unison, "Die!" The great tree was hit by the surprise attack and staggered backward, shocking all three of them. The power of this great tree was so immense, it had to be at least level 7 or 8. They were completely unable to stop it. Lai Luke said fearfully, "We have to at least send back the information first." After that attack, the great tree became even more enraged and charged towards the three of them, making them wonder and fear if they were really going to die here today. The two of them opened their eyes wide, staring intently at each other. However, something unexpected happened. The great tree stopped attacking them. Lai Luke and his two allies were surprised. They saw the giant tree's eyes turn red, and then they obediently knelt down. They all wondered, what is this situation? Looking towards the mountaintop, where a brilliant red light was emanating, they heard a voice. "Steel trees, hear my command. You are not to attack the city. You are not to harm humans." Lai Luke exclaimed in confusion. They seemed to be bowing towards the light. "What's going on?" The voice continued to ring out. "Guard the primeval forest of the sea. Search for spirit stones, and await the call to battle." System notifications continuously appeared. Beast tamed. Level 8, steel killing tree. Value, 80 million. Beast tamer. Superhuman level, 10. Number of tamed beasts, 100 million. Level 9, taming achieved. Number required for next level, 500 million. The notifications continued. Unlock the following talents. King's Tremor. Use the aura of an ancient divine beast to suppress and tame. Nam Tu Thang looked at the system panel with a cold gaze, thinking about his power. Ancient Revival. When a summoned beast reaches 100 million in number, its ancestor can be summoned to increase combat power. He was even more surprised by the next talent. Forbidden Summoning Spell. Oceanic Resonance. 6 summoned beasts form a resonance, allowing the casting of a forbidden spell. Nam Tu Thang began to speculate about the level of a beast tamer and the ability to tame sea creatures. "I'll use the remaining spirit stones today to set up a formation for the 5th reserve defense line." As soon as he finished speaking, Nam Tu Thang clutched his head, his face contorted in pain. So Thien looked at him worriedly and asked, "Brother Nam, what's wrong with you?" She quickly touched him, then teleported them back to the slaughterhouse dormitory. Nam Tu Thang sat up wearily and first asked, What happened to me?" So Thien sat on the bed next to him and quickly said, "Brother Nam, you're awake. You fainted in the primeval forest of the sea this morning. You scared me to death." He asked anxiously, "Oh no, was I unconscious for a whole day?" So Thien quickly reassured him, "Brother Nam, don't blame yourself. Since returning from the front lines, summoning undead, taming beasts, and performing the resonance, you haven't rested at all." Seeing him trying to get out of bed, she stopped him and said, "No matter how strong you are, you're still human." Nam Tu Thang replied, "That's right. Compared to the alien race, humanity is ultimately still weak." So Thien said dejectedly, "Brother Nam, it seems like you always want to carry the weight of all humanity on your shoulders. Isn't that too tiring? I really want to help you, but I'm so useless." Nam Tu Thang gently walked over, patted her head, and said, "It's my fault for making our little one worry. I'm not alone. I have you, my family, my brother, and tens of thousands of my kinsmen." He smiled and continued, "Besides, you've helped me a lot. Without you, I definitely couldn't have done what I have now." After hearing this, So Thien smiled lightly and said playfully, "You've already called me big sister, so you don't need to worry about any internal conflict, and you don't need to coddle me like a child anymore. Now then, we have to go to the 5th defense line, right?" At the 5th defense line, night fell, and the space became silent. A voice echoed in the quiet night. Level 2, Blazing Inferno Array. 10 million overlapping sword chi arrays, stretching for 200 kilometers. Nam Tu Thang stood in a space surrounded by a faint blue light, wearing a cold mask. Another voice emerged. Slaughterhouse. The spirit stones harvested from Vien Tin Sonkok and the primeval forest of the sea. I've teleported them to you. Is it enough? Nam Tu Thang replied in a steady, deep voice. Enough to set up this defense line. He looked towards the land covered in ice and snow and continued. Level 3, Frost Freeze Array, 20 million overlapping earth spike traps, stretching for 300 kilometers. His gaze shifted, looking at the streams of lightning snaking through the sky. Level 4, Lightning Guidance Array, 30 million overlapping arrays, stretching for 300 kilometers. A notification panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Array Master, Superhuman Level, 7, Unlocked Arrays, Hellish Sword Chi Array, Hellfire Array, Deep Thorn Array. Note: 70 stones consumed per array. Can be stacked infinitely. Next upgrade. 70 million arrays deployed. Nam Tu Thang clenched his fist and said resolutely, "This wall of arrays is finally complete. The Array Master level has been upgraded, and the 3 major projects are almost finished. By then, we can leverage them to deploy high-level arrays and forbidden spells. As for the Mountain of Spirit Stones the great nation prepared for me, I can wait until the 5th defense line battle begins to use them." Meanwhile, on social media sites, trending keywords were capturing the public's attention. After the National Awakening, the speed of infrastructure construction in the Northwest has skyrocketed. The project to divert the East China Sea Canal and merge it with the West Sea, covering 10 cities in the Northwest and stretching 1,000 kilometers, has been completed. The public is questioning the purpose of this canal, with many believing the Northwest is wasting resources. Instead of supporting the front lines, perhaps it's time for domestic geniuses to step up and stop them. A loud voice echoed from within the city. Unbelievable! The Tro family patriarch has just emerged from seclusion to see 3 such extravagant projects. Just how crazy is the Northwest? The people were furious. I, Tien, have also come out of seclusion. This injustice cannot stand. I, Tan Lai, will also go. When the time comes, we will destroy these 3 great projects together. A handsome, brown-haired young man suggested, "Brother Tien, Brother Tan, this time let's live stream the entire process so the whole country can witness our righteous act." The other 2 agreed. Brother Tun said, "Brother Tro, what a great idea." The proposal immediately exploded on the hot search list. Netizens commented enthusiastically. Finally, some domestic geniuses are stepping up to question the Northwest projects. Excellent. However, I still don't know how talented they are. I've only heard that they are all supreme experts at the peak of the Sovereign King level. Can those people in the Northwest even face them? On the coast of the Northwest, Nam Tu Thang and So Thien stood on a large rock, their eyes filled with determination. Nam Tu Thang whispered, "As expected of a great nation, it's time to leverage the terrain to lay down a forbidden spell. This will be the most terrifying weapon on Earth." His eyes glowed red, and immediately, his voice boomed with power. Level 5 Water System Forbidden Spell. As he finished speaking, a massive electric current appeared between Nam Tu Thang's hands. Water Dragon Heavy Strike. A furious wave immediately rose from the bottom of the sea, sweeping away everything in its path. Within that wave, a giant water monster with glowing red eyes appeared. Nam Tu Thang raised his hand, instantly summoning the Water Dragon Assault. A colossal water dragon surged up from beneath the sea, its crimson eyes fixed on its target. The order was given. Attack! The surrounding water erupted furiously, surging forward. So Thien sat firmly on Nam Tu Thang's back and said calmly, "Tula mode activated." The water rose like a great flood. Everywhere, droplets shot up from the sides, forming shimmering streams that reflected the light. Nam Tu Thang raised his hand, a crimson circle appearing before him, his eyes glowing red like fire. He shouted, "Water System Forbidden Spell, activate." With a powerful movement, he slammed his hand onto the snow-covered ground, and a red aura immediately spread everywhere. The raging waters gradually subsided, and snow began to fall gently like fragments of a majestic painting. Nam Tu Thang smiled faintly. Not bad. A level 5 water system forbidden spell alone can weaken the Tula Hell's defense like this. If combined with the forbidden spell and the canal, it will form a powerful weapon. He clenched his fist, and the powerful red aura intensified around him like a warning. Level 5 water system forbidden spell, Water Dragon Heavy Strike, stacked 5,000 times, Nam Tu Thang said, and immediately, a notification appeared in the system. Elemental Forbidden Spellcaster, Level 6. Consumes 60,000 spirit stones, can be infinitely stacked. Upgrade allows usage of up to 6,000 forbidden spells. A powerful red aura radiated everywhere, forming continuous red circles that spun around, creating a giant protective wall. So Thien stood behind, seeing the progress, and said, "The forbidden spellcaster has reached level 6. It won't be long before it reaches the perfect level." Just then, a voice came from a broadcast device. "Hello, viewers. We have arrived at the canal, one of the 3 major projects." 3 young men appeared. One in red, one in purple wearing dark glasses, and one in silver armor. The one in red spoke, "Now we will destroy it and bring justice to the people." Comments immediately flooded in. "Excellent. This is the hero our era needs." The 3 responsible domestic sovereign kings are truly powerful. The man in red held the camera and said, "I will destroy this canal and leave the consequences for those who caused it." The man in purple objected, "No, Brother Tro, let me go first." But before he could finish, the man in silver armor laughed. "Brothers, wait a moment." Immediately after, the man in silver armor shouted, "Annihilating true fire, rise!" A fierce flame erupted from the ground, instantly engulfing the space. Brother Tro was startled by the flames and said in alarm, "Brother Tun, this." Brother Tun laughed and said, "No need to talk about martial ethics. If everyone wants to act, then let's fight together." The flames blazed fiercely, the water churned, and rocks flew everywhere. A giant sword descended from the sky, plunging straight into the ground. A voice rang out, "Army breaking slash, reverse the battle flow. Turn the scorched earth into mountains. Fill it in for me." The comments on the screen exploded. "Whoa, so cool. This is a sovereign king level heavenly talent. So incredibly powerful." The netizens couldn't contain their emotions. It felt like a great battle, with 3 people joining forces to destroy a single canal. At the same time, on the peak of Dao Sun, the sky was dark, the wind blew strongly, and Nam Tu Thang stood on a large rock, looking down at the scene. He spoke. As expected, with the support of the spirit mountain, the undead aura is even denser. So Thean stood still, deep in thought, then suddenly asked, "Brother Nam, with the people awakening in this area, can their abilities grow accordingly?" Nam Tu Thang nodded slightly, replying, "That's right." So Thean's gaze followed the red streaks of light streaking across the sky. 4 shooting stars just passed by. How can they be moving like that? She wondered. Looking up at the sky, where the red streaks of light converged into a large bright spot, Nam Tu Thang couldn't hide his concern. "This is not good," he said, his voice tense. "That familiar feeling. It might be an A-rank alien. Could it be a new assassin?" Tu Thang's face wrinkled, his voice filled with unease. The canal's water system forbidden spell was also emitting a booming sound. Could the aliens have discovered the secret within and want to destroy it first? Nam Tu Thang's sharp eyes turned cold, his voice filled with determination. "If they've come to our doorstep, there's no need to hide anymore. Canal forbidden spell, activate. Water dragon heavy strike, attack." At the Great Canal, the 3 sovereign kings were watching the churning water. Brother Tan spoke, his voice full of arrogance. "What's so scary about this canal? Even if it's reinforced, with 2 layers of dams, it's just a matter of minutes for us." Brother Tien sneered. "Too simple. There's really nothing interesting about it." Suddenly, Brother Tro's expression changed. His voice was tense. "Everyone, look, the water. Something's changing." The water's surface churned violently, and water dragons began to appear beneath the waves. Brother Tro screamed, "This is a forbidden spell. Run." The powerful water dragons lunged at the 3 sovereign kings, causing the comment section to explode instantly. The 3 sovereign kings were swallowed by the water monster. The Northwest Project really hides a secret. What the hell is going on? The screen went black. The live stream is down. A wave of panic spread. Brother Tro's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw the black shadow and red eyes of a giant creature emerge from the water. Brother Tien cried out in panic, "Help! Save me!" Before he could react, a giant foot approached them. Nam Tu Thang stood still, his hand raised, a stream of red energy emitting from his finger. "Halt," he said, his eyes sharp and cold. Looking at the 3 sovereign kings, Nam Tu Thang spoke, "Who are you? Why did you come here to cause destruction?" Brother Tro quickly replied, "We are the heavenly talents of the 3 great families from the mainland, here to investigate." Nam Tu Thang curled his lip, his voice icy. "Oh, so that's it. How foolish." Brother Tro looked at Tu Thang, not daring to lift his head. "Yes, but we finally understand." Tu Thang thought to himself, "These 3 are all sovereign king-level heavenly talents, who have only recently appeared. The alien assassins are probably targeting their home bases." He turned and said to the 3, "Take me to your families. Now." The 3 of them were surprised, saying in unison, "Take you where?" Tu Thang said sternly, "If you don't want the aliens to, then hurry up." The 3 of them realized, and again said in unison, "Aliens?" At Longfong Mountain, night fell, the mountain covered in white snow. A corner of the mountain was burning fiercely, the flames brilliant. Tu Thang and the 3 sovereign kings looked at the house engulfed in a sea of fire. Brother Tro screamed, "Father, patriarch, second uncle, is the Tro family wiped out?" Brother Tro collapsed, kneeling on the ground, his face a mask of utter despair. Brother Tone walked over and patted his shoulder comfortingly. So Thien and Nam Tu Thang looked at the bodies on the ground, then scanned the surroundings. Tu Thang was silent for a moment, then spoke, "As expected. These are the traces of an A-rank alien." Brother Tro was still grieving, but Tu Thang didn't let emotions slow down his objective. "Now is not the time for grief," he said, his voice resolute. "If you want revenge, follow me. Hurry." Tu Thang turned to order, So Thien, teleport Tien out." Instantly, at Phoenix Ridge, flames erupted fiercely, black smoke billowing into the sky. A pained scream echoed through the space. "No!" A terrible fire was raging. Tu Thang remained steadfast, continuing his order. teleport Tun out. At Njokdu Sun, the Tun family's home, the atmosphere was just as tense. A giant black bird, with feathers like charcoal, spewed out intense waves of fire, incinerating everything around it. The head of the Tun family, his body ablaze, charged towards the heavenly hawk, roaring, "Alien scum! Let's perish together!" He grabbed the bird, his hands on fire. Extreme fire, self-destruction. A terrifying explosion rang out, followed by the loud cries of "Patriarch! Patriarch!" The group of 3 sovereign kings immediately rushed to attack the heavenly hawk, roaring in unison, "You damn alien! We'll fight you to the death." Brother Tone didn't flinch, but Nam Tu Thang and So Thien just stood silently, observing the battle. The black bird emitted streams of red spiritual energy and said, "Humans only deserve to be corpses." Suddenly, Nam Tu Thang leaped up, holding a glowing red sword. Around him, streams of purple energy swirled, forming a fierce whirlwind. He asked coldly, "Is that so?" His gaze was as sharp as a blade, his voice cold and full of determination. "Today, I will let you taste the power of humanity." The 3 sovereign kings shouted in unison, unleashing powerful attack techniques. Army breaking slash, scorched earth mountain, annihilating true fire. A series of shouts rang out, and immediately a giant white sword appeared. Flames erupted fiercely, and rocks flew like a hailstorm. A strong wind blew past, causing the black bird to lose quite a few feathers. Purple feathers flew wildly in the air, combining with the flames and rocks, hurtling towards the bird. Flames blazed, as if to incinerate everything in their path. A sudden gust of strong wind blew, pushing the 3 sovereign kings back. They cried out, "Ugh," and fell to the ground. A voice came from Nam Tu Thang's direction. "You 3 are injured. For now, just stand aside and watch." Immediately after, a beam of red light shot straight down, illuminating the black bird. Nam Tu Thang wasted no time, continuously slashing multiple times. Bird feathers fell to the ground in tatters. Brilliant red sword chi shot straight towards the bird. The 3 sovereign kings watched the scene before them with astonished expressions. Brother Tro spoke first. "What powerful Tula killing intent." Brother Tien followed up. "So he is the Tula of the Northwest, not a forbidden spellcaster." Brother Tun finally concluded, "We have hope for revenge." The black bird, under constant attack, had its eyes flare with cruelty. It spat out a powerful flame to counterattack. The flame, like a fierce whirlwind, rushed towards Nam Tu Thang. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Teleport!" So Thien quickly used her teleportation ability, moving Nam Tu Thang to another direction to avoid the fierce attack. The black bird looked around in amazement, not understanding what had just happened. Nam Tu Thang turned his head, smiled slightly, and said to So Thien, "Well done, little sis." Tu Thang shouted, "Tula Annihilation." Holding his sword, he slashed down once, and a powerful stream of red spiritual energy shot straight at the black bird. The bird opened its eyes wide to look at Nam Tu Thang, then said, "You are not bad." The red energy from the sword slashed across the bird's head, causing it to gradually turn into liquid, with drops constantly falling. Even so, it continued to speak. "You are qualified. Not to be a corpse, but a slave." Nam Tu Thang coldly asked back, "A slave?" Then, he coldly declared, "I'll be your grandpa." Tu Thang raised his sword, and the energy gathered into a huge, giant dragon. The dragon opened its mouth wide and charged towards the bird. Nam Tu Thang's emotionless voice rang out, "If you think you can rely on your healing ability, I will crush you so completely that you can't heal." As the dragon charged, the bird wrapped its feathers around itself into a ball. It cursed angrily, "Foolish, arrogant human." Then, it spread its wings wide and flew up, surrounded by red flames. It shouted, "Die!" Holding his sword, Tu Thang shouted, "Enough nonsense. Tula, hell on earth." The flames from the sword shot out, slicing the bird into many pieces. However, its voice was still gleeful. "Useless. As long as there is fire." Before the bird could finish its sentence, Tu Thang held out 2 fingers to cast a spell. A red aura appeared on his fingers. Bone freezing array, amplify by 10,000. A red spell circle with strange characters appeared, causing all the pieces of the bird's body to freeze solid. The bird cursed angrily, "Damn you, you're hellfire." Brother Tien couldn't help but ask in surprise, "The flame heavenly hawk has been frozen into several blocks?" Brother Tro next to him was equally shocked. "The Tula also knows array formations?" With a glance, Nam Tu Thang continued to cast his spell. His 2 fingers glowed with red light as he said, "Single target buff, 10-fold increase." Streams of red energy fell onto the foreheads of the 3 sovereign kings, causing them to shout, "Ah, ah, ah," as the ice shards floated around. Nam Tu Thang, in midair, looked down at the 3 kneeling on the ground and said, "Just now, You all saw its strategy, advantages, and weak points. This ice can only hold it temporarily. He landed on the ground, sword in hand, and continued to tell the other three. Now, this is your grudge. Avenge it with your own hands. Tro Huyen, hearing this, softly called out, Senior, you. Glancing at the three sovereign kings, Nam Tu Thang cut Tro Huyen off. Don't ask. After you get your revenge, go to the 5th defense line and prepare for battle. His voice was calm yet powerful. There, we have a greater, common enemy of humanity. A news bulletin was announced. An A-rank alien assassin has been discovered in the mainland. The ancient heavenly talent families, the Tro family, the Tien family, the Tun family, the Family, and the Vuong family, have been annihilated. Tro Duong, Tien Tin, and Tan Lai, with the help of the Tula, killed the flame heavenly hawk. In the big cities, lively discussions broke out. Damn aliens. Isn't killing on the battlefield enough? Now they're coming to the rear to target our heavenly talents. Is this wave of assassinations even bigger than the last one? I hope the heavenly talents of the Northwest can deal with them quickly this time too. Nam Tu Thang and So Thien stood on a high mountain peak, observing the entire city. Looking at the vast city, Tu Thang said, So Thien, let's gather a batch of spirit stones, go to the East Sea to hunt beasts, and catch all the assassins in one go. So Thien agreed. Okay. Under the quiet night sky, with a crescent moon peeking through the clouds, Tu Thang and So Thien floated in mid-air, hands clasped together. A red aura gathered around them, forming a radiant circle. Tu Thang chanted an incantation, his voice echoing like a storm, the eastern woods, the jagged rocks, to watch the vast sea, the sun and moon in their course, as if born from its heart. As soon as the incantation ended, a blinding light shot down from the sky, the starry expanse seeming to shatter in the air. The red circle expanded across the sea's surface, creating a sturdy wall of spiritual energy. Tu Thang continued chanting as the sound of crashing waves grew louder, and a system notification appeared. Sea beasts tamed, 70 million level 9 mutated swordfish, 20 million level 9 mutated tiger sharks, 10 million level 10 mutated great white sharks. Beneath the sea, millions of swordfish and sharks shot up from the depths. Their colossal bodies leaped from the water, creating violent waves that made the ocean seem to boil. Under Tu Thang's control, the sea churned violently, while the sea creatures swam in a circle around the center, turning the water's surface into a seemingly endless black void. Tu Thang continued his chant, his voice booming like it could shake the heavens. By the power of the moon, I summon your eternal blades. The sea began to swirl, forming massive whirlpools, followed by a fierce, powerful waterspout. Watching from a distance, Tu Thang turned to So Thien and said, With a formation like this, even I might not be able to escape easily. So Thien replied immediately, full of confidence, Don't worry, Brother Nam, Huyen can handle it. Now let's see if those assassins dare to make a move. Shortly after, a burly man with a thick beard, holding a coconut, stood defiantly. It was the East Sea prodigy, Lam Truong Kong. Looking up at the scene before him, he muttered to himself, This is an unprecedented tide of sea beasts, on a scale I can't even imagine. Observing the swirling waterspout, Lam Truong Kong immediately ordered his subordinate, Inform all clan members to prepare for battle. I'm going to investigate. You all await my signal. Lam Truong Kong's subordinate obeyed instantly. Yes, sir. He summoned a giant water dragon, leaped onto its head, and took control, shouting, Water control technique. Dragon's path. Staring at the raging waterspout, Lam Truong Kong thought, My Lam clan has guarded the shores of the East Sea for generations. I will absolutely not let sea beasts stir up trouble. As the water dragon neared the waterspout, Lam Truong Kong noticed something unusual beneath the surface. Countless fish were gathered together in a beast-tide alliance he had never seen before. Fish species that were once mortal enemies were now working together, like a well-drilled army, surrounding him. Lam Truong Kong was horrified, thinking, Impossible. They would never form an alliance. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air, cold and powerful. You fools. You've mistaken your target. So Thien, standing beside him, asked, Brother Nam, did Huyen forget to tell them they can't attack the city or harm people? The red circle reappeared, and the cold voice continued, Do not attack the city. Do not harm the people. Slaughter the foreign tribes. Lam Truong Kong was bewildered, watching the fish retreat and exclaiming in shock, Huh? Why did the beast tide's killing intent vanish so suddenly? Could it be the Northwest's beast tamer prodigy? Suddenly, 3 dark figures appeared behind Lam Truong Kong. He spun around instantly and saw 3 massive monsters. A serpent with sharp fangs and horns on its head spoke, Lord of the Great Sea. Another monster, with blazing orange eyes and a back full of grotesque spikes, added, Do not fail. Kill immediately. A cold line of text appeared on the system panel. Sea beasts. Your sea serpents have arrived. The prodigy, Lam Truong Kong, felt a sense of dread, thinking, it's over. These assassins are definitely targeting me. They probably think I'm the beast tamer. While riding the dragon's back, he suddenly saw the water in front of him surge upwards. Something was emerging from the sea. Instantly, giant beasts appeared, startling him for a moment. However, he knew this was just a matter of time. He'd be cornered like this eventually. Still, he thought, being cornered by a god-level beast tamer is an honor in itself. Suddenly, killer fish emerged from the water. They charged in unison towards the giant beasts, attacking relentlessly. Lam Truong Kong, with a steely gaze, stared at the scene before him. Is this beast tide trying to lead a war? Is a beast tamer commanding them? He wondered, unsure if he was asking himself or someone else. It wasn't just the beast tide. Other creatures were not to be outdone. The swordfish, sharks, and one-eyed turtle demons began their assault, leaving the giant beast with only one eye exposed, thrashing in desperation. They fought each other, the great white shark facing off against the fierce serpent, while the white frost dragon, the largest beast, charged into the fray against all of them. It let out an enraged roar, spewing streams of cold air that created a layer of enveloping ice, freezing everything in place. Meanwhile, the bow serpent battling the swordfish and sea beasts was also completely overwhelmed, disintegrating within the brutal encirclement. So Thien, observing from the sidelines, said quietly, this army of sea beasts can certainly deal with any aberrations below A rank. Tu Thang added, that's true, but dealing with A rank aberrations is still a bit of a stretch right now. As he spoke, he amplified the formation's power, causing it to spread across 700 nautical miles. Lam Truong Kong watched from above, seeing strange ripples of energy spreading through the area. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He turned around only to see the white frost dragon right behind him, as imposing as an iceberg. The beast tide is unstoppable? Are they charging at me now? Lam Truong Kong sighed. Well, if it's my time, it's my time. Today, I'll fight to the very end. He spread his arms, charging forward to create fierce water vortexes to attack the beast. However, the white frost dragon merely opened its mouth and exhaled a blast of icy air, completely nullifying his attack. It was so powerful that Lam Truong Kong was knocked off course and fell into the sea. Damn it, its energy is too strong. Even my water dragon can't stop it. Lam Truong Kong silently wondered, how did it get so powerful in such a short time? The white frost dragon's next attack created sharp ice clusters that shot straight at Lam Truong Kong. Unable to dodge in time, he was injured instantly, spitting blood from his mouth. The ferocious beast stepped closer to him, its eyes cold, paralyzing him and forcing him to endure the onslaught. From the water, brave swordfish leaped up to attack the dragon, biting at its icy hide. Lam Truong Kong looked up at the sky and saw a streak of red light flash by, shining directly down on him. Realizing this was part of the formation, he quickly seized the opportunity. Using his water control technique, he summoned a massive surge of power, boundless ocean, creating a powerful heat wave that incinerated the frost dragon. The beast couldn't believe Truong Kong's fierce counterattack. It shrieked in despair before being completely burned to ashes. Not just the frost dragon, but the fierce serpents and one-eyed turtle demons were also incinerated, leaving nothing but charred remains. Tu Thang, standing outside the battle, was also affected by the formation's power, his clothes partially scorched. With his current strategy, whether it was A rank or S rank aberrations, he could easily handle them. It was safe to say no one in this area could oppose him. Tu Thang looked towards Sothien and said, Sothien, bring Lam Truong Kong here. I have something to say to him. Sothien nodded, understanding Tu Thang's intention. After defeating the aberration, Lam Truong Kong returned and sincerely thanked him. Senior Beast Tamer, Senior Formation Master, I am eternally grateful for your help today. Excuse me, could you please show yourselves so I can express my gratitude in person? He shouted, eager to show his appreciation. Just then, a black hole portal appeared, and Sothien stepped out. Lam Truong Kong was surprised to see such a young person, thinking in astonishment, what a strange senior. Before he could recover, Sothien rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him into the black hole. In the blink of an eye, Lam Truong Kong was standing before Tu Thang, arriving before he could even ask another question. Before he could speak, Tu Thang gestured for silence and commanded, Quiet. Listen to me. Lam Truong Kong, from now on, if the East Sea becomes the bait to lure and destroy the alien assassins, can you handle this great responsibility? Lam Truong Kong didn't hesitate, replying instantly, If it's to protect the world, I will certainly not refuse. Seeing his determination, Tu Thang nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I will enhance the formation within your body, tenfold. From now on, you are the master of the East Sea, with 100 million sea beasts under your command. If the alien assassins return, you will lead the beast tide to lure and destroy them." As he spoke, Tu Thang placed a hand on Lam Trong Kong's forehead, and the formation was instantly amplified. Lam Trong Kong could only obey, his voice echoing, "Yes, sir," merging with the waves and his newfound power. Once it was done, So Thean looked up at the sky, where streams of red energy were flowing in one direction. "Look, the Void Gate, defense line 7E is about to fall. We're screwed, you guys." So Thean seemed terrified of what was to come. In the blazing red sky, hordes of ferocious aberrations flew rapidly, like a school of piranhas swarming their prey, gathering for an attack. The main A-rank aberration forces received orders from Senior Nam. All units are to abandon the 7th defense line and retreat past the 6th. All forces will be redeployed to concentrate on the 5th defense line, which will be the decisive battlefield. Commander Vuong stood at the rear, directing the army's retreat while ordering them to conserve their strength for the upcoming battle at the 5th defense line. So Tinha gave the order. "Commander Vuong, you lead the main army's retreat first. We'll cover the rear and buy time for everyone." With that, he immediately prepared to engage the enemy, strengthening the final formation and skillfully controlling his power. The aberrations drew closer and closer, but So Tingha remained calm, continuing, "We must hold out at least until the main army has safely retreated." Emperor Han Vo stepped forward, ready to fight. "Children, you retreat first. The 5th defense line still needs you. We old folks will handle the rear guard. Even if we have to fight to our last breath, we will not let the aberrations advance a single step." Tinha hesitated, unwilling to leave, but to Truong Ka, who understood the situation, gently persuaded him. "The senior's goodwill. You're a smart person. You surely understand better than anyone what it means to prioritize the greater good." Tinha, surrounded by the enemy, took a deep breath and shouted, "Seniors, for your great righteousness. Beast Tide, for your great righteousness. This battle, we will complete our mission." His voice affirmed the compassion and determination of the prodigies. Truong Ke was moved, bowing his head and saying, "This junior bids farewell to the seniors. Farewell to the great warriors of the Beast Tide." The news spread quickly. The 7th defense line had retreated, leaving only the undead army and the Beast Tide to fight a desperate last stand. The intelligent attack force from the 6th defense line continued to buy time, preparing for the 5th. Here, 300 million people would join the fight, including over 80 million ability users. The Lam clan in the East Sea had revealed a true god, eliminating A-rank alien assassins inland and completing 4 major projects in the northwest. The view from above was a sea of people pouring into the city, all looking up at the sky in unison. The people of the northwest, awakened by the undead talent, swore to defend the 5th defense line to the death, ready to sacrifice everything for the survival of their land. At the Heaven-Burning Stone project, Nam Tu Thang and So Thien stood in a hollow, facing the impending decisive battle. Tu Thang was determined. "Tonight, I will complete the entire upgrade and deployment process. The origin of Heaven Burning, the power of the primeval stones, all will be absorbed." Smoke began to billow as a powerful energy surged from the ground. The primeval stones in his hand were continuously augmented, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, until a total of 100 billion. Primeval stones were accumulated, his power surging like a storm. At the Steel Forest project, Tu Thang stood among giant stone slabs. Touching them, he chanted an incantation, "Steel Forest, Golden Forbidden Spell." Immediately, a large vortex appeared. Steel turned to liquid. Liquid mixed with hardness, and iron and steel combined in an instant. 100,000 forbidden steel glove spells were deployed, an unstoppable source of energy. Moving to the volcanic origin project, the sky was filled with thick black smoke, like a volcano about to erupt. The ground was scorching hot, red as blood. Tu Thang raised his hand to the sky, and rivers of molten lava flowed like ancient dragons rising to crush everything. 100,000 forbidden lava spells were deployed, each fiery spark shooting high into the air, piercing the sky. Forbidden Spell, Spirit Origin, Endless Destroyer. Ability reached maximum level. Talent activated. He could not only control the forces of nature, but even the stars were within his grasp. Nam Tu Thang frowned slightly, looking at the forbidden spells about to be deployed, thinking about his strategy. Max level Forbidden Spell, Spirit Origin. To deploy a forbidden spell of this level, perhaps even a 5-star couldn't withstand it. I can only wait for the critical moment to use it. The two stood amidst swirling purple lights as Tu Thang continued. "Now we need beast taming, undead, and formations. Many places inland can simultaneously tame beasts and summon the undead. So Thean understood immediately, replying, "Understood." Nam Tu Thang slammed a hand on the ground, and a red wave of power surged out, flooding the space. A roar echoed everywhere, as if calling upon ancient forces, ancestors of generations, awaken. 8 kingdoms righteousness, rise up against the cruel enemy. 8 kingdoms warriors, fighting through 5 gates, raising your spears on the Dangyang Bridge. 8 kingdoms Wu, your legend passed down for 1,000 generations, the nation glorious under the sun. Song, the sun rises, flames blaze across 1,000 mountains. Yuan, the great Yuan's iron grip, all things are favorable. Ming, fighting a declining power, golden armor shining. Qing, drawing the bow to judge heroes. The powerful summons echoed, and the souls of ancient ancestors returned. Ability reached maximum level. Hundreds of millions of undead were summoned, ready for war. Nam Tu Thang stood high above, looking down at the entire army below, his voice echoing through the space. Honorable seniors, prepare to fight for the 5th defense line. This is where we decide life or death. Turning back, he declared, under the whole heaven, every spot is the king's land. To the borders of the sea, every person is the king's subject. Finally, he ordered them to unleash their full beast-taming power, summoning venomous insects, poisonous snakes, and mutated beasts. All of them obeyed Tu Thang's command. From all 4 corners of the world, beasts swarmed in. Soul, propagation, beast tamer of the era, ability at maximum level. Tu Thang roared, and the power of the beast-tide summons exploded. 1 billion beast-tide creatures, 100 million sea beasts. He called upon the ancient bloodline power of each beast-tide race, expanding the beast-tide's range, calling all mutated beasts, lighting the flame of life, preparing for the coming war. All manner of crazed beasts and self-destructing creatures, hordes of monsters, and bizarre beings from every corner of the world, from the ends of the earth to the depths of the sea, all swarmed in. The sky glowed with a fierce red light, streaks of crimson heralding the awakening of ancient power. The beast-tide's range expanded ceaselessly, their destination, the 5th defense line. Tu Thang gripped his iron staff tightly, raising it high to show his determination to fight to the end, without retreat. Suddenly, fresh blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, staining his face red. He had consumed too much energy, and the pain racking his body made it impossible to stand firm any longer. Nam collapsed, supporting himself with his left hand, his right hand stabbing his blade into the ground to maintain balance. He truly didn't have the strength to continue much longer. So Thean, realizing the situation was dire, rushed to his side, worried. "Brother Nam, you've exhausted too much energy. You can't go on like this." However, time waits for no one. Tu Thang breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot, his voice firm. "I have to be fine even if I'm not. We don't have time to waste." Thean was worried but tried to comfort him. "But what if something goes wrong? Your health can't take this." Tu Thang stood up decisively. Though blood was now streaming down, he didn't hesitate. "No time to reconsider. The final formation is still missing. Take me to the 5th defense line." So Thean looked into his determined eyes and could only nod, replying, "Yes." So Thean obeys. At the 5th defense line of Great Xia, Lemin and Nam Tu Thang flew as fast as arrows, without a moment's hesitation. When they arrived, Tu Thang spread his arms and began to cast his spells. A series of powerful formations were deployed. Hellish Sword Qi Formation, 100 million power units, spanning 10,000 kilometers. Purgatory Flame Formation, 100 million power units, spanning 10,000 kilometers. Piercing Smoke Thorn Formation, 100 million power units, spanning 10,000 kilometers. Each formation was layered on top of the other, creating a solid protective barrier, like layers of defense for the nation. Suddenly, from between the great hills, a bizarre shape appeared. It looked like a giant ancient tree, but its trunk sprouted large branches, with even more branches above, and its top was shaped like an unopened flower bud, glowing brilliantly. Tu Thang couldn't help but feel the majestic power of the formation. He had endured immense pain, sweat pouring down like rain. His body was so exhausted it felt like he couldn't take another second. On another side, our senior Nam had returned. From afar, he heard his name being called as he appeared. "You're back just in time." So Thean rushed over, his voice choked with emotion. "Brother Tinha, Brother Nam, his hair has turned white. His hair is white." Nam Tu Thang comforted him. It's okay. Big brother is here now." The Tan siblings looked at each other, asking with concern, "Brother, what happened to you?" "Thank you, my friends." The decisive battle was near, and Nam Tu Thang had something to say. The so-called 5 god-level prodigies of the Northwest were actually all me. His words stunned everyone. What? No one could believe it. Some thought he was intentionally being mysterious to cause chaos. Nam Tu Thang, at that moment, began to remove his mask. The people around him were once again shocked. Senior Nam, isn't that the deserter scorned by the world? People couldn't believe their eyes. Trong Vien, who had vaguely suspected this, still couldn't believe it. Is it really Senior Nam? Nonsense. This is an insult to our idol. How could this be? Some were furious, unable to accept the truth. Find this troublemaker now. How dare he impersonate my favorite beast tamer? Everyone was in disbelief that Senior Nam would appear like this, leaving many surprised and outraged. Nam Tu Thang continued to display his power by revealing the 5 great talents: Asura, Beast Tamer Eye, Undead Eye, Formation Eye, and Forbidden Spell. Now, do I have the right to continue speaking? He declared, leaving everyone around him speechless. Everyone witnessed what he displayed, unable to believe their own eyes. His sister couldn't hide her joy, saying, "This is great. Even if the world is about to end, at least my brother can be himself for once." Nam Tu Thoi, who had always been looked down upon, could now finally show his true self. She admitted, "He should have been like this long ago." She said, "This is great. He finally doesn't have to hide anymore." He continued to speak, his voice filled with determination. "The alien race is attacking, and as the strongest person in Great Xia, and the one with the most experience fighting them, I cannot shirk my duty to command this time." The entire army decided to withdraw from the 5th main defense line and move to hold the 5th reserve line to strengthen the position. General Vuong Tai, the commander of the entire army, ordered all soldiers, from the old to the sick, to protect the northwest fortress and ensure food supplies. The order was clear. Only if the defense line fell would the army be allowed to fight to the death. The formation was activated, with the forbidden spellcasters at the forefront, followed by the Beast Tide charging forward. The warriors, knowing the mortal danger, were still determined to fight. The formation was continuously reinforced from the rear, where ability user officers checked for and filled any gaps. The civilians at the very back were not to be outdone, holding strong. "Woohoo! I always said there was something special about Nam. He really is our god," a citizen said joyfully. "Who said he wasn't? Weren't you all saying otherwise before? But it doesn't matter now. It turns out it was all him." He gave orders to the entire army. "All our military resources will be concentrated at the 5th defense line. If we fail, there is no retreat." Although the strategy was well prepared, Senior Nam was still worried about the appearance of SS, or even SSS rank aberrations. "I need to recruit a death squad of ability users, people who are strong and can complement each other, to enter the Void Gate and counterattack. We don't need many. About 10 people will be enough, but they must be strong and compatible." The death squad began to form, with outstanding warriors volunteering, including So Tin Ha, 23, a prodigy, the 130th generation of the So family, a peak ancient god-level ability user in the field of chi manipulation, to Trong Ka, 25, a peak ancient god-level ghost tamer, known for his unparalleled exorcism abilities, ready to spit on and kill the alien race. Tan Tuoi and Tan An, 18, ancient god-level spirit summoners, ready to fight with all their strength. Lam Troang Kong, 23, an ancient god-level water system ability user, capable of dealing with the East Sea tribe. "But I hope you don't bring disaster upon me again this time." Trong Vien, 22, said with a charming smile. "As for other things, I won't say, but I can guarantee supplies and delicious food. My cooking ability can be considered god-level. Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. Taking me along will be your repayment," she continued, her eyes serious. Senior Nam smiled in reply. "Huh? An ability like yours?" I couldn't ask for more. Just then, a Ferrari appeared in the distance. "I am Tu Lin, 23, a level 10 ability user. Thank you for giving me this opportunity," she said, then added, "Even though I said some unpleasant things before, I apologize to everyone." With her danger-sensing ability, she felt she had to be on the death squad. Next was Triu Kan Ni, 20, possessing the level 10 ability to reverse time. Although she could only use it for 15 seconds at present, she believed she needed more time to grow. "My parents are worried about me and asked me to follow you. I previously awakened a healing ability on the battlefield, which can be considered a big step forward," she said, her voice full of determination. Tran Lien Wai and Tu Nam also joined the death squad, knowing this journey would be incredibly dangerous. "One nanny won't be enough," said Tran Lien Wai. "We will atone for everyone who misunderstood you," Tu Nam added. Senior Nam looked at the warriors, his eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, everyone. If that's the case, I declare the Counterattack Death Squad officially formed," he continued. "The alien race has attacked. All forces, prepare for battle." The formations and forbidden spells began to activate. The team witnessed monsters and beasts appearing from all directions, attacking fiercely. The undead also appeared, trying to stop the warriors standing on the city walls. The defending armies charged down, ready for a decisive battle. "We can do this," Senior Nam commanded, pointing to a spatial rift. Sothian, open the portal. Sothian, the first to charge, used his spatial ability to open a portal. The warriors behind him followed, preparing to charge into the Void Gate. "Let's go smash this Void Gate together and end this evil era," Senior Nam shouted, and the Death Squad set off, ready to face any challenge, putting all their strength into the counterattack.